And if you add margin, your liquidation goes higher, the orders then have to change again. So the order flow has to change again. So there always is going to be something matching that order. But it's just a question of, is it another trader that's going to match your order, or is it the market maker that's going to match your order? So that order will be on the books, whether it's if it's a liquidation, then there's going to be an order in the book for that. And that's probably where they're getting the info. If I had to guess, that's probably where they're getting the info for the indicators as far as like where the liquidation was is, I think. It's just based off of the orders.
Okay.
From perpetuals. Like from perpetuals, like I don't think the spot market reflects that at all. But if you're looking at just perpetuals or then I would guess that's how it would be calculated.
Well, no, normally I'm gonna guess the indicator is gonna throw you an error if you just use it on spot. It's gonna say like no open interest data found or something like that. That's the error I got earlier on NASDAQ. It's like I can't find the data.
Yeah,
Luxalgo has
the indicator doesn't even come up. It just gives you like a red exclamation point. It's not working.
Yeah. The Luxalgo has another one that has its source code available. I'm checking it, but
yeah, I would think Zizzy also they're streaming the data from someplace, so they may not have every single a pair. You know what I'm saying? Like you may not have the perpetual data. They may not source it.
It's the exchange that provides that, no?
That's what I'm saying though. They're probably taking the data and putting it someplace else and then relaying it out. Be my guess. I don't think it's not TradingView that's giving them the data. You know what I'm saying? It has to be the direct source.
Yeah. Oh, but it says liquidation levels are estimates of potential price levels where liquidation events may occur. Like it's trying to estimate.
Yeah, because if you add margin, it changes your liquidation. Or if you add your position, it changes your liquidation. A different order at the book, so it has to recalculate.
Yeah, you could have 200% of margin, so your liquidation is actually much higher. Yeah.
But that order will still be there. Just in case the price goes there.
But I guess the recent trades tab actually gives the info of the leverage that was used, right? Like for example, here there's a 83 sell. It doesn't show it on the interface, but behind it there's probably the info that that sell was a 5x trade or 10x trade. Because that's another problem too,
it
right?
could probably calculate it by how much money people put in order to obtain it. I have no idea how that data is found. I actually don't know if there's something that can be looked up to see how much margin, because I would think that the only thing that would be available in the order book is just position size. Not how much margin, how much leverage they're using.
Well, in any case, there's probably some people that went long on the double bottom here, triple bottom, quadruple bottom, whatever it is.
Wait, we didn't actually make a lower low?
No, we didn't. No, it came close, but it didn't. Maybe it will later. Patience. I'm just patiently waiting, but it didn't for now. No.
Did we go down 5%? Yeah.
No.
Damn.
No.
I want to get you in your bear suit.
I mean,
I bet you
no,
would look really cute in a bear suit.
no, it's too early. I mean, when Dbloc turns bearish, I will too. No, last time I didn't listen. This time I probably won't listen, but I'll try to. What he says, September, October, November, somewhere there, he's out, right? So there's not a lot of time. We're kind of in a hurry to pump. But you know,
Yeah, but I think it's going to be an extended cycle. That's just like, some tinfoil shit. But I think it could be, or maybe moon boy shit. I don't even.
they call this crisis monetary crisis, the 2022 crisis. I mean, it's the Ukraine war crisis, but it's also the energy crisis, and it's also a monetary crisis, right? In a monetary crisis, things go up because it's actually money that's in crisis, right? If money is really in crisis and is continuing to be in crisis, that extended cycle idea would suit nicely, right? Because it's not that Bitcoin is really going up, it's that it's your money that's losing, right? Even in this pumper, the dollar fell 10%. So Bitcoin is at 110, but it's actually at 100 for me right now.
Right. It's not even. It's not like Bitcoin's going up in value. It's the dollars losing value.
So imagine a crisis where there's monetary crisis. Well, yeah, everything goes up, and that's what we've been through, and that's probably what's the most likely to just continue. Still, no. With 5% interest rates going on, yeah, there's a crisis somewhere. I mean,
I think
there's
that's why they're
something.
so scared to start quantitative easing, because that means they're printing money, which is going to make inflation worse again and devalue the dollar.
Well, yeah. And why would you cut? Look at the charts. Why would? What is there to save? If they cut, for me, it's a very bearish sign, actually. I'll play it bullish like everybody, but it's a very bearish sign because it means they're afraid that something is about to break. It means that they're afraid that housing is starting to crash. It means that they're afraid that banks are starting to go bankrupt. It's not necessarily a bullish sign when the Fed cuts. It depends on the context of that cut, right? Like if they cut because, well, yeah, it depends on the context. But with the stock markets as high as they are, even with the Trump tariff dips, all we did is come back down to COVID all-time high. That's all. Like it's not. It went down 20%. Like in a 100% increase a year. 2024 was a 2x on the stock market. It freaking went from 10,000 to 20,000, and we dropped 20% of that almost 2x uprise. Right? So I can understand why Powell. Well, any chart, yeah, Nasdaq or SPY or like.
Like you said, went from
Even
10 to 20,000. So
yeah,
I assume you're talking about Nasdaq.
yeah. Well, it didn't go all the way
That's
down.
just 100 tech companies.
Yeah, but they did 2x. Like Bitcoin also did the same thing. In the end, it rose from 15K to 100K. But then back down to 74, which is the previous all-time high from COVID, plus or minus 5%, right? Nasdaq did that too. It came back down to COVID all-time high, found support, and is climbing back up. So, like here, cutting rates.
The Russell 2000 does not look as impressive as the others. Just saying.
Sorry?
The Russell 2000 does not look nearly as impressive as the others. Just saying.
No, I looked at it earlier because it's the most interesting for alt season altcoins. That's what people say because it's like the bigger markets, top 2000, right? So the smaller cap companies have more are shown in this chart, and Russell is in a bear market. It's below the daily 200, and it's been sitting below it for a while. Like it went below it in February, and it is still below it. Like Bitcoin rose much more than Russell did recently, and it's the same for alts.
When you're not talking about just the top companies in the United States, but you're talking about the majority of the companies in the United States that are publicly traded.
Yeah,
Get a
top
better
2000, right?
representation of what the broader economy is really like by looking at those, by looking at the small caps, because it's like only the cream of the crop are doing really well. All the rest of the guys are.
Russell is a bit like altcoins, yeah. It's underperforming Nasdaq, SPY, and everything else.
Yeah, pretty much.
It found support at the 50 on the daily last week, and it's trying to climb back up. Today we had a red candle of 1.2%, but overall it's going up too, yeah? Since that April pivot. And Russell almost made a new bear market bottom in April. Like we came pretty close to putting a lower low, but we didn't, right? So you end up with equal highs on Russell and higher low in April. So you would now expect higher high, but potentially. Well, you could get another higher low. Yeah, you could just get another higher low first, but eventually, if it doesn't go down, it'll make a higher high.
It looks like a very kind of not exactly, but sort of.
Yeah, even the numbers line up a bit, right? Like it found support at
Right, it's almost the same price.
yeah. I know. I noticed that a long time ago. 1,700. It found
Holy
support
shit.
at 1,700. Yeah.
Ethereum is the Russell.
If went a bit lower, right? What was it? 1,400? No, I forgot. I know I longed 1,600. Russell has that inverted head and shoulder structure here on the 4-hour daily time frame. The right shoulder was a bit expedited, but it's pretty. I think this one is pretty valid.
Yeah, neckline around 2,100.
Yeah, 2,100, right? That's your neckline, and now we couldn't touch it yesterday, right? So maybe the right shoulder is not closed yet, and
If you draw a trend line, that's made a really nice trend line in the highs. Let it go, stop there.
so there is the bullish pattern to put it to price discovery again. I mean, if that thing plays out, yeah, the full measured move is new all-time highs, right?
I guess, but I don't forget that.
But right now it's not valid. It's not playing
Have to
out.
at least break that neckline and that trend line. But basically you have to break in all the above 2,100 to go any. Otherwise it's just gonna go.
Yeah, right now it's not valid. Yeah, I mean it's the right shoulder isn't even close there. It came pretty close though. Yeah. Just wait a few days.
So daily close above 2,100. That's the first. Yeah, that'd probably be the first trigger for the rest of it.
Yeah, and then you'll get rejected around 2,200, right? And you'll probably come back down again to retest your breakout at 2,100, and then continuation upward, yeah, in a bullish scenario. And like you said, that angular downward in a bearish scenario, well, this is it. You're not going to get any higher highs.
So if you look at that right shoulder, there is only one gap down below at 18, like 1,900 about, but
yeah,
if you look at the right shoulder, that bottom of that wick, even though the candle is red on the daily, there is a strong wick that closed above the 50 daily EMA. No candles have close below the 50 daily EMA since that before that right shoulder started form. So
yeah, but it's the initial FOMO of that candle that made it wick like that, right? Like it wasn't sustained. That's why we end up with just a wick above the neckline, and there was no right shoulder at that moment.
No, it's not even above the neckline. It's just above the 50. So then if you close a daily gamma body below the 50, that would be probably your first bearish trigger. You know what I mean? So 2,100 is the bullish zone. Then
1989.
2,035 is your bearish. You close the daily below there, that's bearish. Close the daily above 2,109.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. So we're in an area where it needs to a bit, well, show us what's the path.
Yeah, and see if we can go sideways and see if we get the direction.
Sideways makes sense here because it's what it did last time in this area. So, it took it like February, March, April, May. We took it 6 months sideways here last year. Same as Bitcoin, basically. Bitcoin was also going sideways between 74 and 50K, and Russell was going sideways in this area for like almost a whole year. From December 2023 till like, the middle end of the year, August 24. For like 6, 7, 8 months, you just went sideways here. It has to be quicker this time.
Yeah,
Just because the drop was a news event, right?
should get a decision by mid-June, late June. So it's probably only going to be a couple of weeks at the most.
And if Russell plays out this inverted head and shoulder to the bullish side, then alt season is probable, right? Like it's more likely than not.
I mean, at least it's not canceled.
Yeah.
But if the Russell does fall again, then it will probably be delayed. But it's a very weak. So if Russell breaks bullish, all season's not canceled. If Russell breaks bearish, all season's almost definitely going to be delayed.
Yeah.
But I really should probably start getting productive and go get some stuff done.
This week is about the monthly close also on Bitcoin, right? And I guess closing above 10. Is it 103? Yeah, 102. Somewhere there.
Qui-Gon, are you long-term bearish?
No, just midterm bearish.
Oh, like for the summer?
A couple months, the most.
I regretted 3 times in a row not having sold in May to walk away. But stubbornness pays, and in the end, I'm gonna gamble it another summer too.
I probably won't be long-term bearish until at least the end of this year, not later than that. At least the end of this year, if not the end of next year. That's probably when I start going long-term bearish.
Are you going to sell? Are you going to sell?
Right now?
Yeah,
Are you talking about right now?
you're bearish.
Yeah, I already sold what I wanted to sell. Let me put a new all-time high. I like
This is a bit
111. I sold what I wanted to sell at then averaging into short positions and short ETFs.
listening to your president paid out, he did warn us for the beginning of April, right? And now with this tariff postponing, he's warning us about, I forgot the date, but 9th of July, right? So I guess maybe that's when volatility is expected now. It's like in July. So for June, I mean, he can always say stuff that people act on. But I'm kind of not expecting much before July. That next deadline for tariffs.
Yeah, it seems like July there could be a big drop, or should be.
Well, especially if we just continue pumping another month, then he'll have to come up with bearish news to calm markets. A bit like he did last weekend, right?
He's so unpredictable.
Well, maybe TA can help you predict what he's gonna come up with next.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, like the first time he did that was the Bitcoin conference where not the Bitcoin conference, but yeah, actually the Bitcoin conference, right? When he pumped price to like 69K or something like that last summer. So now we're not listening to Elon, we're listening to Trump. Oh. I don't know why I'd rather listen to Elon.
He's less crazy.
He's richer. So more success. I mean financial success.
He's
Trump
smarter.
has more power. Elon has more money.
That's true.
Well, maybe some alts did a low here. No, I'm bored. This is time to game. No trade. Go game. Anything I would do would be revenge trading. Well, revenge trading, the fact that there was no trade. So looking for a trade where there is none. I'm
You
sure
can
there's
play the
something.
crypto game, the crypto
Already.
shooting game.
What is it? Like a Web3 game?
Shrapnel. The
What?
one with the
I got-
gun token. The gun token.
That's not shrapnel, that's off the grid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shrapnel's a different crypto game.
Oops. That one's Zuzi.
Yeah, Zeus, it's called off the grid. You can hear him gun token about town.
I'm surprised he doesn't do that.
No, when
I don't.
I'm pretty addicted to gaming. If I start a new game, I'm probably gonna spend hours on it. So I think I'm gonna pass, even though it's crypto related and all. Can't you create a bot to like game for you? Oh, they probably have mechanisms to try to detect those. No.
I don't know. I don't play. I quit video games. I used to play them all the time, and now I don't play at all. Quit. Quit all the addictive stuff. That was one of them. No more weed and no more video games. What a fun life.
Well, it's funnier without drugs, no?
Yeah, it's better. I'm better off in the long run. I got too old for it. Put a beating on me. I noticed a difference. I'm more focused.
Really, I'm gonna go check if there's any Web3 learn to earn stuff to do. That sounds interesting because you do learn a lot about crypto, and I need to be up to date. Like there's been plenty of new chains. That base seems to be interesting. I got stuck on Arbitrum. Yeah, I stopped after Arbitrum got released. So then you had all these ZK stuff, Eigen, Bitcoin Layer 2s, all of that. I did nothing. What's Arbitrum doing, by the way? Because with those token supply releases and all, I'm holding Arbitrum, even though it's got bearish pressure from massive amounts getting released. But maybe that is now starting to phase out. No, it's been like a year. Yeah, since it pumped to $2, it's been a year. Oh, maybe you could get like 80 cent again or 60 cent. Wow, somewhere there. Wow, that's a beautiful ABC too on that chart. But you need to look at
Could
market
always
cap. For Arbitrum, just look at market cap because
might
yeah,
need to buy some
1.17,
more.
116, yeah. $116 would be a nice exit.
It's selling pressure why Arbitrum was always so down.
Not selling pressure, but you know, people who invested early in the coin before it got released, they're like on a vesting schedule, and they don't get their coins when the coin gets released. They get them through unlocks over time, and there was a lot of unlocks last year in March, or actually it was in January, the unlocks, but price didn't immediately start dropping. It was able to continue sideways at $2 while big amounts of supply were being unlocked. And some of these investors took their money, some didn't. And it put bearish pressure, of course, because you had people who could not sell that were now able to sell, and the coin was making price discovery, and also, yeah, a lot of people took their money out. But in the end, it's similar to every other alt. You had a drop of 90%. It's not like 95 or 99, right? It dropped 90%. And if you look at Doge, no, Doge didn't drop 90%, but like, there's a lot of alts that dropped 90% in 1 year. I think most of the investors didn't exit on Arbitrum. Or otherwise, we would have dropped more like 95%. Like, it's probably good enough stuff that they didn't fully exit. Well, also with Bitcoin still continuing to push while all this unlocks is happening and all, yeah, there's probably some investors who don't feel like it's alt season top and they're not willing to fully exit and, you know, rug pull the coin basically. It dropped 90%.
Think it would be doing better.
If you look at market cap chart, it's a bit a different story because market cap actually grew while the price was dropping because of the unlocks, right? So, like we made a new high in December of this year on market cap, I think, while the price did not. So I traded there because, well, I noticed that, like, you know, in December, Arbitrum rose to $1.2 and that was actually a new all-time high on market cap, but not in dollars. Something you have to pay attention when you're like holding alts long term, which you shouldn't anyway. But yeah, well, I do that, and when there's a lot of unlocks on your token, then yeah, you need to pay attention to more to a market cap chart than to a dollar chart. Because when you look at Arbitrum on market cap, it's doing fine. It's at 2 billion. And it's not doing fine, but it did fine. It went back up to 5 billion and now it's back down at 2 billion. So it didn't drop 90% in market cap. It only dropped 70% in market cap. Which is what ETH did, no? Like, didn't ETH drop 70%? From 4,000 down to... Yeah, ETH did the same move. Well, not quite. ETH dropped 66% to 1,400. If it had dropped the same as Arbitrum, you would have gotten 1,200 ETH, right? And we didn't go to 1,200 on ETH, but Arbitrum went there basically, 70% down. So yeah, it's a coin that's doing good, but not in dollars. It's doing good in market cap. I think it's because of the Web3 stuff that I like it, because it's cheap, cheap ETH, you know? Well, cheap gas fees on ETH.
You don't ever hear anything about it.
You never heard about Arbitrum, really?
No, I heard
No.
about it, but it has no hype. You never hear any news.
Yeah, there's probably no hype, but there's utility. Like it's useful on ETH.
OP, same thing, no hype.
I don't know about OP. I don't have any. It's a ETH layer 2 also, no? Optimism. Is it ETH layer
Yeah,
2
so
too?
aren't they like kind of the same thing?
But with ETH doing decent lately, while trying to climb back up on the Bitcoin pair, all these ETH related tokens, kind of expecting them to do better than ETH. Well, hopefully you're betting on the ones that are going to be able to do better than ETH. But because we don't know which ones are going to do good, I guess spreading amongst different ETH layer 2s isn't such a bad idea. And yeah, stuff like OP, Arbitrum is part of that. Or even Matic is like an ETH layer 2. That's really, really not doing good.
No,
But
ridiculous.
it will make a comeback eventually. Well, I don't know if it will or not, but it's the bet, right? Maybe it needs one more new all-time low, a wick below 15, and then you can climb back up to. Oh man, the risk to reward on this is gonna be something.
I mean, it gave a couple entries in the teens, and that's been about it. Really, other than that, you never made anything off it.
Well, because we've only since Paul got released, we only saw the downside, right? We haven't seen the upside. This thing went to $3 last cycle. It's at 20 cents. Oh yeah, there's no narrative. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah.
Another dead zone coin.
Yeah, but it's just a patience game. Like this could spend 6 months down here, even go lower. And then eventually you'll get you might get a news on it.
I'll turn my mic off in a second.
Something fundamental, you know, something like I don't know, they might do something with this old ETH layer 2. Like the whole idea in rebranding and all that, there's probably something going on now. Honestly, I didn't do the work of following the project and all, but I'll come up with something when the time is right. And the time will be right when it reclaims its 200 on the daily, huh? Like you don't want to have the news exactly. Well, the news should give an opportunity, but not one that's very good, or not better than the ones who took it before the news. And if there's never anything fundamental, then yeah, it'll just continue to slowly bleed off. all these quantum talks yesterday, they pumped quant. But quant has nothing to do with quantum, right? It's just a name. It's like a bit a nerd coin, no? QNT quant. It's like, oh. Mental, like very disappointing at the moment with ETH's upside. We haven't seen it on mental. Well, probably because we got it earlier twice. Like it's a coin that overall is doing pretty good this cycle. Well, yeah, it did like from 30 cent up to 150. So it did well, like Bitcoin, right? It did 4x, 5x up. Actually, less than Bitcoin in the end. Yeah, it did underperform Bitcoin. No, but yeah, with the ETH pumping from 1400 to 2800, like ETH just did a 2x up. You would have expected ETH layer 2 to also give you a 2x up, at least, right? It's not the case, so I guess it's betting a bit on the wrong horse, but maybe there's some divergence that's interesting. Yeah? I don't know why it's not pumping. Well, got resistance at 120, 130. We're at 70 cent. Maybe it needs to put a new low below, 50 cent. Found support there and then climb back up to attack a new all-time high.
Let's see how long we got to sit here sideways in this range on Bitcoin and this
10 days.
bottom.
6.
I'm talking about this little stupid short-term range. This little
Yeah, 10 days.
from
It's
the
been
from
6.
the from this 106,800 to this 107,400.
Even if we break it out and go to 110, we'll come back down to your local
I'm
range.
good with that. Please, 110. Let's go. I'll close my
No,
long
I'm
out
just
right
joking,
there.
man, but I'm really just crystal balling it. I have no clue.
That's fine. I don't need to move too much. I just need to have some type of movement.
But after that sell-off, that 5% down sell-off with Trump,
I already caught all that. That trade's
yeah,
over. I'm on to the long now. Trading, trading, trading. Trading short time frames. I have a long trade though. Spot. Do nothing.
honestly, it's what makes money. Well, on a chart like Bitcoin, it's what makes money, right?
But what I'm doing is I'm taking all these short-term trades, mostly short, some long, and then I'll put that into the spot, the profits.
I can't, man. I can't buy Bitcoin in a bull run. I just can't. No. No.
It's good for somebody that does this all day.
Yeah, I know, but you'll probably sell it too, right?
Yeah, I'll sell it. I'll short all long. Keep going with it.
But yeah, buying Bitcoin on spot above 28K, nope.
Oh my God. Come on, bro.
That line is gonna
Too
move
long.
though. It's gonna move to. It's gonna move much higher.
Well, if that's the case, then you should be all about shorting up over 111K.
I don't know why. And it's not
because you
because I
want to
don't want to
be,
buy that I don't that I need to sell. Just
yeah,
saying, like,
because your range is so far that you're closer to the end than you are from the start.
now think about next bear market. What is your SR where underneath you want to accumulate, right? Like that's when I'd like to buy spot. That's what I mean. Of course, I would buy Bitcoin here to get a 10% bump or dump. Like, of course, I would buy. I don't care about price,
From
but
what
but
I've
I would,
understood,
but I
at
do it on
16,
leverage, right?
yeah, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna
Oh,
try at least to buy one Bitcoin on spot at the bottom, like whatever 65K, whatever the hell it is.
yeah, I think that's a good number. Like, if we, yeah, start accumulating again below 65 is a good plan. Probably.
If I could accumulate, like, get 65K back in funds, then I'll do that. This time I'll do that. I'll watch the damn thing go up to 200.
But the problem is because it's the same trend up. Like since 15K, it's the same damn trend on Bitcoin. There's no real separation. It's not like last cycle where we broke the uptrend during the summer and then we had a high, right? Like, so you could last cycle you could pretty easily identify 30K as the buy below it line. Here maybe it's 74. Right? Well, the low we just did, yeah. I guess I could say that. Buy below 75K. Yeah. Next bear market, start buying below 75 even, yeah. And if you'll just add more at 50 and add more at 40.
Yeah.
But start buying and not selling whatever happens, even if banks go bankrupt, even if like I don't care. Even if
Yeah,
there's World War III.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't care. I'm buying when it gets back there.
Well, make your plan and then trade it.
I'm
So
already figuring out how to come up with more funds. I'm gonna try and get what I can get back trading here, and then by that time when we get to that point, then I'll figure out how to come out with a larger amount of funds. I can get loans and all types of stuff.
But the same way, the idea is to accumulate below 30K. It's also to distribute above. It's also to
We'll never
distribute.
see that.
No, I don't mean for the future, but last cycle, the way I played, it's also to distribute above 69K. So for me, these are more times to, either put profits on the side while trying to maintain the same coin count, or even reduce exposure.
Well, that's
Just
true, but from what I understand, I hear you're doing a lot of altcoins though.
Yes, that's not the case
Well,
for all. They're all in a bear market
put
still.
you in
So
quite a predicament.
they haven't really had their move yet. So.
No, they've had no move. You had a round trip.
Well,
move
some cycle. Well,
almost all of them.
some sectors moved, right? Like it's probably sector dependent. Like meme season, we've had it. We saw Doge pump to 50 cent and all. We saw Pepe, we saw Boom or whatever. Like we saw meme season. We just haven't seen utility season, like useful stuff season. Really. Yeah, Solana had a nice run. Well, he's still in a nice run.
Yeah, you could pick the ones on your hand.
But overall,
Solana, Solana. What else?
Like, stuff like Aptos is sitting at $5. It's not at 20 or 15 even. It's just down there. So
add it to the list. If you took all the coins, what is it, like 90% of them are in that position?
Yeah, a lot of them are there. Yeah, HBAR woke up nicely.
So to me, it wasn't even about choosing the correct coin because you had a very slim to no chance of doing that.
There are some coins to pay attention to here because the new shiny stuff that got released and dumped Some of them are gonna turn back and attempt to go back in price discovery. Just go back up above the highest points they reached, and there's plenty stuff that's so cheap that you gotta be careful about not buying too much, I guess. But stuff like Etana, for example, got released, had its pump, also gave the after release dump, and is now trying to slowly curl back up. Actually, it even did that already once, and even failed to make new all-time high, and is coming back down again. And now it's
Be
moving.
careful with those high cap coins that are so hyped up that you think are just going to keep going. They always seem to come out with some type of horrible news that'll just destroy it, like OM.
But Jasmine, for example, also had a nice run, came back down, and now is like trying to run again, huh?
It's still in the club. Even I mean, if you got in that really early, yeah, you're still good. But you done lost so much if you just held through, and still holding on to what you bought way back at the bottom. You done lost so much of it.
Yeah, that's true. It went
Even
down.
though it's still in a better spot.
You did 85% down, but the upside was
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah,
nice.
if you
You
would,
did a
if you would have
10x up.
sold it.
Actually, in the case of Jasmine, I did sell.
Oh, that's good.
And I did buy back also. A bit too early,
That's
but
not good. That's not good.
well, I buy DSR, and that's where price is hovering around now. So
That's where we messed up. Anytime you sold something like that, automatically should have just put it into Bitcoin. That's what I wish I would have done.
but Dbloc told us to do that plenty of times, right? Like
Yeah,
I'm selling
and
my
we didn't
alts
listen.
into the Bitcoin.
And I didn't do
No,
it.
because whatever you, well, I guess it's being stubborn, but whatever you allocated to alts, since alts haven't given you the return you were looking for, well,
Nope.
you're not really looking at increasing your risk on alts, right? You're just like patiently wait to get that return, right?
I'm on to another alt, looking for the 2010X that's supposedly supposed to come at the end of this by October.
Yeah, it's a bit risky, right? Because moving, yeah, I do it too,
At
but
this point, I have to. The losses have been so excessive that I have to take the risk. And if I fail, who cares? Because by the time
don't think I wouldn't think of it like that.
I think that's how I'm thinking. And then if I fail, then by the time we get to the end of the bear, and I can buy the Bitcoin at the bottom, I'll never make that mistake again on alts. I'm just gonna buy the stupid ass Bitcoin and come up with the money again somehow.
Doge is a good example of that, where people gave up and sold their Doge to buy other alts, and if they forgot to come back to Doge at the right time, well, they kind of missed the move that it in the end also gave. Like every other alt, it did the same stuff, and it did 10x up. Well, it did better than most alts actually.
Someone said you can only claim 6K losses under U.S. taxes. Actually, it's 3,500, but you can carry it over. So if at this rate, if I don't ever make it back, I won't have to pay taxes for many years. I'll just keep carrying it over.
Almost every alt is red in my watch list except QNT. Like, why? Did you guys really buy Quant yesterday because we were talking about quantum, or what's? That's funny.
Who knows?
It's not golden, that QNT, by the way. Look, last time it reached 170, came back down to 58, and now we're at golden area. I guess it's strong because it didn't get rejected like ETH did. Actually, ETH didn't get rejected either, right? I mean, pretty small.
All right, come on, let's go. Bull, bull, bull. Are you the bull?
Yeah, that daily 200 on ETH. Triple
It's
top
tough.
at the daily 200. Like, it's tough.
They're greedy right now, but it's all right. They could be
You
more
gotta,
greedy.
you really gotta believe, huh? Not to sell.
Oh, I don't believe. I'm just trading and holding stupid spot.
No,
Doing
not you.
small.
I mean, for on ETH.
Oh, that. I mean, I guess that's you don't have a choice. That or go short.
Nah.
Well, then that or sell and buy it back lower.
It's gonna try a fourth time. Well, maybe it will try a fourth time.
I think the number for that is like what 4,800
Yep, that's
for a
previous
medium
all-time high.
term. If you can get 4,800, you better take it and then buy that
But
damn thing back at
if it starts
20,
trading
28.
above the 200 MA on the daily, nothing will stop this before 4K. Yeah, okay, you might. People talk about 3,000, 3,200, but for me, reclaiming the 200 MA on the daily will be go for the next up move. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Like that won't happen. I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon.
It's fine.
Could
It's
spend
gonna come
another.
eventually.
Yeah, you could spend another week or two below that 200, just pulling off because it just did a big move. Huh? It doubled in value.
Yeah, from the bottom, but that was tough though.
Back
It's
to
cool.
where Chubb's son told us to buy, right?
I mean, it doubled from the bottom, 14, 28, whatever is at now. What is it at? Is it at 28?
26.
Yeah, so it's not even double. It's almost.
Oh, but it
Very
went.
net.
It went to 27.3. So almost
I
28.
was buying Beam at 0.004 in the fours, and then that came up to 10, and now it's retraced back down to 0.078, I think now, or 7 something. I haven't had to go look, but that's where I'm at with that, and I've been just accumulating that. I haven't sold a penny, and I just keep getting more.
That seems like a very good trade, no?
Well, it's not done. It's not over. I'm accumulating. It's not a trade. It's a spot accumulation until I get to the crazy crap at the end of this, and I do like at least a 4x.
No, but
Hopefully a 10 or a 20.
It's going your way and in a good fashion because it just did like 2x.
Not really. It's kind of like judging from other things like virtuals and those meme coins. I am underperforming. It's not good enough. It should be doing better. It's actually.
Oh, you have that double. You have that double top at 4 cent.
The game narrative, the gun token's out, so let's do it. Do what we're supposed to do. Give me my 4x and then keep doing it. But that's why I need to get more. So I need to finish these leverage trades, finish this long, pocket another 400. I already got the 400, so almost 500 now from the bucks I made from the short from 111,400 all the way down to 108,000. Closed it, took all that, and now I'm in the long here from 107,050 bucks. If this plays out, I take it up to 110 at least. That would be good. I mean, I'll settle for less, but depending on how everything looks, take that, and I'm getting more powder without having to come out of my bank, and then I'll throw all that money back into Beam on spot and hopefully then I'll keep on getting closer to my target, and then hopefully I do all of that before this damn market really takes off. Until then, hopefully, if they want to keep letting me sink shorts in from high Bitcoin prices, I'm good with it.
Why not? Why all
And
in?
longs.
Why all in Beam though? Like, why not split
Because
it with?
I don't want to be doing too much. I just need to stick with one thing. I mean,
Okay, makes sense.
it's just I don't want to have to keep going between stuff. At least I know where I'm at. It just starts to
But
get complicated and complex. I got to deal with
you
all
all
these different.
you'll make less, but you'll potentially also be a bit
No,
more a bit more
everything's
secure.
gonna. As long as it's not a piece of trash, which I'm convinced it's not that, then everything's gonna move.
Yeah, I
Unless
would
you
come
pick some
just.
trash. Unless you pick a trash coin, then you're screwed. Something with some low cap.
You see that opening candle on Beam at 3 cent? Like there's a possibility it reaches that level even.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Like I would plan for that personally, and
I
then if it can turn this 10 cent, well 1 cent back into support, then yeah, oh boy, yeah, it's
yeah.
3 cent next.
If
Yeah.
I can get, I just need to get over that 10.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
pullback.
And it's trying. Like
Yeah.
it tried twice.
I already sold the pull. Yeah, I know, twice, maybe 3. I can't remember. And I was so tempted to just take the damn thing and buy it back lower, but I didn't because I was too scared that it was going to do what you just said. But I'm going to just play it until it does.
It's about risk management, right? Like if you have enough cash on the side to buy that 3 cent, then you're not going to be worried.
I could go double if it wants to do a 3 cent. I can literally double it, the whole damn position.
The very bearish scenario would be if it doesn't stop at 3 cents, yeah. Because some of these alts do that, yeah.
Oh well, that's fine. That's what it is.
For example, Vapor Fund. I mean, it's got the name going for it, right? It's Vapor.
I done made some money off of shorts by then if it does that.
Like stuff that's down 99.8% or 99.9%.
They want to go down. That's why I love being able to go short. Go ahead, go down. That's why I hated Coinbase. I couldn't do nothing about the damn going down. Screw that.
What's up, Rick? How are you? How's Australia today? I think I heard Rick talk about the downtrend.
I think it was an American.
I'm good. I'm just making my coffee.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
I
good
just woke up.
morning.
But yes, pullback, downtrend, whatever you want to call it.
More. You're not going to play a bounce.
The downtrend exists on certain time frames, but then other time frames, it's like it's nothing to fear. You know what I mean?
It's still a high low though, so can you really call it a pullback? Oh, you can call it a pullback, but not really a downtrend, right?
I mean, it pulls back off the previous high because it's got a lower high. However, if you're maintaining higher lows, then it's probably fine. Like on higher time frames, like it hasn't killed any kind of bullish direction in the bigger picture. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, right. Well, on the weekly or the monthly, the problem is we just made a new all-time high, so you confirm the higher high, and anything above 74 is just going to be a higher low, right? So, like it could be here, it could be 90K, it could even be 85,
Yeah.
But it's just going to be a higher low.
Yeah.
Unless you break below 74. Which is exactly what the ABC wants. Yeah, 48K. Well, we went up from 50K to 110, back down to 74, and now we made the higher high. I mean, I understand why people are so bearish and taking profit and just only pressing sell. They're expecting to buy back Bitcoin at like 70K and below.
I feel like taking profits is almost as big of a challenge as opening a position, like finding an entry. Taking profits is because you have to both require you to know, like,
The
where it,
feeling of
yeah, like
the dumping
everyone
your
wants to
coins.
buy. Yeah, everyone like obviously the optimal trade, which is impossible. You shouldn't expect this of yourself, but the optimal trade is buying the absolute pivot of a low and then selling the absolute pivot of a high. But you holding that expectation for yourself, it's going to be very miserable. So don't try
If you,
to achieve that.
if you manage to catch half of the move, it's already pretty good, honestly. Like the bulk of the half of the move. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So
If you're in good, like really nice profits, then there's nothing wrong with taking some off the table and locking it in. Because the worst feeling is round tripping it. Like, it was in your hands, it was in your fingers,
it's
and
actually
you let it slip through
it's not. It depends
like
on the
sand.
potential. Well, it depends. I'm an expert
Mm.
at round tripping, and it depends on the potential you're round tripping, right? Like I round
Yes.
tripped 3 times during the correction. So I was long from
Yeah.
80K. I saw Trump tweet it went
Ah,
to 95, and then it came
yeah.
back below, put a lower low. I just re-entered my long. Three,
Mhm.
4 times at least. Forgot. Maybe even 10 times. But because the potential was there of having, well, the end of a correction and then a new high,
Mm.
round tripping was worth it.
Mhm.
Because I was at least buying a downtrend, buying a lower low, where my strategy
Sure.
fits, where I'm like buying a downtrend. While here, if I TP, well, it's a very different story. There is nothing to buy here.
Yeah. It's
We're
like,
not in a
okay,
downtrend, right?
if you have a trade that goes up and comes back to your entry 3 times in a row for the sake of you hanging in and like maintaining the position because you're expecting a move that goes 10 times higher than those previous 3 little blips.
Yeah,
Like
exactly. Then it's worth it
that's
round
how I
tripping.
understand.
Yeah,
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 that's how I understand.
yeah.
Um, because like if you take profit on any of those like 3 little blips, but then one of them turns into the big move, you now have to chase it if you want to ride that leg. But you had a good entry, like at your original spot. So yeah, I can see how round trip, that psychology behind round tripping is because you have bigger targets in mind and you don't want
Yeah, like
to give up your spot.
imagine
The
you want to short Bitcoin down to 60K, and you just round tripped because the whole
Yeah,
thing went back up. Now 60K
yeah.
is not low enough, more like 40K. Well, you
It's
just
like I'm just
re-enter.
trying to find an example. Okay, we know that XRP got up to $3.40, I think it was. Let's just say it was 3.40 at the high of this cycle. Let's say you got in at $2.80. Sorry, no, $1.80. Let's say you got in at $1.80 because it was ripping at that point, and it got all the way up to 3.40, but you had a target of $5, and you're like, oh no, like I'll let it, I'll just let it play out, and then it comes all the way back down to like 2, and you're at $1.80, comes back to 2. You've just watched all this profit
Yeah,
go up and in value and then come all the way back down in value. But your goal is to, you've still got your target of $5 and you're happy to wait. But it is a shame. It is a shame to see it rewind. But the benefit is if one of the round trips comes deeper than when you got in. So let's say it round tripped hypothetically to like $1.20. You can now even improve again off what your initial $1.80 was. You can now get $1.20 as an
Yep.
entry. You know what I mean? So it's like you can optimize your position through like, with that method, or leave your position in and then just add on the deeper dips. Like you can, if you're on spot, wouldn't recommend that on leverage. I would recommend stopping out on leverage because you never know how deep a pullback's going to go. So
Bitcoin pumped
yeah.
50% here from
Yeah.
75 to 110. If you manage to catch like 25% of that, it's pretty good.
Mhm. Oh yeah, it's still a win. You should be proud of making profits at all in markets. Like that's the goal. But yeah, round tripping, man,
It's
it's kinda
psychologically hard and
painful.
painful, but sometimes it's
Yeah.
worth
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a couple this year.
it.
Like
The real
this
problem is
cycle.
when you round trip a few times and it never reaches what your plan
Oh,
was.
yeah,
That's
yes, that's
and
miserable
you have
too.
to acknowledge that it was wrong and stop it as quickly as possible.
That's right. Yeah.
That's the worst because
One thing that because I got into crypto in January of 2018. So it was the back of the 2017 bull market, right? And it started to bear market after like when I got in. That was the beginning of the bear market, basically. But I remember seeing the memes, just hodl, like, keep calm and hodl. Remember those memes where it was like a crown? It's just a picture and it says keep calm and do something. You know what I mean? Like it would insert word here. But there was a meme that was like keep calm and hodl. And that was the right approach, because if I did that, if I just bought only ever, never sold it, Bitcoin would be really impressive right now of a position for me, But I guess we feel like we can
Me
make
too,
it better
man. Me
by
too.
disposing it and then getting in. Yeah. I think a lot of people wish they just bought and held Bitcoin,
Yeah,
like from the beginning,
that's
from when they
everybody.
first got in. Yep.
How
time in
could
the
it not
market
be
Because
everybody?
beats a lot of stuff, right? Somebody who bought 10 years ago is, of course, more in
oh,
profit than and mostly
well,
most
that's true.
most most
Yes.
strategies. That's why
Mm,
on TradingView, when you go to Strategy Tester and you test a strategy,
yeah.
the reference is the buy to hold strategy.
Mm.
Like,
The,
do you manage to
the,
do better than buy to hold, basically?
yeah,
And
that's right. You have to be
and that's
pretty
a bit
good to
cheating.
outperform buy and hold on Bitcoin. Well, you
Oh
know
yeah,
what?
it's cheating because that thing
Bitcoin,
was $1. Now it's 100,000. So you're talking
right.
about outperforming 100,000x. Yeah, it's
You,
gonna.
what I can confidently say, like at least in past performance, is that crypto and markets abroad, bull market and bear market, right? So are you going to start like heavily investing in this phase of the market? I would say no, don't do that. Wait for a bear market, wait for misery, wait for a crash, wait for a collapse to put in your heavy, serious, investing. If you have that in mind, for example. Doing it at the moment is like you're kind of coming in halfway, or like you're coming in late at least. This is not a bear
Yeah.
market. We're not in the
Uh,
midst of
uh,
like a terrible bear market. So
that's what I was saying
um
earlier. The idea is to
yeah,
distribute in the coming year. It's not really to accumulate more now. No, maybe on alts,
right.
there's still plenty of time to. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it depends how quick
Oh
of a
yeah,
trader you
because
are. Yeah, but
yes, they're hitting different chapters in their run. Like, Bitcoin's so different to a lot of the alts. But yeah, you're right. It's not too late for alts. You can still do that, I think, depending, what you get into. They're not all gonna win, but um Yeah, I'm pretty confident in saying this ain't a bear market. We're not at the bottom of Bitcoin right now, so it's not the optimal timing to go all in. It's and that's not to say that you can't, like, Bitcoin won't go to 200K. Like, it might, it could, right? So we could be halfway. It's just, you just got to understand that the risk is higher than what it would be if it was a bear market, of going all in. So just keep that in mind. Like, there could be a turning point that we face anywhere from now until October. Like, there could be a big turning point. So, yeah, we just have to keep convincing ourselves of the reasons it's going to go up. Have to keep looking for the confidence.
Gold is a
The
good reason.
confidence.
Look at what gold was able to do.
Yes. Yep. Definitely.
That
Global
looks like a
M2's
blow.
cool. I like that.
When you look at gold on the weekly, it smells blow off top so much. Like, I mean, maybe we're not there yet,
Yeah.
but that thing looks like parabolic parabolic
Let's check
stuff.
it out. I'm gonna look at gold on the weekly. Oh yeah. It's looking toppy. Like, it's looking like it's found at least a local high, because it's stopped the march of just going up. It seems to have found a consolidation area at least.
No, Bitcoin is more. Well, it's it's less.
Bitcoin looks more aggressive on the weekly, because of the higher high, right?
No, but the
With the
whole thing is
candle.
much more slower, right? Like,
With Bitcoin or the gold?
Bitcoin.
Yeah, like, as in slower to
Rise
get to a
up.
parabola.
Yeah, rise up,
Yeah.
sideways for 6 months, rise up, sideways for a year, rise up,
Oh, it's been
downward
painful, man.
for 3 months, 4 months. Now we're in the
I
rise up
think,
part, and
yeah, this Bitcoin markup has been the most painstaking one that we've had so far on Bitcoin. All of the other markups have been a lot easier to ride, with at least with timing. Like, last year we had, what, a 7-month waiting period to get to finally get back to progress to the upside. And then that's only a very brief amount of progress before we have to go into waiting again with the tariff dump.
you think it's the same here? We pumped and we're gonna need to, but yeah, but we didn't manage to go higher though. I mean, barely, right? It's just
It's
the only
yeah,
reason why this is a higher high is the dollar losing value with the Trump political stuff. You can consider it's just a
yeah.
double top. We're back to where we were at 108. Yeah, it went to 112, but that's like
It's marginal.
actually the same value.
I
It's the same value as last
really
time.
want to see. Yeah, I really want to see, like, a really strong, like, $20,000 up weekly candle to convince
Yes.
everyone, and then that's how we
Yes.
know. Okay, yes, it is real. Like, it is.
Yeah, and we can even guess when and how. Yeah.
Yeah. Or even just a $10,000 candle, like something that gets us out of this neighborhood of 110K, Because 112 off 110 is not that impressive when you're up in the hundreds. Like, it's what is it? How much more percent is that? 2%? Something like that.
Yeah, Zuzi, that's what I
Yeah.
was saying. Like the price, it takes forever, man. Like whenever it makes a new all-time high, then it just consolidates for like long, like Rick is saying. Then you
Yeah.
and it's gonna go back
Grind.
and
It's
re
It's been
I'm gonna put my
accelerating
screen up
though.
real quick.
It's in an acceleration right now. The last the last correction lasted 3 months, not 6.
that's still long, man. 3 months. I guess that's how it is, right, Zuzi? It's not like a meme that's gonna go like any more like 100,000%.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Massive sneeze.
Yeah, Rick, but the old moves were much easier,
man.
in my opinion, too, to ride, you know? Like you're saying, it was like so easy, man.
Yes, exactly. I've got the index chart here on Bitcoin on my screen, and you can see time-wise, this really highlights how easy the bull run of 2020 into 2021 was. Like it was, what did we have to wait? Barely anything. Like the only waiting period that we sort of had to sit through was 2 weeks down here and then 1 week down here over here. Everything else was like easy street, like we just marched on up in that bull run. And then the 2017, like 16 into 17 was over here. This like after the second halving, basically. This is when the halving still had a huge impact on the price and on the market. But look at that. Like this thing just marched on up for like 2 years straight in a fairly like straight line. Like it stayed relatively calm and straight.
Which is what it's doing at the moment.
That was
That's the
kind
so
of
easy, man.
Yeah. I mean, if you take the difficulty of this one, if you technically start it from the lowest price of the bear market to, the all-time high, yes, it's treacherous. Like there's a lot of deviations and a lot of like waiting periods. Like this, if you call this a waiting period, this was painful. That's a
Yeah,
very
that
long
was a lot of
time.
pain right
That's-
there. Yep.
That's like a year almost, I think. July to July. And then yeah, there was some frustrating bits along the way, like there and there. When you get stuck in a flag, it's a bit
Hey,
annoying.
yo,
But
Rick,
compare
let me
it.
ask you something. Hey, Rick, 1 second.
Yep,
Go back to that after it made that big easy run up. Go back. Go back on the chart.
I will. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, go back. Yeah, Rick, see that one? How long was that consolidation after that peak? After that, yeah, that right
So
there, Rick.
this
Yeah,
one here,
yeah.
like about 12 months. Look, 2018 to
Wow.
2019, December
That
to
was like
December.
the bear market kind of, Rick. Was that
That
kind
was
of
the bear
like?
market.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right, go ahead, man.
that
Yeah,
is
go
the
ahead,
bear
go ahead.
market.
I just wanted to know how long
That's
that
all
one
right.
was.
This one, you know how there's that talk about Bitcoin peaking too soon before the halving, like coming up too quickly before the halving, and then you have to pay for it with a correction. We did that. Look over here. See how quickly Bitcoin wanted to start running back up again, and then we paid for it because it was too soon for the timing. This is the timing of the bull phase, right? If you peak too early, you have to pay for it because you have to go get back in touch with the average. Any deviation away from that average arc, you have to spend time coming back to it before you reach the timing of the high. So, like, I'll show you as an example on this. See how we relatively stayed along this nice arc in 2016-17? Like, there was no major
That advice
departures.
goes
See,
for
yeah.
trading as well as sex. If you peak too early,
Yeah,
you're gonna
if you
pay for it.
deviate, that's right. So if like look what would have happened if it came up here and double topped before the halving, we would have had to pay for it because the path of the bull like of the cycle is that yellow line, right? So you have to like go and get back in touch with it, and sometimes it's a grind, Same here, like if it deviated too early, you'd have to like, find a high and then return to the top. So that's why I think this bull market has been pretty frustrating because we've done so many like departures away from the timing. Like, look, we got an all-time high before the halving. That's never happened before. We paid for it with like 7 months of like chop and sideways to return to the the schedule basically. Yeah. What do you reckon? What do you think?
Still the same up move.
Yeah, it is. We're still in a, like, when you zoom out on the weekly like that, on, let's go
Since
linear
15K,
even. Yeah, it's just, let me hide all the drawings. Yeah, like we are still in a violent bull market. Like it's still very up. It's still very, but it's teasing this level. We've had how many weekly? Like this will be the third week. If we manage to close above 100 and, what is it, like 104K? That's 4 weeks spent closing candles above the old, like, weekly high. So that's cool. I'm gonna check, because remember, if you were looking at the oscillators on Bitcoin on the weekly time frame, there was a MACD cross up, and
yeah,
it's
it's
still
barely.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it barely
we haven't
crossed.
got
Right?
like, yeah, I mean, we got a nice cross up, and that's sort of reflected by the fact that we've done that. But
Yeah, but
yeah, I guess
it's
there's
just
like an expectation of like this big mountain of progress, but it really it could just become that, which is, you know, really, that would be terrible. That would be like, oh, what a shame, you know. But whoop. But look at the stochastic RSI on the weekly. That is a threat right there to upside progress. Like this looks like it wants to do like a cross down, but you don't want to like assume too much, like, because it could do, you know, that where it like waves along on the overbought, like this. Look at these periods that looked threatening, but then they hung. They like they stayed up in the oversold. I mean, overbought rather. Like, because Bitcoin just decided to consolidate rather than crash at that time. I don't
your
know, man.
stochastic that's at 1414. Could you put it to like, I don't know, 50-50 or 60-60?
Yeah,
Because the problem
that's
is
what it
it's been
does.
14 weeks in between, so it forgets what happened last.
60-60. I'll try.
Yeah. Okay, now
Sort of
notice
just
how it's
smooths it.
lower. Notice the
Yeah.
compared to two highs. You see, notice how it's lower.
Oh, it's
So
bearish
people are
divergence.
exactly
Yeah.
people are skimming bearish dimensions, but it also shows that the potential is still there to that we haven't reached overbought, because last time it was in overbought on 60-60 and like.
Yeah. You can, like, I can see the argument about the weekly stochastic, like, sorry, not even the stochastic, just the standard RSI. You've got
Yep.
that going on. We've got this really nasty downtrend of highs on the stochastic.
Hey, what's up?
And
Yeah, I'm good.
yo,
What's going on?
and meanwhile, price is marching on up, and we're getting like new highs, which is completely like it's completely opposite of what the oscillator is saying, which is
Yeah, but
which reminds me of this, because remember how we got a new all-time high here, but the oscillator was saying, hell no, it's not an all-time high, like we're getting lower highs here.
definitely.
So it's
It's the same thing.
confusing, isn't it?
The problem is it only looks at the last 14 candles with that
It
14
does, yeah.
setting. Now, if you go
Yep.
like, if you go 128, for example, on that, so 128 weeks, it's gonna look at like the last
It takes
2-3
it'll
years, right?
smooth it. Yeah.
Then you'll notice we're so low
128.
still on the weekly on the weekly RSI. Like, it's compared to what happened last cycles, we never got even close to those FOMO levels. But you see it there. You see on the left how high it went. Like,
Yeah. So from
that
what
sustained
this
FOMO hasn't happened.
yeah,
Because of the
what this
cool-off
tells
periods,
me,
right? When you go 6 months
what this
sideways.
tells me is that this bull market here, I mean, in totality, is relatively stronger than what we've
Yeah.
been doing lately, like in the last 3 years. Like it's
But
but perhaps that's because we haven't had the explosive upside, the last crescendo of the bull market yet. So that's kind of like maybe that's why it's like that.
and you see,
What do you
it found support at 50, that RSI. So
Yeah, it did. Yeah, there was like a
you know,
bump. Mhm.
like the bear market was
Yeah.
just coming back to the mean.
The Sam Bankman-Fried low of the market right there.
It was a sign of the bottom of the bear market. Bitcoin just can't go down. It has to find support at the 50 on huge time frame RSIs.
Don't you wish you could go back? I do. I wish I could go
Well,
back.
if you sell and you wanted to,
The problem is
if you see that weekly RSI below 50, it means that the last 2 years have been only sells. So
I'm
cycle is
angry.
broken.
I am angry at myself for how I let my mental state get in this area, in this region. You know, you only have yourself to blame for not taking action when you could have. Especially if I've got this much experience in crypto at that time, like all of this time, like I knew about cycles and all that, and I still fell into, I don't want to touch it too much. Like I'm scared. Like
Well, Rick,
we had
Rick,
3 big
Rick,
crashes in a row.
yeah, Rick. No, I've been through it too. But the problem
Yeah.
is with Bitcoin, right? Let's say it's at 100,000, Rick, right? Like 120. All right. The problem is you could wake
14.
up the next day and it drops 80%.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Yes.
the open profit you had, now you're starting all over again. So your instinct is to take profit. It's hard to just hold it.
Yeah, and like we like to say that, oh yeah, we're gonna accumulate. I'm gonna focus in the bear market and just accumulate and buy and buy. But it really does become less attractive to do so from a primal, like your monkey brain, like our human instinct of fear and greed. You get bored, and it's like the most boring thing to go park money in something that's not doing anything. So you have to like flip that. You have to be like, no, like I know that we bear market every 8 years. Like that's 8 years of time right there. I think something like
No,
that.
4.
4. Okay, what bear to bear is 4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
top
guess
to top
4.
is
Yeah,
4,
yeah,
bear to bear is 4.
yeah. Sorry,
Yo,
I haven't finished my coffee yet.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. So bear
Zuzi,
to bear.
22 to 23, Zuzi. That was like a long bear market too, right? 1 year. It was like all
Yeah,
sideways,
it's just
man,
1
right?
year.
Time
Yeah,
passes
from
quick.
here to here, that's about a year. Same as from here to here, that's like roughly the same timing. So it's not too bad, not too long to wait, but
Notice how the current drop is almost half a bear market. Like, I mean, we got half COVID. We just lived through half of COVID, and
yeah, let me get rid of all these.
when you draw that bear market without being on
you
that
mean this
scale,
tariff
yeah,
dump?
it's like
It was big.
it's half
It
of
was a big
it's half of the bear market actually. But that's because you're not on log. That's why it seems like it's half, but it's not half.
Yeah,
It's much smaller.
well, you are
It's
correct
optimal.
because from a linear or dollar perspective, we dropped pretty significantly. Like it's almost the size of a drop of our bear market. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but if you go
Just like-
logarithmic, notice that this drop is nothing.
It's different. Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
because you're
is
now
a
looking at
better-
performance
better-
instead
yeah,
of price.
Better representation. Yeah.
I need a clean Bitcoin chart. Let's see. I think my Bitstamp chart's really clean. Yeah, there we go. Naked chart. Yeah, linearly speaking, look how impressive I was doing this the other day. Our recovery off the tariff dump, like what we've just achieved this move up, right? That's taller than the entire bull market of 20. Like it's almost double the size of.
Yeah, but it's normal. It's because on linear. Yeah.
Because it's linear. It's a dollar value. Yeah. So it's very like that's a lot of money into the
But
market cap that has come in.
you know
But then
the move
logarithmically,
the move Bitcoin did from 15 to 150K is exactly the same as a move from $1 to $10. It's a 10x.
that's
up.
right. That's right. And then look how small it is when you go log. You know, it's like it's a little whisker, like it's a tiny little. You
Yeah.
take that to the bull market back here, it's like, oh yeah, that was like just one little upthrust of the bull, like how the bull market was made up of many of these in 2016, 17. Back when you got some really impressive performance out of Bitcoin in that bull run right there. Like that's a really good perform. That's like 10,000% from the bear to the peak of the bull. And then it just diminishes. It just gets smaller.
Yeah,
Just under
Rick.
2,000.
Rick, I'm looking at the weekly too, is it like
500.
you are? I'm looking at the higher
Hmm.
time frame, Rick, like you are. And if you look, there's a peak there, right, in January of 25. It peaked, right? Bitcoin went up. All right, 109K, right? Now it just
Yep.
broke it a little bit from there. Like with the dump, right, Zuzi, that we had for
Mhm.
what's it called, man?
Well,
Tariff pump.
it
The
only did
tariff
in
dump,
dollars. Be careful. Don't be that's a bit of false move, you know, because it only did it in dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Because your currency dropped 10% in between since
Right.
January.
Okay.
So just something to keep in mind.
Is that right? You lost 10%
Yeah.
of your purchasing power.
Yes.
Damn,
Yeah.
that's
Well, yeah, the whole market,
heavy.
everything went down, but then it went back up.
Not the dollar.
Well, no, the dollar, no.
Maybe it will, but for now, no. It's at support. So.
Oh, but Rick, the point I was making is the bursts up are fast, but then the sideways is the torture. You know, like the bursts that Bitcoin makes going up, let a quick, like weeks or days, but then the sideways is like the pain, man, until it goes up or whatever.
It seems to be accelerating though, the sideways, because we've had the longest sideways at the bottom of the bear, like that lasted a whole year. Then we saw like 8 months, I think, of sideways in 2024, and recently, you can't really call this sideways. We were in a range, but it broke it down, and so you've had some action, and it lasted only 2 months, right? Three months.
I think the only thing that has repeated with Bitcoin is direction. So let me just change this to like a red arrow. Direction and time of that direction. That's the only thing that you can really match up as being the same. Because look at this, and then you go here to here. It's just a directional similarity. It's not anything to do with, oh, you hit this here, you hit that there, and don't subdivide it. Don't complicate it any further than just direction and time. That's it. It's just
Did you just
direction and
predict
time.
250? Is that how we're going to 250?
Yeah, it's about 250.
220?
But
Nice.
yeah, I mean, it could be that. It could be, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but timing is the only thing that we can sort of say has been giving us similar results like the last couple.
Yeah, but there's only
and then this one, there is that one too.
There's only 3 examples.
I know, and that's the thing.
It's really not a lot.
Yeah, it's not reliable to have just this amount of data to say that it's gonna be like concrete. It's nice because it's all we've got to go with, right? We got nothing else to go off, so that's the best we can do for now. But
it fundamentally makes sense with the elections every 4 years, with the halving every 4 years. Like that, there's some good reasons why it does that.
Yep. But can you see how getting from A to B has been a different path each time, like dramatically? It's the style can't be. You can't expect the exact same pattern every time that you get from A to B. The direction's the same, but it's like how you get there is so different. Like this one was very volatile. This one was just a smooth arc all the way up. this one had a false start and then a really annoying dump and then another like double top. Like, so that's, look how different they all look. And then this one is like a stair. We're in like the big old staircase right now.
Yeah,
The idea is
look
to
at the-
sell B to buy A.
If I grab these over here so that you can see them, look how different they all look in price action. Like,
Yeah.
they're just all so different.
But Rick, look at the one we went to Rizzuzi. We went to 55, right? Bitcoin went to 55,000. Then it dropped. Then it broke 55 by like 10K. It went to like 68. Then it just dumped. It just
Yeah.
it crashed like 80%, man. And then the
Yeah.
whole thing went to 20K, and then from
I'll be right
20K
back, one sec.
now it shot up. You know, compared to traditional market, that's like insanity, you know?
Well, it depends on which chart you look at. Bitcoin is just one stock; it's not an index. I guess total would be a bit more stable, although that's not really the case. Maybe total
right,
market cap would be more comparable to like SPY or Nasdaq.
Yeah, an index of SPY, right? Yeah.
But if you look at the volatility in Tesla, I mean, it's sometimes it's higher than on Bitcoin. Tesla also
Yeah,
Tesla also it also dropped 75% during the bear market, like Bitcoin did, like same percentage down almost. Well, okay, maybe Bitcoin dropped a bit more, but roughly it's pretty close. No, actually, it's the same. Yeah, no, it's the same percentage down. Yeah, exactly. 75% down on Tesla during the bear market, and Bitcoin also did 75%. No, this bear market, or did it do 80? I forgot. There's a big difference between 75 and 80. But I'll check. But
When
so
was
the,
Tesla?
it's like a stock.
Zuzi, when
look
was
at
the
it
Tesla bear market? What year?
same time as Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, but which one? Which year you're looking at on the? I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to look on the chart. My chart only goes back to 2020 on Tesla on the weekly.
Oh, it's when Elon sold. Well, I mean, the narrative was that Elon was selling to buy Twitter, but everything was Actually, no, it went down before everything else.
2022.
23.
2022. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, it found support at 100, right? It divided by 4 its price. So, and then you can look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA also is pretty volatile sometimes, even though it's like a huge cap. October 2022, NVIDIA is at 10. It's dropping from 35 to 10. So it didn't drop as much as Bitcoin, but I mean, you're looking at like 67%, 68% downside. So it looks crazy, but it's the same. It's roughly the same. Well, maybe it's a bit more volatile, but I'm not even sure.
Yeah, the volatility on that is crazy too. You're right, Zuzi. Yeah, Tesla's pretty.
And then if you start
pretty
looking
crazy.
at like penny stocks or stuff like that, then they're even more volatile than Bitcoin. Yeah.
But if
penny
you
stocks
look
is
at a
small
SPY,
caps.
yeah. But Zuzi, if you look, tell me if I'm right or wrong. If you look at a SPY chart, it looks a lot more stable, don't it? Like going back long term, like it's more just like up and to the right, man. You know?
Well, it just dropped 20%, right? And
That's
Yeah,
because the reason for that is because every quarter they take out it's an index of 500 different stocks, the top 500 companies in the USA. Like every quarter they take out the ones that are performing the worst and they add new ones that are performing better.
Right. Yep. Okay. So that contributes to that.
It's not the same 500 stocks every quarter. Sometimes they take some out, sometimes they put new ones in.
Gotcha.
And they're only the ones that they add are only the best performing ones.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it has to be performing better than the least performing stock of the 500.
Okay.
Bitcoin used to be a 3x on SPY, or it's like it was a bit like 3x leverage on SPY trading Bitcoin. It's not the case anymore. It's less now. It's more like a 2x leverage, even probably less. And we see it in the current just comparing the drops both of them had here. SPY dropped 20%, Bitcoin dropped 30%. So it didn't it acted as a 2x. Yeah. And same for on the upside, we did better. Yeah, we did better. No, you're right. Overall, it's more volatile than SPY, of course. It's like a 2x leverage on SPY. Maybe 3x, 3x.
Yeah, yep.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
You know which one is volatile? Hey, Rick, you know which one is volatile, Zuzi? The TQQQ. There's one called TQQQ. You
What's
ever heard of
that?
that one, Zuzi? Yeah, it's like
No.
leveraged QQQ NASDAQ. That one is like Bitcoin. Like it could dump. If the NASDAQ dumps like 20% or 30%, the TQQQ can dump like 70%. That type of thing, Zuzi? Like it's more, the moves are more
ProShares Ultra
powerful.
Pro
Yeah,
QQQ.
check that one. Yeah.
There's also an inverse one called the SQQQ, which is a 3x short inverse leverage ETF
Yep.
on the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
they have a
basically,
short one too. Yeah.
if the TQQQ goes down like 30%, then the SQQQ is going to be up 30%.
Wow. Okay. And if the Nasdaq drops 30%, those drop more, right?
Yes, but here's the thing: is that they get they sort of reestablish when they get too far away from each other. One of them does a reverse split, and the other one does a forward split.
Oh,
So
wow. Yeah.
they never really fully go down that much. Like you can on your investment because of like the expense ratio and like decay, like time decay. You can be
Yeah.
down as much as 75, 80, 90%. But the thing is, like,
Yeah.
you won't be down 100% because like in order for a ETF like that to completely collapse, it would have to like the Nasdaq itself would have to drop 30% in a single day, which like really, like, historically speaking, hasn't ever happened. So
Wow.
I mean, like, it would have to drop 30% in a single day. Even 3% is a huge move for a single day. You know what I mean? Like 1% is a big move on something like the Nasdaq. So it's not realistic to think that there's going to be a 30% crash within a single day, but that's what it would take for that ETF like that to collapse completely. So you won't ever be down 100%, but with the expense ratio, yeah, you could be down 75, 85, 90%, like that's in some extreme cases.
Yeah, you gotta have the stomach for that. Wow.
But it does split, like when they get too far away from each other, one of them does a reverse split and the other one does a forward split, so it balances it out. They balance each other out when they get too far away from each other.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Wow. But that 30% drop, if it ever did happen, would basically could kill the ETF, right?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I'm sure that they would figure out that there would be circuit breakers in the market like way before that ever happened. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you remember on the oil ETF? Do you remember USO? Remember when oil dropped minus 40 per barrel? Do you remember that? I think that USO blew up. It didn't work anymore. Like,
they got a ton of oil for free. I remember there was two instances. One, we got a ton of oil for free from another country like France or something, and then at some point they had too much oil, and they couldn't. There wasn't enough demand for it at the time, so they had way too much supply, not enough demand, and they couldn't store it. They had no place to store it, so they actually had to pay to be able to store the oil, and
right.
that was an extra expense. So not only were they not making any money, but they were actually losing money because they had to pay to store the oil. So that's why oil went down that far. But it was only for a short period of time. It went like negative at one point.
Yeah,
But
negative 40, yeah.
it wasn't long. it wasn't a long time. You know what I mean? As soon as
Right. Then it went back up.
demand
But
for big
that
sell.
USO stopped. I mean, it stopped working. I was trying to get contracts to go long on USO when it was like -40,
Yeah, they
and
probably all.
they
I'm sure.
halted the whole thing, man. I saw it blow up like right there.
But I mean, look, you can buy it again now. You know, now
Yeah,
it's
it's
up.
back now. Yeah, yep.
Just in extreme cases like that, there are circuit breakers and stuff. So it's not really too much to worry about. That's why the regulation exists in those type of markets. There is no circuit breaker for crypto. That's why everyone's like, "Oh, I can't get in this because it's not regulated." You know what I mean? That's why it's so
Yeah, it's
volatile.
not. It's not. You know what? It's not. It's not regulated. The SEC can't regulate it, and I just saw on the news now, and the CFTC doesn't know what it is either, so they don't have rules in place to regulate it.
Yeah, it's a tough cookie to crack, but I'm sure something will be figured out at some point. But I gotta go real quick because I gotta make a call. But I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, man. Good talking. Yep.
You too.
Oh, hey, Rick Zuzi, you guys still there?
Yeah,
No,
I'm still here, man.
Oh, yo, you always want to laugh real quick? If you could put the weekly chart of Bitcoin on, I'm just joking around. I'm just messing around. Look at the weekly, right? If you put a MACD or something there, it's probably like a bearish, what's it called? Bearish divergence. The one high and the other high, right? High. Probably the indicator's like negative, going down.
Oh, yeah.
don't even look at CVD.
I just turned my computer off for the first time in like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, good.
The
Yeah,
uptime.
got
Just
it.
give it a nice refresh. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I've got an electrician over. He's gonna be turning the power off. He's putting a new kitchen in, so all the appliances are getting hooked up and all that. So
Yeah.
there's gonna be a
Yeah,
power cut anyway. So I'm
Yeah,
on
I
my
had to
phone.
reboot everything as well because it was like all slow. I had to restart everything, internet, computer.
Oh yeah, everything. Yep, everything does get choked up over time. Like the RAM gets tired or something. I don't know. You need to clear the cache, whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
in the
Yep.
browser.
Hey, Zuzi, on the CVD, there's a divergence on the weekly chart, the CVD.
About the buys happened at 15K, 20K in amount of Bitcoin. Since then,
All right.
there's really nothing happening
Okay.
in volume of Bitcoin. It's red. It's even red. It's literally red.
So funny, man.
Nope.
Zusi, what is the chart you posted?
It's an indicator. CVD.
Oh, okay. The buying and selling volume. Does it look kind of even, or?
That volume is in Bitcoin, so that's why it's so big at the bottom of the bear market. You know, that's where the most volume of Bitcoin got exchanged. Then we had a spike when it went to 48K. That was big volume too. But yeah, when you measure volume in Bitcoin, of course, when the price is lower, more Bitcoin are being exchanged, right?
Things are moving very slow now.
What, range bound?
Did EOS change the name like to Volta? Velta? I think EOS changed the name.
Sound like a damn table saw in the background, man. Yo, what's the picture? Oh, Zeusy, what's that last photo you posted in the like Discord chat thing on the live here?
It's CVD indicator on Binance.
Say that again. CVD.
Yeah.
What does that stand
Cumul-
for? I'll look it up. I just
Cumulative
asking.
cumulative volume delta. It's a difference between people pressing buy and sell, and when that thing is green, it means more people are marketing buys, and you end up with more buys than sells. And when that thing is red, it means more people are selling.
Cool, man.
But they're being
Appreciate it.
absorbed potentially.
Whenever I look at it, I mean, I didn't know what it was. I've never seen it, so
Is it
never
green?
Huh?
Is it green?
No, but basically, when you see that thing very red, you want to buy, and when you see it very green, you want to sell. It's like
the thing that I notice is that it like it's really tight right now.
Yeah,
That's
there's
all.
as many buyers as sellers. It's pretty even, That's why we see funding rates oscillate negative, positive. Like, it's pretty even.
Well, still in this sluggish long. My God.
What are you longing?
Yeah, I'm long now. As of
On what, Doge?
No, Bitcoin.
Oh, okay.
But I
Sorry.
was in several shorts for the last few days.
I got you.
I just got done getting paid on them. It just flipped temporarily.
Are you like spot bagging the long? I'm guessing that it's
No.
leverage.
No, it's leverage. This
Okay.
is just side. This is side plays.
Yeah.
I'm mainly just accumulating my spot position.
I got you.
But it's high leverage though, so if I try to take like $30 and turn it into like 400 or 500.
For sure, though. Yeah, it looks like the 5's crossing the 50 on the 5 right here.
Good. Get it up there. Up $30 already. 135% up.
What's your leverage set at?
400.
Do you do that with a cross account?
Yes.
I got you.
Usually around a $300 to $400 cross in the cross.
That's not a. I mean, if you've got bags in a cross account and you're doing high leverage, thinking that you're not going to get licked, then really I never thought about it. I mainly stick to isolated, but that's not a bad idea.
No, because an isolated is good for low leverage.
Right? Yeah.
Why would I bother doing isolated with high leverage? It's like just suicidal.
So one thing that I've kind of done recently, I'm not saying that there's not a better way to go about it, and everybody's got their own whatever. I just had never done this before, but I would take like, I don't even remember what it was, but let's just call it like 10, 20 bucks at like 100 or 150 times leverage. Basically, what's up?
On isolated?
Yeah, on isolated, correct.
Ooh, that's extremely risky.
Well, so here's the deal, right? It's that I've only done it a couple, 3 times. It's worked each time, but the only time that I did it was whenever everything was just like lined up, and let's just say we were on a 3-day down or something, and I'm just like, this has got to turn around now. But as soon as it gets like $100 or $200 away from my entry, I deleverage the crap out of it, and then it reduces my liquidation. It takes money out of my futures account and just automatically adds it in as margin. Anyway, I'm just saying that I deleverage the $10 or $20 high leverage play if it hits. That way it's like, okay, I got in, deleveraged, everything worked. Which I know that I could just go into it with higher bags at lower leverage.
You're just clicking the leverage button and changing it, or you're selling some of the position?
No. I'm just clicking
Which
leverage.
one? Oh, I don't like that.
Well, I'm reducing my leverage.
Yeah, but it changes your play. And then
Correct.
you stop making money. You stop making money, and it's like you're doing
No.
nothing after that.
So you still make, so your percentage is different, but the dollars don't change.
I don't like that because I want it. I want it all.
Well, but here's the deal, right? If I do that and it flips, then it's not like it's going to be a quick wick to liquidate me. Now it's like I have a second to get my bearings straight, kind of thing.
That's fine. Makes you feel better. It could work.
I've only done it a couple, 3 times. It just was the fact that it actually worked each time. But
I've tried that before, and it pissed me off because after I did it, and then I won the play anyway, and I was like, "Where's my money at?" I made so little.
Yeah, I was doing it high leverage, low dollars.
What I would rather do in that position is just sell some of the position.
Right.
Then let it ride.
I think actually what it was, to be fair, it's like I said, the only time I did it, the only couple, 3 times I did it, it worked because we had basically been on like a 3-day down. So then it was just like, okay, let me deleverage this Bitcoin position to say like 20 times or 15 times. That way I'm still getting my bag in, but I was able to get it in. I don't know. It just worked. I mean,
yeah, but you're just doing what you could have already done from the start. You're gonna have less margin, and you're gonna have a lower leverage.
Something about it just like feels less risky. I don't know. It's like
you could have just came in from the start with a 20x.
Right. No, for sure. But my problem is that if I come in with a 20x, whenever it goes down, I'm gonna like hold it too long. Generally speaking, but like
you gotta be anal about it. You gotta like set it as soon as you get into profit.
Stop loss
at your entry.
For sure.
They get you out.
Solution for that. Do you know the solution? Just check the percentage on how much you gain out of. So if you see yourself making 300%, then that's more than enough actually, because planet can make some amounts. So just be okay with the profits. Take it.
You cut in and out. You cut in and out, boss. Couldn't hear what you said.
Now you hear me better?
Yeah, we could hear you. It just like kind of cut out at those key moments, I think.
I'm changing the mic when.
Okay, it just cut out right whenever you said Mike.
Yeah, you're just a little choppy, brother. A little in and out action.
I'm about that in and out action, cuz. Never.
Okay.
Someone wants to know if you're gonna play with him with the card game.
Turn my mic off.
Is it better now?
Here, go for it.
So now better or still cutting?
I hadn't noticed it cut out yet. I'll let you know if it does.
Yeah. Okay. So the point is when my strategy. This is apparently
You're still cutting in and out. Actually, I think it just got worse.
there is something wrong with the microphone. Yeah, I'll fix it. I'll get back to you. Remember what?
Yeah, it sounds like there's just a short in the wire.
No, I don't know what's wrong. Actually, it was welted, but
You're still cutting in and out. Do you have a wired mic?
yes.
Yeah. You got to shorten the cable somewhere. No doubt.
Okay, I'll see one. Okay, let me change something. Maybe it will. How's it now? Still
I'll let you know if I can hear you. I'll let you know if I can.
I know. I think it works now.
You just kind of cut in and out.
Ah, okay. So it's from Discord actually because it was working well on.
You gotta. There's a short in that cable. I can just hear it.
No. Let's test.
I know I can't see it, but I'm just telling you. I just been doing this a while. Of course, it's your mic. I don't know, but
Yeah, we'll get it fixed. No worries. We'll
I believe in you.
I commend the patience. I would have been like, oh, forget it.
Yeah. He was like determined. I was like, okay, I'm gonna support him through this.
Thank you.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you. Because crypto don't sleep.
I don't sleep, and neither do I.
What was that?
Someone said crypto don't sleep. I said crypto don't sleep, and neither do I.
Oh hell yeah! I only
Just
sleep.
don't stand by.
I only sleep when I pass out. Oh yeah. which I don't recommend.
Just be awake with my eyes closed.
Yo, shots fired at China again.
Uh-oh. What kind of shots?
Marco Rubio just tweeted the U.S. will be revoking visas of Chinese students, including those with connections to Chinese communist parties or studying in critical fields. So I don't know what China's going to respond is going to be, but
Guys, what's up with NASDAQ? It's flying.
I couldn't hear. I could barely hear whoever just said
NASDAQ
something.
is flying, he said.
Oh yeah. NASDAQ is pumping. Nvidia keeps pumping.
More like NASDAQ. Oh, yeah. What's volatility doing? That's probably my favorite thing to look at is VIX.
What is the VIX going? I never really look at the VIX. Does it go after hours?
Not really. I don't know what hours it does go and it doesn't. I know that it is off at certain points. I mean, well,
Push Bitcoin, push! I can never push people. Yeah, man, that's great. Everything's actually popping really hard right now.
So what's the news about China?
I mean, the biggest thing, Nvidia had strong earnings, but everything's continuing to pump. Yo, everything's getting a little aggressive on this pump. The S&P minis is approaching 6K. Apple just had a huge candle up. I don't know what's happening after hours earnings.
Support is holding. That's all what's happening. We got front run by like $200. I mean, I got front run.
You know what's crazy? That $200 would have liquidated that James Wynn guy, which is what's crazy. His liquidation was like 106.5, I think. I think we got to like 106.7.
It'll come back down.
Might have been it. So see, last chance to get Bitcoin sub 110.
No, it's not to buy.
hey, I'd take profit.
I wanted to sell, not to buy.
Oh, you want to sell?
Yes.
Wait, why'd you want to sell down there?
because I know that I can get into a long when I sell down there. When I have a bullish ABC to long, I know that I can enter a long. Like, it's another way of doing it. How to put it? It's not. It sounds stupid, but trust me, it's not. It's good. It's pretty good actually. It's the
Is it that
compromise.
you're sacrificing whatever potential gain for that
But
ABC?
But it's because that trade has the potential to make what just unrealized lost, I guess. Also because no, it's just because I know what to do. I have a setup to play. I posted it in the TA chat, not TA here. You know, like the idea was that if we break support, I'll TP and I'll just re-enter with more margin potentially.
I think we got more
Increasing
up to
risk,
go.
right?
But is another way to word that to like having a better entry of some sort?
No, but there's no need of having the entry down at 76 still, right? So I could like, I don't know, I want to add to it a bit.
Yeah, we got more up to go, brother.
And the best way to do it for me is to do it when price actually gives me a downward ABC.
Oh wait,
and
sorry.
it's
This is
still-
the breaking news. This is a federal court has blocked Trump's international tariffs, ruling against Trump's tariffs. That's why all stock markets are ripping right now. Or one of the reasons.
Well, he's gonna fight it too, no?
What does it say what international court it was?
No, just
Well,
watching Bloomberg.
it's the
Yen
I know
falls
it's
as U.S. No, it's a U.S. court. U.S. court blocks Trump's global tariffs. It was a U.S. court.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would have to be.
No, it could be
It
the
was
World
by
Trade
the-
Organization, right?
It was by the U.S. Trade Court. Yeah, it was the U.S. Trade Court.
It could be the World Trade Organization, which did say that it was.
Well, I mean, that'd be one thing. I just meant as far as a specific country.
Did you
But
guys
fair
hear
enough.
about? Did you guys hear about the anonymous hack the other day? Supporting that one. So they hacked they hacked Global X, which is the airline that they're using to deport all of these folks down to South America. And they like hacked the web page and basically sided with the judge who said that that was illegal to do. So this seems like there's a cascading effect of folks sort of resisting and going against Trump, which is interesting.
Dude, look at Apple after hours right now. It is a straight line up.
Probably because Apple is made everywhere except for the US. Got to keep those cheap labor prices, you know what I mean? Got to keep that. You got to keep that free labor. Got to keep it. Otherwise, I mean, how would we afford an iPhone without free labor? I mean, honestly.
Dude, I'm just watching Trump's page right now. See the tweet. He's gonna be so mad.
This is bearish news, though. No, it means Trump isn't able to do his politics, and well, no, is it really good news?
I mean,
know.
for
They
for
said that you
financial
can-
institutions, yeah, because like that's blocking the tariffs doesn't really have too much of an effect on what he's supposed to do for crypto and like how these businesses are going to run. It just improves their access to the hardware that they need to develop and produce whatever they're producing.
No,
But
but you know,
is
the
it-
American dream of working in factories to manufacture iPhones and all like that's
Yeah, but
out of the table now, no?
No, because that like it's not like it doesn't mean he's not just gonna go to war with Greenland. You know what I mean? Or whoever to acquire resources needed. It means he's losing negotiating power for a time, and that means that we have more time where, or at least
No.
a window of time where all these businesses can purchase whatever they need from China.
Yeah, but
You
he
know,
wants to bring manufacturing back by putting taxes on imports. But if he can't put his taxes, how is he going to bring manufacturing back? But these companies don't want to manufacture in America anyway, whether it's Apple or
well, I mean,
Nvidia.
well, technically he can close the border. Period.
Tariffs and taxes aren't the same thing. You know?
It says the details on the block. It says federal court has ruled that President Trump lacks authority under economic emergency laws to impose broad global tariffs.
Well,
Yeah, right, because it relates to commerce, like economic commerce. But he can close the border. He can prevent these ships from coming in. And I'm sure he's sitting there with his twiddling his thumbs saying, "Try me."
I bought an aluminium computer case from America, and I paid import duty tax. It's what's written on the receipt. It's written import duty tax. It's a tariff.
Should I buy Apple here? After Apple's just going straight up, man. Let's get
You know,
Apple.
it's funny that Apple's going straight up because it says that the case was brought to them on behalf of 5 small U.S. businesses. It's not small U.S. businesses that it hurts. It's actually small U.S. businesses that it helps. I mean, this whole narrative is just mind-boggling.
That news could be fake, no?
Well, I mean,
the court ruling fake?
No, the court is not fake, but the news could be, no?
well,
Yeah,
right, but that's kind of what I'm saying with the whole 5 small businesses. This was brought on behalf of 5 small businesses. I mean, like that's sure that might actually be the case, but like let's be honest, that's just BS as BS gets.
If those 5 small businesses are involved in manufacturing small items at a small scale out of Chinese parts, then yeah, it could be brought on behalf of 5 small businesses. I just think like that's
like Apple.
Yeah, Apple's gonna gain a ton, right?
Exactly.
But I'm sure that there are small businesses because like you got to think there's like all these.
Of course
like,
there are,
all
but
these
that's not where the
Amazon
money.
companies that they're building parts or whatever, or putting together Chinese parts to make these phone cases that they're selling at a U.S. premium, right? And they're saying made in America because it was made in America, but the parts were not sourced from here.
Right,
So it's
but
like,
look at
these
how
are the
much
people that
Apple
hurt the
just
most.
went up. If the money that just went into Apple went to U.S. small businesses, then U.S. small businesses wouldn't have a problem at all.
Well, I don't know. I would say like if
I do. I mean,
I would say that's not true because small businesses, like if they are producers, right? Sure. But like even so, if the money that went into Apple went into small businesses, like we wouldn't be in the reality that we're in today. Like everybody just puts their money in Apple because they're the big name.
That's
So it's
correct
like,
because we've been taken advantage of for years.
oh yeah, I totally agree with that. 100%. Absolutely.
Right.
And like, and Apple, sells itself as like this, I don't know,
Communist company, free labor.
yeah, but really like yeah, it's free labor. Well, it sells itself as this like posh, like, oh, like it's the nice new thing, like you gotta have it, like this, like it's sort of it's very heavily marketed to liberals in cities, I'll tell you that. And it's like also, but it comes with these things that are like it's all produced in Chinese factories, like
Right. If they were as quote unquote liberal as they say they are, as people want to think they are, then they wouldn't be the main the primary company basically that takes advantage of this free labor.
Right. Well, that's like Amazon. Like
It's
Jeff
a
Bezos.
human rights thing.
Jeff Bezos was liberal until it became no longer beneficial, and now he's a libertarian because it's all about his money. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but it's always, always, always about the money. It's just, have they realized it yet?
Or
And
are
of
they
course, and
selling it
nobody had
as
ever,
heavily? You know what I
no
mean?
one,
Like, and yeah.
yeah, because no one had ever put the tariffs in place in the first place. They just let us get run over. And guess what? Whenever everything's going good for you and it's not for everybody else, and I don't literally mean you, obviously. I mean, like Jeff
No,
Bezos. Jeff Bezos doesn't care as long as he's sitting on stacks of cash. And I mean, I don't
Right.
know him personally. That's not an attack on him. I'm just saying in general. Bogus.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we watched the way all these tech companies that like sold this left narrative for a long time bowed down to Trump when he entered. You know what I mean? It's they're just all in it for themselves at the end of the day.
That's right. And they don't give a damn about any of us or the
No,
people in the countries that are doing it for
110%.
free. That's
If
right.
you believe that, that's like believing like that politicians actually care about you. You know what I mean?
The biggest example is Zuckerberg from Facebook.
Oh, dude, Zuckerberg, but we always knew Zucked, right? He's the worst. Like, and like he like yeah when he flipped the way he flipped to his censorship, he was like, oh, I'm gonna censor them, and then now he's like, yeah, I think free speech is really important, and it's like you don't.
Yeah, but they were also given directives by the FBI or CIA or whatever.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Let's not forget about that. Let's not forget about the government. I mean, that's why the Constitution exists. That's why the Bill of Rights exists. That's why the Second Amendment exists, because of tyranny.
Yes.
Tyranny.
Yes, although I'm gonna be 100% honest here, a lot of what Trump is doing is not constitutional. Is it good for the country? Possibly, yeah.
Like what? I'm just asking.
So like not giving court cases to any of the people that he deported, not even listing their names. I'm not saying that like there's a
Did everyone just go silent? Was that just me?
What's going on, yo? Nah, that moved them down to political debate so that they could have their little back and forth.
Thank you, bro.
What's going on, yo?
And I'm like, now I'm looking. Bitcoin's moving a little bit.
Yeah, Legacy went crazy.
You hear this news?
Yeah.
This court's talking.
Yeah. I was just catching up on some of the Bitcoin conference shit. Expect a lot of tough talk coming from the president here soon. This is not going to be a little shaky for markets.
Yes, I'm honing on his Twitter, right? Not his Twitter, his True Social.
Yeah.
Waiting for that tweet.
I hope he doesn't sack the judges now. No, he's gonna threaten them, or what's gonna happen next?
Just a bunch of threats.
Maybe he'll just do nothing.
No, but he did arrest one of the judges recently. There was some judge that got arrested in some area in the U.S. I'm not aware.
What's the speculation here? That this is bullish?
Yeah, it means that Legacy would have to be dramatically repriced to
I
a
kind of
cycle with
started the
no
political
tariffs.
thingy by saying I'm worried because now we end up with a president that cannot do what he said he was going to do, right?
No, political discussion is fine, but once you start growling, once you're growling, you're a little bit,
No, but like for me, it's a bit like France. France right now is stuck. Macron cannot do anything because he doesn't have power on the.
Because he just got the face.
Remember when we had that discussion with the three powers in America? You have the judge power. Well, it's a bit what's happening in the end, right? Like Trump is trying to do stuff, but
checks and balances.
is preventing him from putting that politic in place. Isn't that like bearish?
I
Long
mean,
term,
but it's expected.
Oh, it's okay. Like he was expecting this too.
Well, it's expected him to react the way he's going to. They've been trying to push against all of his shit. It just went through on one of the courts. It's interesting that it's an American court because we ignore international courts. We don't really care what the international court has to say. It should be interesting to see how this pans out.
But the World Trade Organization did warn, or I don't know what they said, but they were like not happy about this stuff here.
Yeah.
There was some communique or. But yeah, it breaks rules.
And the other thing is, it's markets have already like sort of priced it as the event itself, like the tariff as bearish. So if there's a reversal on it, even the chances it would be bullish.
But we
Which
already
is- that's why-
reversed because he already backed off.
Yeah. I don't know what the details of this reversal is, like what they're saying blocking. I don't know if it's like a complete block or what it is. But
Would this affect the bonds market because with less income from tariffs? Would that?
It'll
would that
affect
make
the
Dixie
need
go
for
back
people
up?
to run into bonds. We'll see. We gotta let this cook out, guys.
It could pump the dollar again, no?
the yen had a big move off of the news.
Well, for me, it doesn't change anything on my positions, but I mean, not yet, unless we put a lower
The dollar
low.
didn't. The dollar barely moved, but the yen had a big move.
Then euro took the difference.
Dixie and the bonds are up a little, not a lot.
Bonds up, yields down, good for ETH. Fear, uncertainty, good for Bitcoin.
Yes, speak of the devil, ETH is moving, Dbloc.
Yeah.
A little. I'm on a 5 minute, but
Yeah, I'm on the 5 second and it's pumping.
I feel like a DJ on the 5 minute. The 5 second would be like, forget it.
Well, talking about ABCs, that Nasdaq, SPY, they just did one right by putting a higher high. Oh, UTP didn't occur.
Maybe this James Wynn guy that keeps longing, he's in on this court, man. I knew this.
He's sitting on the court. We're gonna find out it's the judge, and that's why he didn't move his position.
The judge himself.
That would be crazy.
The market maker needs those longs to continue the short squeeze, no?
Yeah, this is gonna bounce off and use loading, but it's also going to retract off of reaction. There's gonna be a lot of back and forth, and there's gonna be a lot of whipsaw action, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, I could smell that coming.
Trump is not gonna take this lightly.
Yo, yen is moving pretty fast right now.
Dixie's dropping. I'll take it. Be right back.
You know, I had some Apple calls that I've been sitting on all week underwater. I wonder if I'll hopefully break even on them tomorrow.
Hey, GameStop has purchased 4,710 Bitcoin, worth nearly 512 mil. According to their announcement, 1.5 billion potentially established a Bitcoin reserve. How is GameStop looking? I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, I heard about that on the Bitcoin conference.
Meme stocks are now buying Bitcoin to become serious? Oh boy.
No, GameStop It's a storefront.
Oh, they call it a meme stock, but that's whatever.
Not a meme, basically. Yeah, it should have been out of business way back, but they're surviving.
I think that's what Zuzi meant.
Well, it is in the meme category, no? Like,
RBNZ Hawks. I mean, if you tell some people that, they'll like rip you apart. So it's like a blue chip for them.
yeah, it's a good stock, but it's in the meme category.
All of the GameStop storefronts have closed near me. I can't find.
Really?
I can't. Yeah, and I'm in a pretty decent part of LA area.
Oh, you're West Coast. Okay, yeah, East Coast. They're still everywhere. I haven't seen any close down yet. I
They,
got
they,
like 4 local around me.
I mean, we have a lot of plaza outdoor sort of malls, so they were very overextended. You know, you could go one town over or one city over, just 15 to 20-minute drive from each location. So they just, I think they must have consolidated, but I'm not exactly sure where my closest one is anymore.
Oh wow, yeah. No, I have like 2 in the same town, 3 in the next town over. It's very overpopulated over here. Yeah, I mean, good for them if they, they're surviving. They know what they need to do.
And I was wondering why Roy and Kitty unfollowed Ryan Cohen. Did anybody ever figure that out?
Why what?
Roy and Kitty unfollowed Ryan Cohen.
Oh, no, I didn't hear anything about that.
I haven't cared about Ryan Kitty since he shitted on everybody the last time he came back. Who that guy?
Maybe he didn't approve of them buying Bitcoin.
NQ and ES are retracing, and US 500 is pumping.
What's retracing? You said the NQ.
ES and NQ. Pulling back a little bit here.
ES is US 500.
Dbloc, what time frame are you looking at those on the
5 minute.
the NQ and 5 minute? Is 5 minute 1 minute?
Could have been the 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to just stay on the 5.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
We need the US 2000 to pump. I don't know what that
Is the Russell still down, Zuzi? The Russell? Is that still
Yeah, it's in a bear market. It's trying to exit.
that never goes up, man.
The Russell is like our altcoins, man. It'll have pops. People will buy. People FOMO in, and then just sells off.
You need QE. You need QE for the Russell.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, Apple being up over 3% after hours, that's a pretty big move. It's a pretty big move.
You have calls. You have calls. Sorry, you have calls on Apple.
Yeah, I've been underwater on some calls on Apple all week, and I was like, they expire on Friday.
Just real quick, how far out are they?
Friday,
they expire Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Right.
Maybe, hopefully they pop for a little bit and get some money out of them tomorrow. This doesn't just pull right back though.
$167. That's what missed there. I'm stubborn enough to watch this pump to 130K now.
You think it might do it, Susie? What do you think? Your intuition. What is your just a probability? You think it could do it?
It's what we've been doing, right? So if it continues the current trend, and you do for a fourth time the same thing, that's what's likely to happen. Yeah.
You don't think it'll just go sideways for a long time again? That's
well, it's what it does, but it does it just 10 days basically.
Yeah.
You know, look, if you just look at what happened since 74, we pumped.
Talking about
12%,
Bitcoin?
we went, yeah, Bitcoin. No,
Guys, if
Bitcoin
Bitcoin if Bitcoin didn't dump with the tariffs, why would it pump with the removal of them? Aside from the effect that
we went
legacy
to
has,
74 with the tariffs. We did dump too. No.
that was not all tariffs.
Yeah, we were already down, but it did do the lowest point at the same time as the
The
fear
markets
of
sold off.
tariffs
Basically, the
on
markets
the
sold.
markets. But yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not gonna pump because of this news, but it's already pumping. It's just not gonna dump because there's no bearish news, I guess. So.
Yeah, no, that's pretty bullish coming from users. Usually, you're more like more grounded. I never heard you say it could pump that much.
Really? I'm always bullish.
No, from my convo with you, like I know you're bullish, but you're more like, oh, you're not mooning. Like the price is not gonna just moon,
No, so the moon 130 is just 15% away. Like.
Yeah.
You said Apple just pumped 3%. Bitcoin is up 1%. Proof.
Yeah, but Apple's been down pretty. Apple's been pretty beat up though.
Bitcoin also went. Oh, you mean like recently?
Yeah, ever since last Friday when Trump made that, he directly went after Apple, saying that they can't even produce phones in India. So Apple really hasn't. That's why I got calls, because I was like, "Hell, bounce," but it has yet to bounce. So it's finally getting a relief bounce from that.
This is so weird
So yeah,
watching
you had 4
ES.
times.
Watching ES and US 500 trade counter is really weird to watch.
10% pump, 10 days sideways, 10% pump, 10 days sideways, 10% pump, 10 days sideways, 10% pump, 6 days sideways. That's where we are.
We already posted the news, right? There's only one news to post. Not like it's a windfall of news coming in.
Did the guy get hacked, or is it like it's
Yeah,
just social media
if
news?
you guys want to read it, straight from the court ruling, it's here.
Okay, it's official. Well, I'm happy for you. Honestly, I'm really happy for you, because those iPhones getting more expensive wouldn't have been fun.
Man, I got a phone. Good.
Yeah, but you know how Apple forces you to buy a new one every like 6,
Yeah,
7
yeah,
years.
yeah.
So yeah.
Apple.
This also means less inflation.
Yeah, I wonder what tomorrow's going to look like, man. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, Trump's definitely going to pop off, but like, does he have any power? I mean, I guess obviously he has power, but like, if this court
They have to fight it in
blocks
court. They'd have to fight it in a
Is
higher
gonna feel
court.
it?
Yeah, they'd have to send it to they'd have to send it to a higher court.
So for sure, what we know is that this definitely pushes things out for sure.
Eventually, it will end up in the Supreme Court where he's got it stacked. Let's be real.
But like timing wise, that could take like
It
6
could
months to a
extend.
year.
Yeah. It could extend some shit. We'll see. We'll see what's up with the time. Remember, we only have 5 months, 6 months to care about here. So it's definitely going to cost him some time.
Pavel was saying he didn't want to cut because he was worried of inflationary pressures and he didn't know what the effect of tariffs would be, and he was worried with,
He was right.
unemployment and inflation. So now, if tariffs are already cancelled, maybe that worry is lifted, and well, then I guess it's one uncertainty less.
Dude, I'm telling you, Powell's gonna cut when he sees jobs numbers in the next couple months. The jobs numbers are gonna come in really bad, 100%.
Just be really careful pricing anything in here.
Could it even create deflation and then Powell cut rates way too late and we go into a crash because of that? Would be a extreme scenario. Because yeah, in the end, if there are no tariffs, or if they get postponed 6 months, he might end up being late to cut, and cutting too late is bad for the economy too, from what I understand. Because you might have a housing crash or unemployment go skyrocket, or well, deflation is not a good thing either.
So, guys, in other words, that means that Trump cannot apply tariffs or issue any executive orders regarding tariffs starting today.
Not without another court date. Congress isn't going to overturn the judge. It's got to go to a higher court.
We knew this would happen because you mentioned it. You said that it wasn't, it was against the law. It's Congress's, like it's not the president's decision because it's. I remember something like that. It's not,
Yeah, doing it through
that's why
executive order is what left it open for
court to
criticism.
attack it, right?
Yeah.
Because it has to be Congress because it's tax related that passes the thing and not executive.
Congress
orders.
controls the purse for the most part.
But they said that he lacks the authority under economic emergency laws. So I guess that's what he was using those.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
those orders.
Yeah, he did it in executive order and just try to push it through.
I mean, if Nasdaq was at 10,000, there would be economic emergency going on.
Congress can't turn over the power of the purse to the president. Crypto. That's not how it works.
Hey, Dbloc, what about him appealing it? What do you give the odds of?
It's. I mean, 100% he's gonna appeal it.
No, yeah, but winning as far as overturning them.
Like I said, if it goes, like I said, it depends on how high they push it. If this ends up in the Supreme Court, he wins.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I wanted to see your angle on that. Okay.
I almost think that the way Trump works is no matter what happens, he'll just do whatever he wants anyways. And so it's all for nothing. It's just a bunch of blubber for the system. I mean,
I don't think Trump was not aware that this will happen. That's why he was firing judges.
They'll just stand up and say, "Look, it's the liberals trying to stop us again. Don't let them do this to me." Da 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 da. They'll turn it political.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's just gonna become an attack on courts.
And then
What do they call it? Activist judges. It's an activist judge. Wait for it.
And if you,
We'll take a shot every time we hear activist judge in the next week.
Coming from a liberal school, coming from a liberal school for sure. You know, it's definitely the college's fault.
It's gonna be from Harvard. Maybe like that judge was a Harvard graduate.
No,
Right. That's exactly it. No, but that's exactly it though. Just watch. You're calling it. I'm calling it right now.
Ben's speech today was all about what they just said now. If you just connect the dots, it's exactly similar to what they just said. Like he will turn the table against the liberals.
All this shit is political theater, man. Just focus on your trades. Just remember, it's not going to affect us that much on crypto. We might have some volatility because of it, but stick to the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could have wrote that shit for Star Child.
MicroStrategy just had more money to buy Bitcoin, though.
That's funny. He's like, take profit. TP, buy some Bitcoin. Cut me right in the middle of JD Vance's speech, man. I'm dying to hear what this man finished. He was cooking on stage a little bit. As much as I kind of think he's got a very punchable face, he was cooking.
Was there a couch? Was there a couch on stage? Was he trying to get close to it?
I'll be right back. Hold on, y'all.
He does have really well speeches. He knows how to give a good speech.
But he looks like a weasel.
Hey, long time no see, no consume. It's been. How are you? I think I
What up, man?
remember your voice. You're from Australia too, right?
No, no. I'm a warm-blooded American.
Oh, I forgot. Right. Yeah. I remember. It's been like 2 years, no?
Yeah, that's what I yeah, that's I
That's
think
cool.
2 days ago. Yeah.
Nice to hear back from people we traded with 2 years ago. How you
What
doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well.
Nice.
I was trying to watch a non-political movie, and it ended up being Casablanca, and boy, it was awfully political.
Oh, you like to turn things political, if I remember right.
I do. I'm keeping my mouth shut though. I
Well,
learned
we
my
have a
lesson.
channel. We have a channel for that now. So
Nope. I don't care. I'm at the point in my life where all I want to do is mow my lawn and pay my taxes.
And take profits.
yeah, talking about taxes, they were supposed to disappear, right? Like there was a bit of a narrative of deleting income tax, no tax on crypto, no tax on tips. But without tariffs, what's the implications for all of that? Like, is this news really bullish? Just
Well, from what I hear, they're just extending the original Trump tax cuts on the rich people. So rich people are still making out like bandits. I just need to be richer so I can take advantage.
yeah.
I mean, I think the phrase is, if you can't beat them, join them, right?
Honestly, I like the idea of tariffs because it's very ecological. You are taxing consumption, right? So all these, it would decrease trade in the world. It would slow down a bit like during the pandemic where everything slowed down.
Yeah, the problem is that it hits the poorest of the poor much more than it hits, the higher upper middle class.
No, Jeff Bezos would also need to pay a tariff when he buys his $1 billion yacht from
Yeah, but
Amsterdam, right?
yeah, I agree. I know what you're saying, but when you have $1 billion, $1 million yacht isn't anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have unlimited funds, then money doesn't mean, it has no bearing on your.
Yeah, but he would pay the same percentage, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, I guess he'd find a way around not to pay it anyway, but well, you just don't. Yeah, you just have the boat in the Netherlands. You don't put it in America.
Right. Yeah. You buy the boat outside the country and you just bring it to America. That's not financial advice. I don't know how that law works. I don't know how taxing works when you're an American citizen.
But if you don't, well, it's the flag, no? He just won't have an American flag on his boat, which is not very patriotic, I guess. But on Bitcoin, what are you gonna do? It looks like everything's pumping. You didn't give us a nice entry, or like what's?
Tested support right there, right? I mean, from a couple hours ago.
Yeah, it did a higher low.
And
I
then
mean, I guess close enough to call it an equal low, right?
And then we got the trend line coming down. It still hasn't come up to touch it yet, and it still hasn't even made it halfway through the channel, the downward channel. So see what happens.
And likely, with this news, a lot of longs are probably opening now. So, could like backfire. And this Nasdaq pump and all, they're all in like double top positions now, right? With the high of a few days ago. Well, last week, yeah. 21st of May high. Or 28th of May.
Thanks for grabbing my attentions for the trend line, which you just mentioned.
Right, and it's kind of crazy that that trend line coming down almost meets the center line of the channel at about the same time, coming up here in the next, like, what, 30 minutes?
Exactly, it was there, but I did not. I forgot to extend it actually because it was literally at the tip of the before we dropped. It was there, so I just extended the line.
The daily close also in a few minutes, and we have well, a bullish reaction at support and closing the daily above 107.3 is kind of potential W, right? Yeah, you could just say it's a potential W here, no? But you need a daily to then close above 111 and might get another breakout. How about for the monthly close or the actually no, the new monthly open? Maybe we'll do a fake out up before going down. 1, 2, 3. It's in 3 days only now, the monthly. Which brings it roughly to my 10-day count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6. Yeah, yeah. 1st of June. How about that tendency to drop at the beginning of month? Like we haven't seen it lately. Maybe that thing is gonna come back a bit. The biggest candle in May ends up being the 12th May. And I guess 24th May. 24th May. So it's more like towards the end of the month in May. April, it was on the 5th. You had February, it was on the 2nd. Maybe that thing is over. Then you had 5th of December. The beginning of months used to have some bearish pressure. If ETH makes that 4th attempt at the triple top golden, if and doesn't go through, the 5th one has very high probability of actually working. Yeah, it's not giving up that 200 MA on the daily. Coming up for yeah, some sort of 4th attempt here.
daily open.
All right, the daily candle's green. Let's go.
Does it have a wick down now?
No,
No,
I'm just making a joke. It's red now, so whoops.
It's red
I
now.
got too excited there.
Oh, look, they already appealed it. It says
Yeah,
Trump
just wait
administration
because this
files
candle,
appeal.
this check the candle on the 1 hour. This is the first minute of the daily. It's going crazy, man.
Right, we're below that hourly EMA.
That they just said that Trump administration files an appeal for federal court's decision after blocking tariffs.
How long before the appeal takes place?
Not sure. Usually, I mean, court stuff does take a while, but I don't know. It's coming from the White House. I don't know if they expedite it.
By expedite, you mean like months, no?
It could be weeks. It could be weeks, couple weeks, days. I don't know. I mean, whatever court, like the court decided to do this. What Trump introduced the tariffs back in, I think it was March, or was it April? I don't remember when he introduced it. So it took him all this time to finally block it.
So the difference is that he did it with executive orders, right? Because the previous administration also put tariffs in place, and well, they were not crazy percentages, of course, but like courts didn't appeal or anything.
And you know, actually, in his first administration, his first Trump also did tariffs. And I don't remember hearing any block back then either.
Yeah, it's because of the way he did it. No, like it's probably that executive order tariff stuff that's illegal.
I don't believe it's illegal. If it's illegal, he would never do it.
It's not illegal.
Well, how can a court judge that it's well?
They're not supposed to be. They're doing. Never mind. I'm not. Sorry. I shouldn't even.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I guess it's illegal now if the court says you can't do that. There's probably a law that prevents it. No.
Judges interfering where they shouldn't be. Is all I'll say about it.
Should I take profit now? No, I'll wait. We bounced from the 50 EMA on the 5.
And the hourly on the yeah, that your hourly chart.
That's a significant rebound.
We are going to the zero.
Yes, on the 1 minute, it looks like.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, you know, if there's 100 XD gens, maybe Maybe we can go double bottom down there again.
Yeah, could be.
I still wouldn't get it though.
Yeah, but I think no, because now we've just formed a nice uptrend line. Check the 5 minutes, just place uptrend line from the low to
Yeah,
here.
and Nvidia had strong earnings too. So I mean, I don't know. We need a reason to go down. I think I don't see any reason right now.
Where's Drew? Because the news are cooking bears right now.
Yeah, the news is burning bears.
They're not really helping bears, right? Between good earnings and tariff stuff. Although I'm really not sure if that tariff news is bullish, honestly. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's yeah, you're gonna get a bullish reaction from short time frame stuff, but on the long run, I'm not sure. We were pricing in a world with tariffs, right? And of course, it was not realistic to have like 100% tariffs or stuff like that. But yeah, that just at 10% or 20% tariff was kind of being priced in, and markets were taking it okay. Because some of them are already in place. So wait, how does it work? Is the state gonna pay you back the tariffs you had to pay last month, or like how? Like,
Yeah, I've never heard of the government giving you back money. I'll be honest with you.
They will never give you back money. Never.
I think the rule of thumb is taxes
if
always
they
go up.
The only time which I'm getting money from the government is when I pay my taxes, and when we do, they pay me what I pay extra, and that's it.
can't he just increase VAT now? Like that's
What?
something he can do quickly, you know? You know VAT? You have VAT in America, no? Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, we don't
They
have
have
that.
tax.
We
Well,
don't
you
call it
We
that.
have VAT.
You don't have VAT? Like when you buy stuff at the grocery, you don't pay a
No,
They
tax?
have one tax
no,
only, yeah.
we have tax on purchase, yeah, but it's not called VAT, and it depends where you live.
Okay, it's like 5-10%. No, in France it's 20%. Like maybe he can just increase that, and it's gonna be the same as his tariff. And
Yeah, I think that's the problem though. It's state ran. It's not federally.
okay, I see. Yeah. Well,
Like depending on what state in the United States, a lot of states have income tax. So you pay tax on how much money you make, and then you have to pay tax on goods also. But the tax on goods is much lower than in states that they just have tax on goods with no income tax.
because my
'Cause
thought
that's
process is the debt, right? Like this is bad for the debt, right? That debt was supposed to become under control through tariffs, and well, if you
quit spending money. I mean, you look at the federal budget and it keeps ballooning every single time. Every year it keeps going up.
I was dreaming of a government that could, that not spend too much, but that's not the case. Particularly on weaponry, right? With that golden dome he's building, whatever he called it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it all feeds into inflation. As soon as you borrow money, you print more money. You're what do you call it? You're just causing more inflation. It's just it's a horrible cycle.
No, but this is gonna be less inflation because, yeah. This should bring inflation down, not make it worse. At least short term.
Went from the opposite direction.
And inflation down makes paying the debt harder, right?
Stable coins can help in paying the debt. This is what they said today in the conference in Las Vegas.
It's also midweek reversal time, right? Wednesday evening. Coming to Thursday. Well, yeah, Bitcoin needs to reverse down to then reverse up, while the stock market, now that it pumped, can only reverse down, I guess. But we're also reversing up the small down move. Yeah, I guess it's reversing up this midweek reversal. In the case of Bitcoin, it's just going sideways, so there's nothing to reverse really. Unless it puts a new low below 1065, in which case it is going down and it can reverse up.
Thanks for the elevator analogy. Or should I say lift?
Can you see the big M on the 4-hour charts on BTC at the top?
The right part didn't go as high as the left part though, but
Yeah, you
yeah,
formed
yeah,
a lower high.
lower high. Yeah.
Yeah. If you inverse the chart, you will see a W, which is higher low.
I see the potential W without inverting the chart too, though.
Yeah, it's obvious there. And if you want to measure the move,
It's 120, no?
take us somewhere to 101.
Yeah, and if the W to the upside plays out, it's like 118 somewhere there.
A W on which time frame?
Well, this higher low we just did, kind of would be, well, there's no W yet. You need to go
you
back up
need
to
you
100,
need
110.
you
Yeah.
need. No, I'm talking about which already formed.
Yeah, I see. It's not very symmetrical, your M, but yeah, I guess. Well, there was one at the top there on the smaller time frame, right? I remember Dbloc drew it.
Really?
Yeah, at 112, yeah, 112, yeah. But it did like a double M or triple M.
We're going to zero. Where is my panic button?
It was moving sideways. MW.
Yeah. Wait, no, but we had an M pattern stuff going on there. I remember that.
Yeah. Oh, how
In
much
the
I
end,
hated that day. Every day, every time, like, oh, here is the W. I'm going long. Oh, no. We're going down. That's an M. I go short. It was so funny.
yeah, there's buying interest now. with this news. Wouldn't abroad markets pump more than America itself with this news? No, because the countries that were going to be tariffed, well, that were already tariffed. Oh, that could be interesting that China open, in 1 hour. Maybe there's some trades to take there. Because
The appeal is already in place.
yeah, but the problem is, I mean, Europe is already flying anyway. Like, I don't know if you, so Germany is up too lately, but that 9th of July deadline, if it's out of the way now, screw trading news. They want you to buy the top. We disappear.
And do you know what's crazy? After Trump starting this all negotiations regarding the tariffs and applying tariffs on China, Europe, everywhere, like you're seeing now Europe and China sitting together having zero tariffs trade deal. UAE and Europe having zero tariff trade deal. China
Yeah,
and UAE having zero tariff trade deal. So he kickstart a chain reaction.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna need to go to war with China. Huh?
No need, man. No need for wars.
But we'll create a civil war there.
We
Happen to have this country called Taiwan. We've been helping for 60 years. Trump is gonna say, "I need my money back." Now you fight for me. And they happen to hate China, so they'll gladly fight.
Oh, Taiwan?
Yeah. No, I'm just speculating here. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully it doesn't. But, I mean, it's kind of what happened in Europe, right? So.
This is all nonsense, to be honest, for me. Like China want to take over
As soon as those,
But
as soon as those the reason why there's no war there right now is because it's strategically of utmost importance to the world, right? To all these high-tech companies. Like, I mean, Apple would go bankrupt if there was a war going on in Taiwan. Like the next day, the stock is at zero. I mean, maybe not zero, but yeah, there's no more computer chips. The whole after Second World War economy is stopped. It's a bit of an issue. So you cannot afford a war right now. But as soon as those chip manufacturers are moved to America, which they're trying to do, I think. I mean, they started 10 years ago to do that.
Yes, sir.
As soon as that's done, things can change, especially if,
like there is special kind of silica which they use to produce computer chips. Actually, the demand and the Middle East is well known. Like is really rich with that with this material. So the demand now on this commodity actually spiked, like really, it's rocketing now. It's especially to the States. Like before, we used to ship it to China, to Taiwan, to those Asian countries. But now we're receiving orders from the States demanding specific type of silica, which is the purity of it, it's 99.9%. So you can use it to produce semiconductors and computer chips.
Oh, so Even the sand comes from there. Okay, it's sand, right?
Yeah. It is. It's part of the sand. It's not the sand itself. It's we have to process it in a way to remove all not necessary components, and then we can sell it. And then we do some tests on it. We wash it, like I think 14
Would
times.
commodities would
Silica.
yeah, so it's a commodity, right? Would commodities be under like were the tariffs supposed to work on commodities like like sand or wood or
Yeah, for sure. Why not? It works on
oh, it's
everything.
really on everything? Like it's not only on manufactured stuff, it's also
It's
on
on.
like
It's even on everything. Like
oh.
how much we're taxing the American products. Let's say in my country, we're having tariffs the same amount. If we go to 10%, we have 10% on our products. If you go 5% on whatever commodity you have.
So if I buy gold from Saudi, from the well, never mind.
Yeah, gold is different story because gold have a specific price, and sometimes when you buy it in a form of like in bulk, and actually you buy the actual mine extracts with the rocks, and then you do you do some filtration in your country. And when they do the test, they know the amount of gold which has there, so you buy it at cheaper price, and then you do the necessary treatment to that for that soil to extract the gold from it. This is how usually they buy bulk products, especially from the mines. Yeah. But if you want to buy it refined, then they do some processing on it, and then after doing the processing, removing all they're just getting the gold out, the ingots, and then you buy it with the actual price. And sometimes they give you a discount of 2-3%, up to 5% on the market price. It depends on the quality and the quantity. This is when you treat raw materials.
Got ETH. Well, I guess doing its fourth attempt. I don't know why I think it's gonna fail again, but it'll try again a fifth time.
I mean, but isn't this extremely bullish news as the Fed doesn't have to worry about tariff and all this shit anymore? I mean,
Dbloc said
inflation.
it's gonna be zip, so they're gonna, like, you're gonna hear Trump angry about it, and like there's probably gonna be some things that are look less bullish than.
Yeah, but that will be settled in the court, which will take a while, right? Like he said, Supreme Court and all.
Well, the guy is sleeping, right? So he'll. Well, oh no, he's not. What time is it in America?
No, he filed an appeal. He already filed an appeal.
No, but you know that tweet where he's gonna.
Tweet? I don't know.
Yeah, he'll probably tweet about it. No.
I think he's thinking twice before doing so.
Really?
Maybe.
That's a good one.
You get the joke then.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see how China opens in like an hour from now.
Yeah. Well, that BYD company that reduce the price of its cars because of the tariffs in order to still be cheap. They might just hike their prices now that there's not gonna be tariffs, no?
Yeah, they're facing hard time, by the way.
So it's tempting to buy some BYTs. Can you even buy that Chinese shit?
Man, it's
No.
amazing. Okay, you will not believe that if now I want to change my car, I will go and get BYD car. It's
No, I'm not talking
unbelievable.
about the car. Like the stock. The stock. Can we even? Does China allow me to buy? Like how can I buy that BYD stock? Let's imagine I have a trading idea.
I don't know, depends on the rules of the import
If
in your country. It's not
if
about buying it from China. You can buy it from China. I can send you one
if
from
your
my country.
if your
It's easy.
broker, are you
Depends on
talking
my
about
broker, right?
stocks?
Yeah, I
Are
want to
you talking
buy
about
a.
stocks? If your broker is willing, if it's something that your broker is willing to hold, you can buy it. It's called like an ADR. But you have to pay like a bit more of like an expense ratio, or at least like you have to pay like higher fees to be able to hold it because it's from a foreign country. It's called an ADR. You can buy it, but it has to be something that your broker offers.
That's in the States?
Yeah, in the United States you can do that, but like
I'll check on my broker, see, but there's probably nothing to buy Chinese individual stock.
yeah,
So
it
check it
it
out.
really does depend on your broker.
It's probably a terrible idea, but because everybody's probably gonna think about that.
Why? Why a terrible idea?
I don't know. You know, it's just I trade Tesla, right? So I like to trade these car stuff because I'm a guy and I like cars. It's as stupid as that. Right?
Man, did you
So
see that?
I trade
Did you,
BMW, I trade Porsche, I trade Tesla,
y-
and I traded Lucid, that penny stock. Um,
yeah.
yeah, it's a bit stupid, but I mean, I like trading car stuff, so you know, he's
Yeah,
Actually, check it
forward
now because
EGM.
now it's as low as it could go. I don't
what's
know
the
why.
ticker?
I'll get you 1 second.
Because I found BYD, but it says BYD Company Limited. Well, I'm not sure. Can you even trade it? Like it, because it's probably government owned a lot. No, like how? Are you sure it's publicly tradable in China? Isn't it just the government that decides the price?
It's
They invested huge amounts, right?
BYDORDSHSA. So it's 362.
Wait, can you type it or repeat it? BSS.
BYDORDSHS. Then capital A.
I'll ask Grok.
You found it?
No.
I'll
BYD.
BYD. Then ORD. Then SHS. Then capital A. I'll paste it on the bubble chat on this voice chat.
Yeah, please, because TradingView doesn't find
If
it.
you want, I can send you the link as well. Here's there is the search link for Google. You saw it?
Yes, thank you. Hong Kong trades it and Shenzhen.
And did you check their new car, the one which can jump?
Yeah, well, you mentioned it the other day, and I did look it out. And they have like supercar stuff almost, right? It's like as good as Tesla's, you know.
It's amazing.
But it's better even, yeah. I mean, look-wise, it's yeah, it's more like
They still need
supercar
to
stuff.
work on the looks actually, but in the for the interior and the features, like, oh, it's nice, nice, nice.
1211 is the ticker actually. Just type 1211 on TradingView and you end up with BYD on Hong Kong Stock Exchange. That thing pumped! Wait a second. I'm not buying this. Screw it. Yeah, we're gonna. Oh, man, it did 100x. Oh, but it's like Tesla. It's up 20,000%.
They're doing good work actually with Tesla. They signed the other day an agreement to supply the new innovation for the batteries, which they have.
BYD is gonna provide batteries to Tesla?
Yes.
Oh, it's already the case, right? Because all the yeah, or the earth mineral stuff already comes from China anyway. Yeah, right. Oh, and they paid dividend in yuan. How is that? Yeah, 1% dividend per year.
And they're working now on the solid state battery, which can be charged in 15 minutes and can give you a range up to 1,200 kilometers per charge. So I think you can plug your car only 15 minutes a month or a week.
Oh wait, maybe Bybit has it if it's like oh, that thing is not released yet. Yeah. Those we're gonna be able to trade stocks on our crypto exchange now. Yeah, a bit skeptical, but
You mean the Nasdaq? Yeah, I heard the Nasdaq's gonna be open market like crypto, 24 hours.
no. We're gonna be able to trade stocks using USDT on Bybit. We're through CFD contracts. We're up to 5x leverage.
I think you can do it already, but you need to create an account inside the Bybit, another account.
Right. Yeah, I didn't do
The
all that.
Forex company, yeah.
Yeah, that gold and FX. I'll go check it out.
Yep.
Yeah, but stocks, it's not forex, right? So for now, for now you only have like oil, gold, and you can maybe trade some like SPY and Nasdaq, but they're gonna put individual stocks. Like the link between crypto and the stock market is just we'll all go down together next recession.
I hear you talking about the next recession, like on multiple occasions. When that expected to happen? Do you have any forecast for that, or just
My
like
personal, I need to spend time to redo a bit my personal expectations, I guess. But I looked at this as like, looking in the past, trying to find something that suits. I found like two scenarios that seem to suit, and maybe with the recent price, I can determine which one is more likely. But the two scenarios, like one of them is oil crisis, because we got energy crisis in Europe, so it seems to at least match for Europe. We have Trump saying he's going to drill like hell and solve the energy issue, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case because he can't like discover oil that's not there, right? So, um, energy demand is like not really going to decrease anytime soon. So, unless we like have a breakthrough, I think we are in energy crisis and it's just not going to get better. So maybe looking at what happened last time we had energy crisis with the Saudis increasing oil prices and all, gives a bit of a fractal that you can make line up pretty nicely on a chart like SPY. So that's one possibility.
you mean reducing production to impact the market prices, right?
No, but I mean these were times of high inflation. Both. So the other scenario is SNL crisis 1987. They both give you a lot of downside, right? I'm not looking at 2000 and 2008 as the next recession. I don't think it's going to be like that. Just because of we haven't seen that steady up move that lasted 4 years, which could be what's coming next. From 1995 till 2000, you just steadily climbed up. That's not really what's happening since COVID here. We're putting a bit of structure, right? So it fits better. Well, all crisis was a triple bottom in the end.
It was crazy, man, when the oil prices hit minus $32.
You were trading back then? Me, I wasn't.
In COVID.
Nice.
I had like an affiliate contract with a Romanian company, which I used to do some kind of marketing for them in the Middle East. And I decided to shut down the operation literally 10 days before announcing COVID. And I still had those screens showing the prices. And I was watching the prices falling down like crazy. Especially the oil. Oh man.
So SNL crisis actually fits better. I think like fractal wise, it kind of fits better now that we know that the Trump dip, if it had gone all the way to the bottom of Ukraine dip, while still staying higher than COVID dip, then energy crisis made more sense as a fractal to continue for the wing. It doesn't, I'm not like thinking price is going to do exactly that. I'm just like looking at past examples of recessions and how technically you came into a point where price had to pull back more than just what the 4-year cycle does, right? Because you have the 4-year cycle on a SPY chart too. But since Bitcoin got created, you never got a recession really on you never got a big a crisis. You only got recessions that never lasted more than a candle. So you didn't even get a recession in the last 12 years, right? They're right when they say people were like, even that October dip of Ukraine war. Maybe it's the one where we came the closest to a recession because it lasted a bit, right? Like it's not just a wick that got bought up. We had a double bottom, and also maybe that one was a recession. But other than that, when you look at all what happened since 2008, it's just it doesn't stay long down 20%. So my point is, SNL maybe fits better. And that means that, well, we're in for quite a ride. Like 4 years, 5 years even of just straight up. With high inflation. We've sustained high inflation throughout all that. And that's not really what's happening, right? I mean, numbers are saying inflation is down at 3. Like I need to see an uptick in inflation, which would make it bullish for these charts on the long time frames. Yeah, people are gonna panic sell inflation, but then there's gonna be high buying pressure because that's what happens during high inflation times. People don't want to hold fiat. They buy government bonds, they buy stock, they buy whatever. Like they buy everything. At the end of that, though, that brings you to like, I guess it brings you to like 2028, 27, somewhere there. Doesn't line up with the crypto cycle really. It would line up maybe with next bull market top. I don't know, it's just trying to guess. Yeah. The ABC wise, the crisis starts if you lose COVID all-time high. At that point, like you start closing, and we did exactly the opposite. We found support at COVID and are bouncing back up. If this is like a dead cat bounce, like even if it puts a new all-time high, it can still be some sort of dead cat bounce where you come back down to COVID all-time high, right? 4,800. Like the next bounce, you would expect it to be a bit weaker, like it would go less high. Then eventually you'd break the support, and you know that the next one is October dip, and ultimately, I guess the crisis would stop at COVID, where yeah, I mean you can get very bearish easily.
Yeah, I can understand.
You'd need no inflation for all that to happen, though. Even deflation. I mean, you don't need, but it would make more sense in a fiat, you know, safety fiat context.
If you really want to feel inflation, you have to go to Dubai. I used to live in Dubai back in 2013. Oh man, things was okay, expensive comparing to other countries, but you're getting paid well. But now it's like, man, you cannot believe how much it's expensive. I believe it's the most expensive country in the world. Like literally, if you want to buy silly stuff, like which does not mean anything, it's compared to be expensive to other countries. Transportation, rent, apartments, cars, grocery itself. I used to go to the market. I used to spend like, let's say 500 dirhams, which is equivalent to $140 almost. Okay, and that was enough for me to get my essentials, which I need for maybe 3-4 days. Now, if I want to do the same thing, I need to spend minimum 1,000 dirham. Double.
Yet Dubai has a good currency, you know, that dirham isn't. With
Yeah,
all
it's
that money,
good. Yeah, sure. It's stable.
You said earlier BYD is in trouble, but that doesn't show up in their stock at all.
Yeah, there was reports today that their sales revenue dropped significantly. I saw it on the
It
news.
did. I see that it did a red week, but yeah, it's down 10% due to this week. But overall, look at where it's sitting. It's like it's it's up. It's up a lot.
It's jumping like their cars.
Yeah, it did 15x up. It's up 1,200% in like 3 years. Oh yeah, very late to the play. Forget it.
Actually, never late. You don't know. Just wait the right moment. You
But
might
I
see
would need
another.
a downward. I would need a bit of a recession, right? I don't know. I need something that well, 10% down is something. It's but it's not enough. Maybe
Do you have a dealer for BYD in France?
no. I checked on my Booker and no. It shows up, but it says you cannot trade it.
No, I mean to buy the actual car.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see any. We have a Tesla showroom close to where I live.
Tesla.
But no, I didn't see BYD. But yeah, there's probably. Europe put taxes to BYD in place too. I don't remember the numbers, but they're trying to like protect European car manufacturing by taxing Chinese cars. But they're a bit late to do it, but it's done, I think. They're still cheap though, even with that.
China must ease down a bit on the word. Nobody can run after them if they will keep doing what they are doing. They're just like innovating stuff. They've just created an artificial sun in a lab, which they can produce energy, free energy. Like, oh, but the only thing which they are working on now is the cooling, and if it works, then they will have free energy. They managed to turn it on for around 30 minutes. Then they had to shut it down because of the overheating.
Yeah, it's pretty good though. From when they first turned it on, they could only have it for like 15 or 30 seconds or a minute, something like that. It's a
Yeah.
big accomplishment to get it 30 minutes.
How long? How much does it take? If now we're at 30 minutes, they need to turn it on for forever. So you need a lot. Or maybe they can store energy. Maybe they can turn it on for like 2 hours, store the energy, and then shut it down, let it cool, then turn it on. Maybe this is gonna be the system.
You think Eve can break through this time?
If BTC can, ETH can.
I don't know why I want to trade it like Drew. do something stupid.
The dominance is dropping. No, it's at that. This is 63 or 62 on the chart.
It's gonna be dropping now because ETH is green while Bitcoin is red. Bitcoin is still red in the last 24 hours.
No, man, I like those days when there is movement on the chart. Yesterday and before yesterday, it was like killing me. There was no movement whatsoever. Where's Drew today?
What's that Chinese? I bet Chinese ETF. How's that thing doing? Well, a while ago now. It's not doing good, damn. Well, I mean, compared to America, it's not really doing that good, but trade is doing fine though. Honestly, I don't really have any ideas of buying anything. It's just about waiting for the next crisis to buy stuff. You know, but we got used to so many crises. Like these last 5, 6 years, it's been like we had COVID, and we had Ukraine war. Now we had like a bit of tariff stuff, which isn't that big of a deal. Like, you know, it dropped 20%. Yeah, you gotta wait for those
Thank you.
times to buy
Thank
really
you.
stuff. Yeah. It's gonna be
Check
bad
E.
trades. Whatever I'm gonna find is not gonna be like good.
Check Ethereum.
Yeah, I'm watching. I still have a bit on leverage. Actually, I have 2 trades going on leverage. One I won't touch. That inverse perpetual, I'm not touching it. Well, I'm just playing with 10% of the position to try to bring the average up. Because I don't think if he's gonna revisit 1600, so now I'm like, I'd like still the entry to be below 2000, but yeah, I'm just not doing much on it. But the other one, if USDT, I want to get rid of it actually. But it needs to pump for that. Like, to really pump, yeah. 3000 and above. Yeah, well, maybe just shy of 3000 would be enough. No, technically, these charts are all giving short entries on the bigger time frames. It's the same with ETH here, right? Like if it puts a higher high, potentially it's a short again. The thing is, well, ignoring shorts has kind of worked out good still. I guess I'm gonna continue with that mindset. Eventually, it's gonna turn out bad, but. The initial drop was the biggest, the second one was smaller. Like, even if he gets rejected here, I don't know why I'm like expecting even less of a drop. Maybe we could get like 6% down. Or... Yeah, well, yeah. If it breaks out though, you're talking about reclaiming the 200 MA on the daily, that's something, right? It doesn't happen every day. Like, we had to wait a year almost. No, I forgot. No, actually, no. We were above it in January, right? Yeah. Well, 5 months. And it's got a similar structure to Russell chart, huh? Like, you're gonna end up with a bit of a tiny right shoulder here, inverted. Just targets the moon. Roughly, yeah, roughly the moon. Yeah, 6,000. So a bit less, yeah. So somewhere there. And maybe we can do just half of that measured move initially. It probably won't go just straight up. So I would gladly TP around 4K to re-enter 3,200 or somewhere there. But ETH at least has been giving a bit of a downward move after that golden hit. You know, there was like bearish market structure locally on 3 zigzags down where you had bearish market structure. So there was a bit of a small time frame downtrend there to attempt to catch something. Well, Bitcoin, it's been like, I mean, if anybody sold any Bitcoin in the last 2 months, it's been horrible. Like, you never had a low. So for ABCs, if you want to buy a lower low, well, you just never had one. It's been 2 months. Like even on the 15-minute, you didn't really have any that was good to trade. Maybe now we're gonna get one. Like well, but towards the maybe on Friday or tomorrow. 5% drop in a sea of green. It's probably not a very good idea to buy that, but it's all there is. So that's what I was saying earlier. Like I want a TP when I know when to where and when when the chart tells me I have a potential re-entry. Yeah, compound that support, bring your entry a bit higher. And support on ETH is 2,300, by the way. Like that's the lowest point, right? Like that's where I'd like to add, yeah.
Wow, is that old news which I missed? Elon Musk officially leaves the Trump administration.
No, he's been saying that for a while now. No, it's not. Well, it's old news, yeah.
Yeah, just in, Elon Musk officially leaves the Trump administration.
All right, well, it got priced in a bit in Tesla because I clicked on the news thingy on TradingView when I sold, and it was talking about the fact that investors were happy to see Elon back sleeping at the factory or something like that, which is crazy. He's a billionaire sleeping in the factory. You know, I don't really believe that, but I guess it's true. I don't know. But,
He might love his company this much. I might be doing the same.
yeah, but it works now. Like, what does he have to solve to sleep in the factory? Is it to make sure people
And
work correctly that he does that now, or like?
he has his own apartment, 7 stars apartment in the factory. So I believe
Oh,
yes,
really?
he can do so. He can build the most amazing room, fully equipped with everything he needs.
People work better when the boss is around, right? So.
Yeah.
But this is bad news for Tesla, no? Because if there's less tax on Chinese imported vehicles, then it's going to be harder to sell Teslas, no?
I think they just posed the tariffs which has been implemented now or something, but not the previous ones.
Ah, okay. Yeah, the last increase he wanted to do with China again or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, oh, it's the one BYD responded with, "I'm cutting my prices by 35%." That's crazy. But they just
This was pure profit.
they're ready to sacrifice the currency to continue selling. Oh, you know what? I think it's time to call it a day for me.
Same here.
Yeah, I just like to have the definitive answer. Well, to have well, there's never a definitive answer, right? But this Eve chart, like, well, it made a higher high locally, right? And
Just shorted BTC now, small position. I'll place my stop loss and then go to bed.
it's the midpoint of its range, right? Like if you have support at 106, resistance at 110, we're at 108. Yeah, that could be a nice play. Put the middle back down to the bottom, and then maybe get that lower low. Maybe
We're too
not
close.
again.
We're too. You
The thing
remember
is,
yesterday we were talking about the uptrend line, which we broke today. We're retesting that uptrend line now. Like we're 200 points away from it.
Bitcoin broke an uptrend, really?
Yeah,
The
that's what
downside?
yes.
Oh,
The one
interesting.
the one from 74.
The 174.
And go all the way up to the all-time.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
I think the daily closed below it and opened below it, and we're trying to go above it.
oh,
Check
you're
the
right,
1
you're
hour
right. Yeah,
chart.
I see that. Yeah, now if you use 74 really as one point, then we broke that uptrend when we failed to go above 112.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a retest and then bounce from there. Maybe we can go back up. I don't know. So that's why I placed a short. My stop loss is above the trend line. So if we have a retest and we wick inside, there is no risk on me.
At which date would your trend line reach 120K?
Trading.
Beginning of June, no? Somewhere there. Oh.
You need the exact date?
Yes, actually, I even want the time to make sure I'm awake. I'm joking.
Okay.
But yeah, sometimes if you're just sleeping when things happen and it's a blow off top, yeah, you wake up and you're like, oh no, damn it.
Okay. So the last time we touched with okay, so you want what was your question again?
The trend line you mentioned we broke to the downside, the uptrend. When would that last reach 120K? Because I'm not sure how you draw it.
120K. 120K is
Let's say 118. Okay, yeah, let's say 118.
So if we want to assume that we bounced from it and we just keep moving forward, it's June 25th.
25th of June? What? Oh boy. Okay. Never mind, Squid. Too late. Yeah, okay. End of June. Oh. No, please no. A whole month of sideways? No.
Yeah, but we broke below it.
Yeah. But just like Bitcoin could go down to I don't know 90K, like if things get very volatile, right? And then it could just spike up and touch again come back to what it was originally angling up at and find resistance there.
I got your point. You never know. You might find one candle going all the way up to 180 in one day from here. Sometimes
In
bullish
which
news
case you're
can
back
go
above the trend line, right?
Yeah, in which case you have to go back above it. So the bullish news should be too significant, or maybe this trend line will not act as that. It will not be that significant. But today, actually, when we tried to break it on the 5-minute chart, we had 5, 6 vector candles, red vector candles. Let me check 5 minutes.
Yeah, and then we're like finding resistance at it here. It's like your retest. Yeah, I see. Ooh, this could send it down. Nah, not with freaking ES up 2%.
Yeah, look, when
No,
we
it could
tried
get
to
rejected.
break it, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vector candles without anyone not vector to just be able to go below this line. It was like really big selling pressure.
How far are we from all-time highs? Oh, wait, 2.7% on SPY on US 500.
Dbloc said BTC can make $10,000 move in one day.
Yeah, 10%, right? Well, even less than 10% now that we are above 110. It's like
Yeah,
9%.
now less than
10%.
10%. Yeah.
It's 9%. Well, we had the 7-8%. We used to see it like last 24 hours, 7-8% ups. Yeah. No, it went up quicker than it went down, time-wise. Like that's interesting.
Just today, if we want to say today, from this candle, 108,900, let's say 109 it was, yeah, 109. We managed to drop to 106,700. So we're talking about 3,300 BTC. Around 2.75% of the price.
It's similar to what happened on the left still, like there's no real big change, although it should happen here. I mean, it's a double like attempt to price discovery. Oh, my dog is crying. Wait, I'll be back.
What's going on, good people?
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Chillin', chillin'. Back home. Alright, so we invalidated. Broke the top of the flags. What's been going on? Have I missed anything? In the last hour? Yeah, I kept looking at Dom. As long as Dom's going down, I'm good money. I was wondering if Trump has responded. They can appeal it. I'm just wondering what his response is going to be. I hope he just keeps it cool and runs the appeal, and doesn't just sort of crash out. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm hoping for.
Dbloc, they just filed the appeal. This is
Yeah.
what they mentioned.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be immediate. But as long as they just need to keep him from saying anything crazy. Like, chill. We got this. Don't worry. This is what lawyers are for.
Yeah.
You know? It's funny because it's a very similar drop to the one that we had here. I already cleared that vector gap above. Well, say goodbye to the old range. Say hello to the new range. We're doing. That's what ranges do, slick.
Did you look at bear chain? It kind of looks like it's trying to break out. I think.
I didn't catch any of that. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but I don't really see a lot of bullishness here to get excited about. You're gonna have to take out some of these highs for that. Any news from our whale friend? He survived. He survived that attack. Yeah, yeah, they did. They had nice moves. Anybody bold enough to tweet out to market makers, this tweet is good with me, bro. He might be dumb money, but look at his liquidation price. This was the old one from yesterday. When he said they emptied the clip on me, they gave me everything they had, now they're out of ammo, they failed. Win 1, market makers 0. It's a wild boy. Don't drink and trade, guys.
Dang, he got liquidated.
This guy has some balls.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's crazy if he thinks the market makers are
Yeah.
out of ammo. They
Yeah.
probably read that tweet and laughed.
You see how close it was. And he was right. They don't have enough ammo to shoot him down.
Bro, I think this guy had a short and long. He take profits from the short. He buy again the profit from the short. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true, Table. This has been the best. I mean, the past year has been the best marketing for Hyperliquid. Every whale that's gotten attention has been all Hyperliquid.
He might have added half of his portfolio a long position with a cross margin. So he might add a 45 more when it comes near to him.
Yeah, I don't know what his cross is. I saw he was on cross, but I don't know what his margin is. Yeah, at this point, it's not just market makers, but other whales too, right? Whales that are counter trading him. So in between market sessions, when the algo's running, you're gonna see more attempts. What's his current liquidations? 104? He moved it down, right? I'm just being lazy. I could check. My man called himself the king of perps. Oh, there we go. Checkmate. He's like shilling meme coins too. Yeah, it seemed like he was just doing a bunch of shilling before. Seven hours ago, he said, "This is what having a pair of balls looks like. Conviction, ruthless, not playing it safe, playing for legacy. Do you understand? Down 57 mil." Damn, bro. Hats off. That's what's his name? That Gordon dude has been commenting on his shit too.
Can you look after ETH when you have time, bro?
Looks nice. Gonna get above 274. for things to really get spicy though.
And what how much down it can go, like in 5 minutes? Hmm. Sweet target.
You haven't lost bullish momentum yet on the 5 minute. You came out a lot of choppiness here though.
Yeah.
Finally got a signal that went, but
You
well,
think he's gonna
we
bust
want
it?
we want to hold local highs. Right, so this will be the test.
We
This
touched 4 times.
SR flip right there. Yeah, I mean we've got the bull flag, right? The pattern wise you're fine.
Yeah. We're gonna touch like 4 times,
I mean it happened here before, right? You broke out and then gave it all back. So you got to watch for that. Pretty sure there's pretty significant supply right there. Let me see something.
I took my profits at the top.
They had a suppression wall here that they got rid of. Remember these from the good old days of when ETH wasn't allowed to move anywhere?
It's 2.8 this one.
Yeah, it's not there anymore though. They moved it. But look at the amount of ETH that was sitting there.
This is like selling pressure.
It's not. Yeah, yeah. You would have to absorb that to get over it, but it's gone. Funny enough, right? As soon as price starts to turn around, they move the spoof. But buying pressure underneath. Yeah, this was moved too. They're still playing games on this thing, bro.
Yeah.
Look, they do it every time. Big, massive wall. Sends it back down. Let me see something. Yeah, this shit is so obvious, bro. And their liquidations above. Looks like they were protecting those liquidations is what it seems like. Right, because it's right around the same place.
A short.
So you've got, yeah, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got about $3 billion worth of liquidations there, or $2.5 billion worth of liquidations. And then
This
if
is
you
too much money.
go, yeah, and then if you look on the chart, that was that wall that was protecting them. They're right on the other side of it. Now that it's come down, they remove the wall because those liquidations aren't in danger. Price comes back up, I would expect it to pop back up.
Lord.
If it gets through that, though, you're talking a pretty hard short squeeze.
So this is the job of a market maker or someone who
No,
knows
these are
the job?
whales.
Wells.
Yeah,
Okay.
these are whales who are shorting and then they're defending their position with sell orders.
With the if they have already.
Yeah, yeah.
On spots.
Yeah, so you might have a $20 million position and then you might have $10 million worth of ETH to protect that liquidation with.
Yeah, yeah.
And the rest of us over here just hoping our liquidations don't get hit. These whales have a war chest to make sure that shit doesn't happen.
God damn, bro.
I'll be right back, yo. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Someone's got an open mic.
They're walking somewhere.
I hope that's walking. And I was today years old when I found out that I can trade Forex and tokenized stocks on BTCC. Well, there's only like 4 Forex listings, so I don't know how effective that would be, but
Oh, if I was gaming, I had to exit my game. Damn. But yeah, that if is doing stuff.
Yeah, Bitcoin too.
Yeah, but yes, but imagine Bitcoin is at 113.
Yeah, I'm about to load my ethers.
I mean, if is actually still sitting at 50k here, well, even lower, right? Somewhere there. But just on the 15-minute time frame, it made a higher high above the previous high, also above golden, like it's pumping. It's ripping shorts. People shorted it once, twice, 3 times. I guess the third time maybe was shy of the level, but and the fourth attempt, well, we'll see how it evolves. But as long as you're above the previous high, I guess we're ripping. So we're above 2,740, right? And BTC, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like some of these alts are picking up. Picking up.
Well, tariffs hit small companies more than big ones, right? So with Trump canceling them again, it kind of makes sense that small caps do good, no?
Well, I mean,
Actually, I'm saying bullshit, but
not just small caps. I mean, right now a lot of alts are getting some nice, nothing major, but it looks like they're moving a little bit bigger than Bitcoin's moving.
It's made naive.
Like Doge, for instance, already made a higher local high. It crushed it. And I'm still in my Doge bag. Let's go, Doge. Let's get back over this 22 cents. We need to get you at 23 cents. Doge feels very comfortable closer to 25 cents than closer to 20 cents.
You've been holding that bag for a while now.
I've not only been holding it, I've been feeding it too.
Ooh, nice. That's pretty... Well, that's not typical of your style.
Well, no, I don't know. I'm just gonna... I feel like all the micro low caps I've been playing have been way too risky. And this, I just think if I stick to my guns and stick to my play, the risk is not that high because I know my sell point. And I'll be patient. I'm just hoping that the narrative is after Bitcoin's finished making its moves, that Ethereum, XRP, Solana, Sui, these top coins are gonna really start making moves. And if not, then I'll sell it, and I'll help dump it. And we'll drop it.
Yes.
But for now, I'm thinking we can still go up. I'm still bullish. I'm just feeding this position. Anytime I get some extra money, bang, it's going right in the position.
Well, yeah, with Bitcoin making that dollar-only new all-time high, kind of expecting these alts to perform, well, at least as good as they did last time Bitcoin broke a level.
I mean, there's always going to be, that extra of greed factor. Once you're done taking profits on your nice Bitcoin trade, a lot of people, at least, like I would say you rode Bitcoin from 80K and you're happy at 110, 120, 125, you take profit. So you might have an itch, especially if you're not a leverage trader. There's a lot of people out there that do not trade leverage and that have a lot of money and they like to experiment a little bit. So I think they're going to play around with these coins. They're going to play around with XRP. They're going to play around with Doge. They're going to play around with Sui, Ethereum, of course, and you can see Ethereum is getting a little extra volume right now too. Dominance is still what I imagine Bitcoin's dominance is still probably around 63, right? I don't have the YouTube up, so I don't have any charts really up except for Bitcoin.
Yo,
but yeah, I imagine 63.
Yo, Drew.
Yep.
Yo, I read a story, man, about FTX, like 5 billion worth of FTX's capital. and that might go back into altcoins. I was reading, so I don't know. Maybe you look into that. Maybe that might gear something up. I don't know.
That's interesting.
By the way, for ETH, that just made half of the measured move on the inverted head and shoulders on the 4-hour.
Nice.
What?
Yeah.
You're joking. That that inverted head and shoulders measured move is 5,800. How could we make half of it already? Wait, on the 4-hour?
Yeah, on the 4-hour. So I'm only measuring from not from the whole from the top down the shoulder, but from where from the crossing line, basically. I'll pop it up on screen what I'm looking at. I might be measuring it wrong.
No, you're probably right. It's me. I see patterns that are invalid and, fit my narrative of higher is yet to come.
So, yeah, measuring. So I don't know. Should I measure this from the breakout or from when it broke out? Because it went down first, so I measured it from the bottom of that up. You see on my chart. And then what I mean by the
Oh,
cross,
okay.
you see how I only have it here where it's crossing from the, like not
On
from
the
here.
4-hour, but
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? Like that line?
yes.
That's what I measured, is I measured from the bottom up to here. And then I doubled that. And then I did that off of the, because it broke down first, so I did that off of the bottom of the breakout. But that's a very conservative measurement. So I think what you're talking.
I'm talking shit. Never. It's the whole thing. The whole thing.
Talking that, right? And then that would be like that.
No. It's much bigger. No, you have to zoom out. It's much bigger.
Oh, you're talking. You're talking.
Yes.
That.
More.
Sorry.
No. Zoom out more. Go ahead. Just let's have like 200 candles in the chart, not just 10. Yeah.
You're talking about this
Yes.
one?
Well, doesn't seem to show up that good on your chart, but yes, you see a second of. Well, never mind. But I like to draw stuff that's not very valid. I see it personally. Between 2nd of February. Now you gotta ignore the wick a bit. But yeah, between 2nd February and 23rd February is a bit your left shoulder. Then the whole dump and pump we are currently doing is closing ahead. Now the question is whether we're going to get the right shoulder or not, right? You could get a right shoulder all the way down to 2,100, somewhere there, while 2nd of February is low. But it looks like things are really bullish in this market, even though, well, I don't know if they're really bullish, but with Bitcoin all-time high and all, and so the right shoulder could actually already be in with. I'm saying that, but I just actually TP'd. Anyway, the right shoulder could be already in with what's been happening these last 2 weeks, right? It's been 2 weeks if he's here.
Yeah, you could say that first big dip from the top here after we broke up from what 16 up to 27, that first dip down to 23 would be that
right, yeah,
apex, right? And then so if that's the case,
5,800 the answer somewhere there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
If the huge head and shoulder plays out, yeah, it's a new all-time high.
yeah. Well, honestly, that would sort of like there were definitely a lot of predictions earlier on of that by the end of the year, somewhere around 3 to 8,000, which I would say 8,000 is unlikely. I think the folks that are They're saying 8,000 aren't. Whoa.
Oh, you know, half of the measured move would be enough to TP, right? So, like, we don't really need 5,800. But yeah, that pattern is potentially there to bring it down. But if you get like half, it's 4,000, right? 4,000 is going to be just half of your dip, but this time to the extension, the expansion to the upside. I mean, ETH is just at its average. It just returned to its mean here. Don't think it's over pumped or anything, because it's just back to the mean.
Going to 3,500. Going to 3,500 right now.
Yeah, maybe. But 3,500. Yeah, you'll get a reaction down. Yeah, it's an SR, right? It's the dead cat bounce, 3,500 on ETH. When Bitcoin did its dead cat bounce, ETH reached 3,500, found resistance, went all the way down to 800. So yeah. And it could also be 3,200, somewhere there.
Yeah, I was watching that Dbloc mentioned it yesterday. 2741 is the cent. Or was the cent.
Things are not bullish. This will easily reach 4K.
So yeah, that would be an 88% off of that Head and Shoulders that you're talking.
Yeah, just half of it is good, right? Let's
Yeah,
not
I
get
would
too
say
bullish. 4K is
that,
half of it,
yeah. Well, the way I'm measuring it, I have it 4K is the top of it. But
Really?
all right, so if I'm measuring, so if I'm doing a price or a price movement measurement off of the Head and Shoulders, I thought I was supposed to do it from the base of the head up to the midline, right?
Yeah,
Or up
yeah, the size of the neckline, yeah. Of the head, yeah.
But should I do so if I'm on an angle like this? Should I do it all the way to the top corner of the neckline?
Oh no, you shouldn't angle your head and shoulders. They should be straight.
Oh yeah, so that's sort of my issue here. Is maybe it's just the way I'm looking at the chart.
I got an
Yes,
issue right there. I got
the
an
left
issue.
shoulder is not
coming in.
angled.
Watch out. All right, go ahead. Sorry. I just had to
I'll
let it out.
draw it. It's not pretty, but yeah, no, some opium.
Yeah, see, I just can't. Maybe on the daily chart or the weekly chart, I could see that. It doesn't seem like a Head and Shoulders to me. There, it looks more like.
Have a clean ETH chart. Does it even exist?
It does look like kind of like an inverted blow off top, right? Here at the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much. So like this looks like the opposite of when it rolls over, right? Me. Which was like that was the bottom, or this would have been the top, and then we kind of like got our little, if this was the inverse, or here, I'll just invert it. Yeah, that looks like pretty strong rollover, an inverse. But I'm curious because I didn't even see this before. Because this is basically just a bigger Head and Shoulders next to it.
I can't find an empty chart. They all have something. It's just a new layout.
Yeah, I had to make new layouts. I just did that.
They all have something.
All right.
I'll find
Just
one.
looking
No, but you know it's not there. But you have a bit the structure. Let's draw it like this.
Big buys, big buys. See if Bitcoin could start touching that 109. Doge is looking nice right here.
I like that harmonic too, but you're supposed to trade D, not C. inverted head and shoulder-like structure, you find it currently on every chart in the world. Like, it's not ETH specific. It's a bit downward slanted on ETH because ETH is underperforming, or you're gonna find other charts where it's more upward slanted. Russell has it perfectly horizontal. Bitcoin is upward, very upward slanted, like so upward slanted that you wouldn't mention it too much. It's just the yeah, the
If I add these two together, though, that's the interesting part.
I put it in the chat. And that measure move is big. We definitely haven't reached the half of it.
That is much bigger. So, do I? So if it breaks, so like, you're looking at my chart. When I like it, instead of breaking up, it kind of broke to the downside. Well, this is inverse, so invert it again. Yeah, it broke to the downside, right? And I would measure that move from the bottom of the down. Yeah. Or would I measure it from where it starts to break?
Well, the size of the head on top of the neckline, yeah.
I mean, like where I'd put my measurement. Yeah.
At the neckline?
Oh, I put it at the end of the neckline. All right, copy that.
While the neckline is horizontal, it doesn't matter where you put it, as long as it's... you just want to replicate the head, but to the opposite side of what it did. So if this head was downward, then you like mirror it upward.
Yeah, so I would say...
And then, yeah, reaching half of it is pretty likely.
So we reached a third of it from my measurements.
Alright, well, half of it as like, in a bull market, it's like pretty high probability. I forgot the number, but probably like 70% plus.
So as per the measurements I've got for both of those head and shoulders that I've charted, 29.24 is the half, so just about 3K. Which I like those numbers. That's good for my money.
Yeah. In the meantime, we can create a right shoulder or not. We'll see. It's just gonna be potentially opportunity to add. It's the same with Bitcoin. People are gonna buy it. Like if you drop to like 90K, it's gonna be butts.
People are going to be FOMOing at Bitcoin at 800K.
Yeah. That's why we're not dropping, right? It's because it's so obvious that it's gonna be bought. When that changes, maybe we'll drop.
Big buys coming in. Let's go rock.
Big buys.
Rock.
Did you guys see the videos today of this town in Switzerland where the glacier kind of fell off the entire side of the mountain? It wrecked like 90% of the town. I feel terrible. But if you check it out, there's like an entire like glacier side. It caused like a 1.3 magnitude earthquake or something as it fell, but it like was way unexpected. Like the whole entire mountainside collapsed. Check it out.
I will say on smaller time frames, Bitcoin is in the overbought range, but it still seems to be rising. So you've got quite a bit of space on the larger time frames.
I just like how dominance is falling.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're only at 62% on the 5-minute. Say on the 30-minute, we're at 60. On the 1 hour, we are at 57, and we are right at the 50% line. And about across the EMA on the RSI on the 4 hour. So got me pretty bullish right now.
Let's go, Doge. I'm Doge to $1.
It's good you were recouping down there in the probably low 22s, high 21s, nicely.
Yeah, we've been hanging out here. I've just been accumulating these levels, hoping that we're gonna take off.
Let's open a 500x Doge trade. Yeah. Rockets.
I dare you.
500x. Sheesh. You know, you could do 69x actually on Doge Chain. They got some new perps running on Doge Chain and straight from your swap. No KYC. You don't have to verify. It's straight from your wallet.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That it blew my mind. I was like, I can't believe they did it.
I'm getting ready to order my Ledger wallet too, and I've seen that they have like hard wallet staking on the Ledger wallet, which is awesome. So I can literally just stake while I'm sitting doing nothing, and then
Yeah, this Doge operating system is pretty interesting in the way they're setting things up. But yeah, this well, so they got 69 leverage. It's on chain, so it's on Doge chain. It's directly from your wallet. No KYC. It's the most you can do is 69x, but it is from Derps and it's on Dogecoin blockchain.
I mean, really, I'm way more comfortable sub like around 25x and 10x for smaller coins. So
It's funny they put 69x. I think just to meme it a little bit.
that is great.
Yeah, the Doge chain. It's going to be like a casino on there on this new operating system.
I used to troll the people playing the counting game on Discords by always counting to 69.
Mhm.
Going to 69. It'd be at like 4,382, and I'd be like 69. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the game. I thought we were supposed to put our favorite number. I'm banned from a lot of those now, so not allowed to count anymore. Lost my privileges. I'm unbanned. I'm about to go do it right now.
Don't do it.
Yeah, they're at 151 right now. No, I'm still banned. And they hate me.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin broke its angular. Remember that angular resistance or support we were crying about? We're back on the other side. We're going to the other side. I mean, barely, just by an inch.
It's added, right? And at the hourly 200.
Yeah, just peeked its head just a little bit above.
No, above the hourly, but below the
I'm
50.
talking about the angular resistance, just the linear angular.
All of this sideways is just noise. If we can't put low or high low.
Man, this ain't noise. Big buy coming in.
No opportunity. I mean, on Bitcoin, if though did make a high, I think it can definitely continue to run, but it's a higher high. A better exit than Well, not by much, but
We got another hourly candle coming in. There's more news coming out from the Bitcoin conference. More newbies and norms are hearing about what's going on and how government friendly Bitcoin is and how America is pro crypto and America wants to be the capital of crypto. What are you guys going to do, Europe? You guys better step up your game because America's coming. And who's the competition? I'd say Singapore. They got some good crypto stuff. Japan.
Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai for sure. Hong Kong, they got a lot of crypto going on. I would say right now China is on some very discreet operations, and I think they're really digging deep into crypto. We just don't know it.
You know, half of the money in crypto is Americans. So
That's not necessarily true.
You're mainly competing with yourself.
No, but look, that's not true because a lot of those wallets that are based in America, they're not all American citizen wallets.
Well, still half of the Bitcoin is more or less
We don't know.
American.
Well, no, you can't. You actually do not know that, and that's why it's very slick and very interesting what they did with the whole Bitcoin mining migration from China. It was all for show. It was just so they could spread out across the map and have their locations basically hidden, so you can't see how much hash power they had. Because if everybody knew how much hash power China actually has, they would say we are not touching Bitcoin. And right now, it's it could still be a trap. So we got to be careful. I think it's going to pump, but China got a big bag of crypto, and JD Vance, the vice president of the United States, thinks China is leaning away from Bitcoin. I think he's misinformed, or he's just like blowing hot air, because I don't think China is leaning away from Bitcoin.
Well, you're the richest country. It makes sense that you have the most Bitcoin just because of your
But that's what
buying
I'm saying.
power.
We don't have the most Bitcoin. That's what I'm trying to say. Is it's located. The geolocation of the wallet might be located in the United States, or maybe in Kazakhstan, or maybe in Africa, or maybe in some other countries. But a lot of them go back to China, and that's who's running these wallets, even though if their locations are at other places.
Think about all the American billionaires. Like,
They're still scared of
country
crypto.
who
Most
has the
of them are
most
still scared of
crypto
crypto.
too.
Most of them are still scared of crypto. It's too wild for them.
Yeah.
They have to, they're waiting for proper regulation, which is coming soon. So that's why, I'm super bullish too. I just think money's waiting on the sideline right now. So much money on the sideline.
You have a president that chills crypto. Like, how can you be not the country who has the most?
Because, that has nothing to do with having the most crypto just by shilling. I can show more than the president does. Does that mean I have more crypto than he does? No. I show way more than he does.
But you got a lot of marketing going on for people to buy crypto.
Yeah, but still, I still think China controls the hash power.
It's mostly for regular retail. You know how many millionaires there are in this country? If every millionaire wanted to just go buy one Bitcoin, like they could. There's
soon
a
they
lot of
can't.
millionaires. There's just a lot of people that are hesitant to get into the crypto market that are actually holding money in their pocket. You know what I mean? A lot of millionaires don't even touch crypto. They only touch their stocks and trust everything they've been doing for decades.
They'll get in when Bitcoin's like at 700K, because then they're like, oh,
They
for
gotta
sure,
buy
if it's at
one,
700K, we're going a million, so we can ride it from 700 to a million, right? Okay, let's
Yep.
do that.
Then they'll start looking at it like them buying a $700,000 house and being able to sell it for $1 million, like it's nothing.
Maybe that's why they're millionaires, right? If they don't gamble too much on the stock market and on crypto, no, maybe. Okay, that wasn't funny. Never mind. But if you ask millionaires where they made their money, the answer is probably not crypto, right? On average.
On average, it's going to be from family.
Why it's not businesses? No.
I mean, I'd say the average usually got businesses passed on. I mean, there's a lot of self-made millionaires, of course, but I'd say average is probably passed on. That's a good question to ask ChatGPT or something.
That's probably true for Europe, but in America, it's the American dream. Come on. There's plenty of people who became
Man,
millionaires
it's
from
the
nothing.
American scheme. Zeus, it's not the American dream. It's called the American scheme. Don't you know?
Okay. No. But for Europe, you're right, yeah. You're probably right for Europe. The rich are rich. Stay rich. The problem with crypto is staying a millionaire. Like, that's the hard part.
Best way to become a millionaire in crypto is to start as a billionaire. What's going on, everybody?
Yo, that's great. Oh man. Right, what's up, brother?
What's going on, D?
Chilling.
Took me like 30 seconds to process that.
I thought about you when Ethereum hit 2740.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Excuse you, Tui, what you were saying about millionaire, I was thinking about that. You know, I was like, you know what? When you're a millionaire, you got a million problems because now you got to figure out how you're going to stay a millionaire. You think you made it somewhat, and now you start spending a little money here, a little money there. Maybe you want to change your car. Maybe you want to start buying a couple of things for,
Bro, none of that.
coming
Maybe
up
you
on.
want to buy a soda.
Exactly.
Now you're a 999,000 air.
I
And
can take that problem
it's a
anytime.
very different feeling. It's a very different feeling when you're not a millionaire.
Yeah, making that first million, that's the easy part, right?
Yeah.
Give me that problem anytime, bro. Give me that problem anytime.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. Yeah, you 100. It's just discipline, I think. Discipline is so important in life.
I would agree that these are not the worst problems to have. Millionaire problems.
Yeah, but I think it's worse to not be a millionaire yet than it is to have been a millionaire and then because of lack of discipline, now you kind of, you become like further from being a millionaire than you wanted to be, and now you're like, what did I do? I squandered it.
I feel like the worst part about that is that you probably did things on ego, and so the worst part is that it's a hit to your ego, right?
Yeah.
You might still have several $100,000. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
right.
That's really not that bad, but it's that you just wrecked yourself on your ego to your ego. You know
I
what
heard
mean?
something. I heard something from Kevin O'Leary. You guys probably know who he is, right? Kevin O'Leary, the guy that was one of the guys that used to be on Shark Tank or whatever. He's very financial, most people know who he is. He was saying that anybody who doesn't have $5 million should not be taking a day off. You should be out there hustling until you have 5 million. Because once you hit 5 million, you can live off the lowest interest of 6% a year, which is around 300,000.
Yeah, but
that's kind of chill.
It's still relative. There's people that can live happy with much less. It's
I've been the happiest I've ever been. I had shit.
Exactly.
Yep.
Nothing
what
on
it
me.
is that happiness is derived from nothing but yourself and the value you assign to things.
Yeah.
It's like you don't have any of those other filters.
Yeah,
So that
I
means
know.
when you love, you just love.
Because people end up running around like a chicken with their head cut off looking for that 5 million, and it's like they don't get to spend life. And by the time they're like 50 years old, they're like, man, I'm so close. I got like 3.5 million. Let me just do a little bit more. And, another 10 years pass, and then your whole life gone by and you're just chasing around that paper instead of enjoying your life.
Right. The whole thing is the journey, not like the end point, because the end point we're all going to is the dirt. So, you know what I mean?
Drew, you long? Sorry if I'm interrupting. I hope I'm not. Drew, you long on Doge right now? It just looks phenomenal.
I am all in Doge. I threw in the kitchen sink, everything. My
Yeah,
whole life is in
dude.
Doge right now. What are you talking about? Am I long?
Bro,
I'm all in,
Drew.
baby.
Yo, Drew,
Oh.
can I tell you what I did?
Malaga.
Malagabushi. Marvelous.
Entre los Americanos is all in Doge.
Bro, you're gonna make.
Oh, you're no good, man. You're no good.
Is that Crazy Train that was talking?
Yeah, dude, Doge. I'm about it,
Did
right?
you?
I'm
Did you
about it
end up
right now.
making off of that Cetus trade? 'Cause it's up.
Oh yeah, I'm still in it, dude.
Good. Yeah.
Dude,
I'm
I
almost
didn't
through.
say where my stop loss was, but it was
It was like
it
right
was
there.
it was okay. So it was 15. It was 0.15491, and my stop loss was at 0.154777. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I
bro.
remember that, bro. I knew you were right there the way you sounded. By the way, I was today years old when I found out that we have a political debates channel. Thank you for that.
It was enjoyable.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh yeah, daddy. I like that.
Yeah, JD Vance at the conference today had a couple of minutes where he looked like he was going to actually move the market with his comments, and then he just dwindled into a nothing burger. I was like, oh man, so close.
I don't think he should have said that thing with China's leaning away from Bitcoin.
I know he was that's the part where I thought he's getting people riled up. You know, I was like, wait, where's this going?
Why is he trying to start all this beef? Like, let's just get along and big buys everywhere, you know?
You know how it is. The concept of a foreign enemy unites people. So
Yeah, it's part of their plan.
part of their getup.
Maybe it's like some 3D chess move they're making, you know, and they're just trying to act dumb. And China's like, oh, they think that we're leaning away. Ha, our plan is working, you know, or something like that, you know? But they actually know what the deal is.
I'm just glad we got Besant there in government somehow, because that guy's pulled off some serious master moves in the past. You know, in Japan, the UK, he's been involved in a lot of major events, finance. To have him with us on our side is phenomenal.
So it's kind of interesting though. Like, so he got up there and he said, I got a fair amount of Bitcoin. He's a government official, a vice president of the United States of America, and he's up there showing. I mean, that's just how we're gonna roll these next 4 years. It's like anything goes. Like, we got this dude shilling his bags.
Yeah.
He's next thing you know, he's gonna be on the timeline on Twitter, like spitting tickers of like microcaps. Excuse my French.
I didn't really expect any gains from what he was saying, but I felt that he was kind of leaning in that direction where his comments were going to be taken in a bullish manner. You know, I wasn't gonna change, anything of where I'm at right now, my position wise, based on his comments. But I was like, oh, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? It looks like he's gonna do it.
That dude barely moves the markets at home, bro.
I liked everything he said except for that China thing. Everything else I liked.
Yeah. I think he was You know, he seems like he has his wits about him more than Trump does. Because, like, when last year when Trump was out there, he was just the typical kind of like rah rah rah, make America great again. We're the
Oh,
best.
he's like 30 years younger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
You know.
True for
I
sure.
mean, they
And
both
it's-
read from scripts, though. You know, it's like they both got scripts. He was reading from a script.
Yeah. Just Trump seems more repetitive than.
I figured it out. We're just listening to AI talk. These are just not AIs took over government, so we're just watching them flap their mouths and move their muscles. But it's actually robots talking to us. We just don't understand that yet.
Like that dead internet theory.
Yeah, basically. I mean, think about it. It's in front of our face. We know they're using AI, you know, for their speeches. It's like they have to do that now. It's like these speeches are getting better and better in tune. I can feel like ChatGPT all over some of these speeches too. You can just sense these.
I mean, a good speech writer. You know what I mean? You can't put it past a good speech writer. Can somebody who's not good at writing speeches use AI to make a good speech? Yeah, but good speech writer. There's something to writing.
Yeah, I think.
But there's still a formula.
Do a better job.
There's a
better
The
job.
writer knows that there's a formula. They got to just create that, like, you know, the build up, the suspense, the release, the compression, decompression. There's all those phases that they know they have to go through. And I think the algorithm knows that better because it's like the humans fed the algorithm the algorithm knows what humans want and what they're capable of. So it's like it's over. It's like now it's the algorithm basically talking through us.
Sounds like you got some speech writing skills yourself, bro.
It's AI, bro.
Right, totally.
Oh shit.
Nah. I think this guy knows what he's doing.
Nah, I just twist up and, you know.
I lost my lighter, bro. I bought 5 lighters last time I went to the gas station. All 5 of them shit's lost right now.
That's why you got to get like a good one because you like one you take care of a little bit. I got this USB lighter.
I went through that one. I was like, you know what? I'll get a Zippo. If I get a Zippo, I won't lose it. Right. Free Zippo for somebody.
Yeah, USB lighters are where it's at.
Guys, did you see EOS change name?
They needed that.
Yeah, so when's Matic gonna change its name back to Matic?
Nah.
If they do that, you know, if they do that, it'll pump. If they change their name back to Matic, it's gonna pump.
On CoinMarketCap, it writes formerly Matic on the ticker. There's Polygon, formerly Matic.
Let's be real. That shit was Matic and nobody wanted it. Hopefully somebody will want to buy Pole and they'll just won't realize it's Matic they're buying.
Yeah, but it's like, why change the ticker? Like, what's up with that? Like, everybody knew it was Polygon. It's like we were still down with the program, calling it Matic, knowing it was Polygon. Like, why change the ticker? It's just
Like you said, they'll change it back to Matic. It's to hide it.
That would be smart if they change it back to Matic.
I mean, it's like, why did he change the name from Twitter to X? With all the marketing that went behind Twitter, all those dollars, billions of marketing dollars, name recognition globally.
Yeah,
And
but
people are
he
still calling
overtook
it Twitter. After all that, people are still calling it Twitter.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
still calling it Twitter.
I'll forever call it Twitter, bro. I can't.
Everybody's calling it Twitter.
Yeah.
You know why? It's because X is like the most, like in marketing, is like the best letter to add to anything. And so instead, he just removed the rest of the letters and added X. Just like it's space X, now it's.
It comes from his X app. His X app is something that he's been working on forever, where everything's supposed to be connected to the X app.
And then that's going to be connected to your brain via Neuralink, and then it's all done. We're just going to be walking humanoids.
Yep. We'll all just be X's. He'll be the O. Can't lose tic-tac-toe if there's only one O.
I see this Ethereum run going to 3,500. Where do you guys see it?
Man, Ethereum's going to 8,000. What you talking about?
No, I mean short term though, like.
Oh, okay.
Like in the next.
About 2,179.
I like that price, Uzi.
We drew the
GMGM
measured
is
move
woke up.
earlier when we were looking at it. It's right here at 28.6.
I still wouldn't be stopped out.
28.6 is the top of this resistance.
Yeah, we did a double top. Well, it's my left shoulder. We did a double top there back in February, March, right? February. 1860.
Yeah, that's what sent us.
Yeah.
Oh, finally. All right. We just
One hell of a little recovery, yeah.
bounced off the 382, the 200 under 15. Got rejected there. Yeah, I've been waiting for it. It's good that I took a nap. I'm gonna make some coffee.
I like your plan. It's really close the head at 2860.
Why Uniswap is pumping? Is any news?
ETH is pumping. ETH is
Yeah, but
pumping. DOM is
20%.
going down.
Uniswap is up 20%.
Yep. I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, because every time Uniswap is so boring.
When it's at 14 Uniswap, I remember that number on 14.
Yeah, look
Revenge
again, bro.
trading to do up there.
Look again, bro. It's 7.
If it's pumping, oh, people, it's just up 5%. You know, last time it pumped, like it stayed.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
underperforming too though from before, so it's finally it's pumping a little bit.
If ETH is outperforming Bitcoin, it's pumping in my mind.
Yes. But it's still underperforming Bitcoin, right?
And Uniswap ran into some legal problems, so they had to use a lot of their money for lawyers and stuff. So they've been selling some of their own stuff. But it's good to see
Somebody
it
should have
pump a
told
little
them about AI.
bit. Yeah, right.
To be fair, there's a reason why these big corporations aren't just firing their lawyers. But for our purposes, I'm sure it's more than good enough.
Hey guys, there was a link at the on YouTube for the Bitcoin conference for free passes for next year. You
Don't
guys
click
catch
it.
No?
Yeah,
Don't click that. Don't click that shit,
No.
bro.
It was legit. The guy at the conference was announcing it, and he was saying that he made an announcement because anybody that came to the conference this year gets a free pass for next year. I've been watching
What?
the
You
conference.
have to
go this year? No.
That's
And then he
still,
said
I'm
for-
sorry, that still doesn't sound right. So that means they're gonna make absolutely no money next year.
It smells fishy.
Because they're gonna have a full convention of free passes.
I think that they're what he said is they're trying to get 50,000 people there next year. And I think the
Bro,
turnout
give me
wasn't
one
high
Bitcoin,
enough
I
this
give
year.
you
So
2 back.
Maybe,
Give me one
maybe if
Bitcoin,
they're
I give
doing it for numbers, they might do something like that.
yeah, he said, yeah, this year, yeah, it's trying to get 50,000. So
I still wouldn't click that link though, and I didn't go to the conference this year, so it doesn't matter. I wouldn't qualify anyways.
Yeah, but click it.
no, you didn't have to go. You didn't have to go this year.
Oh, so it's free tickets for everybody, whether you went or not.
Correct.
Yeah, no, cap.
The announcement
That's
started with anybody who came this year gets a free ticket, and then he said, and anybody, and even better, if you didn't come this year but you want to come next year, our goal is to have 50,000 people here. So
when does he ask for your seed phrase?
Al,
Next
Al said,
week.
"Click or
I
no
don't
balls."
know.
Al, I'm coming to your house, bro. I'm gonna click it as soon as I get there.
I don't know what's going on with the network, but I still have not gotten my 2 Bitcoin.
Bro, give me
That
2
joke
seconds.
is scary.
Oh, 1 hour ago, Elon Musk leaving Trump administration after slamming the budget bill that Trump released.
All theater. He was supposed to leave
Did you
anyways.
click the link?
He's 2 weeks away from when he was supposed to leave anyways.
No, it's not a link. It's from Fox.
And he just criticized it. Fox likes to dramatize.
No, I think
Yeah.
I think it will be a dramatic exit, but I think it's all theater, bro. I think he's gonna try to get back some favor as he leaves, and I think that Trump knows what's up. I don't think they're really at war with each other. Elon got to
If
sell
they
some
are,
cars. Elon got to get to the point where he can sell some cars, guys.
They're homies, yeah.
You know,
I think it was like it's probably like mostly a mutually beneficial partnership or friendship that they had. Trump used him to get in. Elon used him to whatever. I don't know.
I think that if Elon leaves on bad terms based off media, at least, even if it's not actually bad terms, just media perspective, might pump Tesla's price.
well, that's kind of my point. Like, it's good for his business to get back to the middle. He did what he had to do. It's good for his business to get back to the middle, even if he still personally believes what he believes. He's got to clean it up a little bit because people are scared to buy Teslas. You know, like, I want to be able to park this thing at the gas station without coming back, without 3 wild Karens picketing my Tesla.
Hey, I'll buy
That's
a
the
robot.
thing when as soon as you go political, it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
So,
For a businessman, it just makes no sense. I say that shit all the time. You're a businessman and your job is to sell to the American public or to the world or whatever, and you immediately cut that market in half, just depending on what side you stand on.
But he got bigger plans than that, man. Don't you guys know he's like going for world domination right now somehow? Like,
Well, he's
really
gonna
trying
need to sell some Teslas if he wants to go world domination. He's gonna
He's
need
gonna
to drop
sell
that
robots.
Roadster already.
He's gonna sell all his robots.
Yeah, if his spaceships quit blowing up, that might be, a good step forward.
He needs to sell
One
that
small step for
Cybertruck,
Elon.
and then he needs to add the the electric 4-wheel that they sold it with. Remember in the beginning that they told us was going to come on the back? And then he needs to add one of those Optimus robots on the back of it too, just sweeten the deal up for us.
Oh yeah, bro, that'd be dope.
That'd be cool. You're
If it-
driving and your robot's following you in the 4-wheeler.
Be like, yeah, bro, for sure.
Robot security on deck.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, he can't apologize before Trump is out of office anyway, right? So
He's not gonna apologize. He's just gonna do some public. He's gonna make a public spectacle of getting in a fight. But there's not gonna be a I'm sorry. He's not gonna. This is Elon Musk you're talking about.
yeah. Well, maybe he won't say I'm sorry.
No.
like that,
He's
but,
just gonna make a big show of the separation, a big messy divorce, and then they'll leave it at that.
Drew, I just press the button buy on Dogecoin.
Yeah, let's go.
All in, bro. All in.
Good luck, sir. I would never advise being all in.
Yeah, I hope you're playing.
I'm joking. I'm
Yeah,
all
I hope
in,
you have
bro.
a plan, brother.
Yeah, my
On spot, bro. On spot, no leverage.
Those was just
Yeah.
at -70, so all in.
I see Elon Musk speaking about Dogecoin today. So maybe we have a.
Doggy coin, I love that.
He
Hey,
said like
Dbloc.
the dog mission will only strengthen over time. Way of.
Yeah, what's going on?
What price did you come in? This might not be the right price to start your DCA.
Yeah, it's 3 hours ago he tweeted.
Hey, Dbloc, would you like whenever you trade pairs, would you look at Doge, the Bitcoin? I mean, I'm not literally asking you to right now. I'm just saying in general, would you look at Doge, like Doge Bitcoin, Doge Ethereum chart?
Yeah, depending on what's outperforming. If Bitcoin's outperforming Ethereum, then you want to make sure that Doge is outperforming Bitcoin. If not, why aren't you just holding Bitcoin? If Ethereum is outperforming Bitcoin, then you need to make sure it's outperforming on the Doge ETH chart.
Right.
Or that, or at least that it has potential to reverse and outperform. That you have
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
reverse pattern or something like that, because you want to buy when these alts are cheap on the pair, but with maybe with a bit of strength, with a bit of it's starting to curve up.
So that's kind of my point as far as it being cheap on the pair. That's why I didn't think I'd ever get back into Doge, and then I like my target for ETH was 27.75. At least target one was. So I traded back into Bitcoin, and then because I have to like trade Doge as a pair, and then I traded a little bit of the Bitcoin for the Doge, but to me it just the pair, both pair charts like look so right. Even if I mess up on the ETH BTC trade, the Doge, it just tell me I'm wrong.
Well,
I would tell you you're wrong if I understood most of that. I get that you're looking at the pairs,
I
but then
like
you
that. I
lost.
appreciate that.
No. I'm just saying you lost me on the on like what do you mean if you're wrong about what? If you're wrong on the USD price or if you're wrong?
I think that Doge is gonna basically. I think that Doge is about to outperform Bitcoin and ETH.
Okay.
That's
I
that's
get
where
what you're
my head's
saying.
at, and that's kind of where my money's at too. But that's why I'm saying, like, tell me I'm wrong because I don't. It's easy when everything's going up. So tell me I'm wrong.
I mean,
Please.
it looks good on its BTC pair. It looks real good on its BTC pair. Got above its accumulation, held it as support.
Do you pay attention to the liquidity levels, like the liquidity levels by Leviathan whenever it comes to pairs like this?
No, not with pairs.
Okay, thanks. I'm jacked.
Now, Doge ETH is a different story. So it looks strong against its BTC pair. It does not look strong against its ETH pair. It actually looks like it's about to break structure on its ETH pair. Which just means that for right now, holding Ethereum is getting you a better return than holding Doge, but that could change.
So when I look at the ETH BTC chart, and obviously I know that like you can't just assume a pattern is about to play out kind of thing because they don't play out all the time and everything. But like when I look at the ETH BTC chart on like the daily or the 4 hour, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up real quick. I just we have supply right there. It's like I don't know if ETH BTC wants to break the trend line. That's kind of what I'm paying attention to right now. But we have supply above us on ETH BTC. So it looks like ETH BTC might want to make a cup and handle. So it looks like BTC might want to outperform ETH over like the next week. And then since Doge looks good against BTC, that's why I'm thinking, okay, over the course of the next week, it could be it.
Yeah. If Doge holds its ground, if Doge BTC holds its ground, then it should be good. But yeah, I mean, this looks like it could fall into a bit of a gap. Doge ETH.
If you had to split the three, sorry, last question. If you had to split the three by percentages, like 70, 20, 10, or I'm just being hypothetical, like what do you think that would be? Obviously not financial advice. Did you just invert that?
No. I went to
Okay.
Doge BTC.
Oh, nice. Okay, I was about to say, okay, I got biased.
Damn it.
Shit, dude. Is he about to blow, dude? Is he about to blow? Dude, I traded all. Dude, I sold all. Dude, you mentioned pairs. I sold. Sorry, dude. I sold all my BTC for ETH and it freaking did it. And then
Nice.
so now it's like, okay, go back to where you were.
Yeah, now you just got to make sure you don't lose.
Don't mess up.
Yep.
Dang it, dude. Anyway,
Nice move right now.
Thank you for that.
Nice move.
Yeah, it feels good when we do that. When we get that, when we get that rotation right, it always feels good.
I got it right, and then it went wrong. But I was like, okay, brother, you're always in a little bit too early anyway. And then it did that thing. I knew it, dude. I freaking knew it, man. It had to. Dominance and the ETH BTC, everything, bro. And then the price is so high. I mean, psychologically, whenever you go to Robinhood, okay, just pretend you're the average person. You go to Robinhood and you see Bitcoin and you see all these other coins. What are you going to buy? The most expensive one or something that you feel like you can get a portion of? And it's like the bigger money is that thinks that way to me would buy ETH. Sorry, I'm rambling, dude. I'm sorry. It's just
Yeah,
like,
it's
gosh.
expensive isn't always affordable. I mean, cheap isn't always affordable, right? There's a difference between inexpensive and affordable, or inexpensive and cheap. Right? Something could be inexpensive in price, but still not be worth the value because of market cap. How retail things. Retail comes in the game and says, I want to buy something with a bunch of zeros in front of it because I can get 10 million of them. But something can have 3 zeros in front of it and still be overvalued.
Right.
Severely overvalued.
And
I
you'll
agree with
lose
that.
half of it in no time.
Yeah, and something could be worth 1,300 and be cheap, like Ethereum was when it hit 13.
Exactly.
Bitcoin to people is
For
like
me, I
buying an
look
airplane.
I
Ethereum is
don't
like
look
buying a
price.
helicopter. Some of these other coins are like buying like full size car. And then some of them are like buying a bike or a moped, so people feel comfortable getting on and riding.
What?
If you want to
Did you buy Cetus whenever it came down and then the news came out that they were going to pay everybody back kind of thing? Or like, is that something that you're kind of you see as a good opportunity? And I don't even mean right now. I just meant like over the past 3 days or whenever it happened. Maybe it's only been a day.
Yeah, those that took the risk, you know what I mean?
I mean, it just has so much strong support behind it. Like if Sui is willing to basically back it, its market cap's only 110. They didn't lose, but like a quarter of what they thought they did. They got it back or whatever. I mean, all these things are lining up to where it's like, this is the kind of thing that can happen when things are unregulated and people do their thing. They all come together and say, we're not going to let anybody get screwed, blah, 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 blah. It's like, if nothing else, to me, the sentiment behind it and Sui behind it and only having 110 million market cap, it's like a no-brainer, right?
Sui does well. Everybody's going to look at the ecosystem. To buy anything on the ecosystem, they're going to have to go to Cetus. It's as simple as that. It's the biggest DEX on Sui. And as long as the problem they have isn't like systematic, where it's affecting their entire business and they can't operate, then they're not gonna have an issue. Where else are you gonna go? I mean, there's other DEXs, but people are gonna go to the ones with the best liquidity. Speaking of liquidity, that's why I'm in Dbloc, because Dbloc is the liquidity layer. That's the liquidity layer for Sui. So if Sui does well and the ecosystem does well, then I'm gonna put my bucket where the liquidity's going.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you, man.
Yep.
It looks like Fidelity just bought about $25 million worth of ETH.
Pump my bags.
Go Fidelity, pump our bags. We got in before you, ho!
Kind of crazy that we can, for probably the first time ever, really brag about getting in before institutions on a lot of this shit.
Yeah.
Yo, where's Zeusy? Is Zeusy in here still?
Yeah.
Yo,
It's time to go
Zeusy,
for me. Yeah.
look at the Russell. It's at 21.
Yeah.
Breaking that trend line and that neckline.
Like
Your
Keith.
inverse head and shoulders there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a spitting image of you.
Win is
Or
nuts,
ETH is
bro.
spitting
Win
image
is
of
somebody's got to check to see if Win is sober. If his liquidation, if
Trust me,
his
I know one.
liquidation's up at 107,039 right now, that means he added a lot, like a lot.
Well, we'll likely liquidate him tomorrow. No.
About to liquidate his ass right now, bullshitting.
Yeah. No, but yeah, but falling back below the previous low on ETH is gonna be a bit. Honestly, I am a bit worried because when you get bullish news like this, it's time to worry.
Wait,
because you
what's
got a
the
lot of
bullish
people
news?
Well, what you said with that court.
Oh, the
thing
tariff
going on?
thing, bro.
Yeah.
I hate us sometimes. We were just running around touting how tariff-proof Bitcoin was, and there's no Bitcoin, no tariff on Bitcoin. And look at everybody going crazy because of these tariffs, and we're over here partying on Bitcoin. And now that there's no tariffs, like we, you know, I don't know what people expect. It didn't affect us as much as it affected everybody else on the downside. It's not going to affect us as much as it affected everybody else on the upside. One, two, the appeal's already in. So it's just volatility. Bro, I see people that were mad at the tariffs in the beginning, now mad that the tariffs are gone. Like if they missed the tariffs or something, like nuts, bro. This news is whipping people around by their hoo-has.
It's just something I need to not mind, but it's a bit intuition. The same way these markets like to bottom in the overnight session when markets are closed, they also like to top.
Yeah.
We
And
need
don't get me wrong,
confirmation
I'm
of
not.
what's happened on ES during the day tomorrow. That chart is up 2%. It's the SPY.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's not important and it's not going to have a big effect one way or the other, however it goes. I'm just saying this is going to be like weeks process. We know how this works. If we get caught up in it, we're going to be up and down every day, and our emotions are going to be all over the place. There's going to be so much red tape when it comes to this shit that we'll figure it out. Give it time.
It's probably a good
I'm
sign to
looking
just
at-
continue the up move, right?
Yeah.
But
I'm looking at
Did
ETH
you
on the
guys-
4 hour. I don't know if this is a rising wedge or an ascending triangle. It's forming at the end here.
Does it have a flat bottom or does it have?
I drew ascending triangle
Oh,
personally.
it's the top. Yeah, the top you could see it as being flat, or if it rejects here and comes down, that's a vector. So if it's an ascending triangle, then it's breaking out with this candle.
But just a
If
typical
it's
flip
not,
out, right?
yeah, and that's a swing fail, then it looks more like a rising wedge.
Yeah. But we're
Did
still
anyone
above.
else? Did anyone else catch what Trump just tweeted on Truth Social?
No.
He posted a picture of himself saying he's on a mission from God and nothing can stop what is coming. It's like Trump. It's like Trump walking down a street with a trench coat, and in the background on the sidewalk is Pepe looking at Trump. I swear to God, I'm not even joking right now. I think
the
that's why
streets
Pepe is
gold?
pumping.
Well, there goes the whole idea of him taking this well. I thought for a second maybe he'll play it cool. Maybe they'll just let the appeal go through.
How many minutes ago was that? How many minutes ago was that?
This says 7:32 p.m., but I'm thinking it's 3 hours behind. 3 hours ahead. So I'm guessing it's an hour
You
ago.
got me excited. I thought we were about to catch a little quickie.
No, because Pepe did just pump an hour ago, so I'm guessing it was an hour ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure that would have had some effect. If there's a frog anywhere near it.
Pepe and Zeus both pump like crazy.
He's looking for exit liquidity on Pepe. Or not, I don't know. No, we'll see.
Pepe, the thing is sort of synonymous for a meme. So it just might have been just a nod at memes and his meme, and he can't post his meme. But it's like,
He wants to be the king of memes.
You know he'd be doing that though, dude. Dude, you know he's a savage, dog. Dude, he's a savage.
He's
dude.
trying to get Pepe liquidity in his Trump coin. He knows what's up.
But Trump official, it's a meme of himself. So every time he
His own face.
Yeah, but he just legally showed his own coin with that tweet.
Well, that's
but
not legal.
it was a backhanded hidden show because somehow it's gonna connect to his Trump coin, right? If they're talking about Pepe, it's like, all right, was he knocking Pepe because he's saying his meme coin's better than Pepe meme coin? Was Pepe looking all little for a reason and Trump looking all big for a reason?
Maybe he's like you, Drew. He's just trying. It's like XRP Doge Army. He's just trying to make amends with the crypto community, man.
That could be an angle too. Actually, I didn't even think of that. That's pretty.
Well, I
smart.
mean, I only thought of it because of you. So you know what?
I'm blessed.
You thought of it long before.
Probably somebody
Hey,
on
I
his
didn't think-
team just dropped their daily Truth Social post, and we're like killing ourselves over it right now. But then nobody can stop us. That whole mandate from God thing is obviously some sort of hit at the court. You know, whatever. Like when Grandpa says something crazy and you want to say something, but you know it's like.
I mean, look, if Grandpa was shot at twice though, and he like just dodged the bullet by turning his head, I'm
He's a
like, all
wild
right,
boy.
I'm like, all right, Grandpa, you can say what you want now.
Yeah, I remember that feeling. I got into some shit and survived, and I thought I was bulletproof.
Yeah, right. You got to be careful because that's when shit really happens after that.
The worst things that can happen to you is be like in your teens and like get out of some like life-threatening shit. Oh my god, you already feel invincible before that. After that, it's like nobody can stop me.
Yeah, nobody can stop you till the boys in blue pull up.
It's like this one time in Tijuana, man.
Man, guys, if you wanna feel invincible, just go listen to Tupac.
How that work out for him?
Unlike Trump, he did not survive.
No, I listen
Didn't
my
work out too
mother
good.
because he say me every time the best.
Hey, some people say he survived. You never know.
I mean, he's alive, but you know.
Tomorrow Doge 30 cent.
Okay. I can dig it.
Yeah, buddy.
I'll delete my ascending triangle. I forgot to put it a fake out to the downside too. Like if we're expecting. I'm not expecting any fake out anyway. Trade safe, everybody. Good night. Have fun. Make money.
Good night, Zuzi. Zuzi trading against himself again.
Yeah, I pulled back a bit from my
See
Doge
what his
trade.
excess.
I was like negative 100. Now I'm like negative 30. But I re-entered here at when we retouched on this 22602 right here.
So
Now if we get like a lower retrace on this second dip, I might have to re-enter there as well. But
my target 1 for Doge is 30. My target 2 for Doge is 34. I want to say that before I ask the next question, just so that we understand that we're all on the same team here. Why do you think we'll get to 30 cents tomorrow? I personally don't see anything yet that breaks us out of this range.
I
think we can get up to the top of the range. I think we can get 25.
Same.
I'm just not sure if we're ready to go yet.
it's like if one tweet is bro this thing. If Elon Musk like tweets something.
Okay, I can't deny
Not
that.
30 seconds.
Okay,
Maybe
I got it.
more.
Understand. No, I understand.
But just saying
We're
for fun,
looking
you
on
know.
Yeah. No, I hear you. That's why I asked,
We're,
though, just to make sure.
we're waiting on Elon. Story of my life, yo.
Bro, how many years did we live?
Come on,
Just
Elon. I'm giving you one last shot,
hanging,
buddy.
hanging on this man's every word.
Bro, if I would have known that y'all were shilling Doge back in the day, oh my god, dude, I would have so much money. I got in at like 2-3 cents, like
Do some push-ups,
heavy,
soldier.
Bro, we
and
had
I sold it.
somebody in YouTube, in the Discord that took every Doge tweet, timed out the space between them, how much time between tweets, and we had a counter that would let us know that he's about to tweet it today or tomorrow. It's already overdue. It's every 13 and a half hours.
Got crazy, yo.
That's probably why he bought Twitter. He's like, okay, Doge Army follows me now.
Well, we assumed when he bought Twitter, oh my God, it's his shit. Now he's just gonna say whatever he wants. He's gonna be shilling constantly we didn't get none of that.
What we did? No. We threw
hurt my
Doge.
feelings.
He put the Doge on the
teased us.
thing. He put the
Yeah,
Doge on
that
the
was a
thing.
nice tease, and it pumped Doge. It was nice.
I almost forgot. Remember
It
the
was
day
very
when
nice.
like he would tweet and then all of a sudden the price wouldn't go up and it started going down? I was like, oh shit.
That's what he was
Anyway.
doing with us. He wouldn't like tweet the word. He knew the bots were picking up his word, so he'd like do something kind of like close to saying Doge without saying Doge.
Bro, if you would have told me in a bull run, Bitcoin's at 110,000, Doge is at 20 cents, halfway through 2025, I'd say that's where all my money is going to be. That's what I would have said then. I mean, yeah.
Well.
What do we got here?
Looky. I got out earlier when you were on this morning. It came down. I got back in and it stuck.
Hit it with a stick.
Hey, do you think you take a look at Ethereum? I know you did it like really briefly a minute ago.
Yeah, we were just looking at it.
Please and thank you.
285 is what we're waiting for. It's almost there. That is also the uptrend from that's also our uptrend from 2022. See all the way up. About to retest it now with these candles. Look at this. We got an arrow up.
Yeah, who's that dude on your chart?
These are the ETH is dead guys on Twitter.
No, I'm talking about that face.
I have no idea who it is.
Okay.
I just Googled angry face. And that looked appropriate. So what I'm saying is that you've got confluence here, right? You've got a SR flip that's all the way from back here. Give me a second because this is important.
Yo, Ed or Eddie. What do you like? I wonder what his homies call him. This dude's called Ed or Eddie. He got three names.
All right, see, look, support, resistance, support again, resistance. So we're at that horizontal and we're at that angular from 2022. The serious macro resistance that we're coming up to here.
Do you see it being broken or
no? Not on the first go.
No,
I think it'd be very difficult to break that on the first go.
especially with the hour of the night too, right? The middle of the night, kind of.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of VOD. There's a lot of things against it.
Yeah.
Volume's not great. R sides are already blown out from kind of moving. Liquidations, from what I remember on the other chart, not that crazy.
It would be devastating too if it went crazy during the BTC conference,
There's
right?
really not a ton of it above. Ton of liquidations above. Most of the liquidations are underneath. We already squeezed through all of them. Yeah. Not that it comes down to 13, but I'm saying that's where the majority of the heat is.
Yeah.
I'm taking a little bit of my ETH off the table when we get to 28, 29.
Yeah.
Yo, Drew, you don't remember the show Ed, Ed, and Eddie on Cartoon Network?
Holy crap, I was talking about that today. Whoa.
What?
The time
I
is
really
right,
never got
baby. The
down with
time is right.
I never got down with Cartoon Network really.
What?
I think
Oh,
I'm a
man.
little bit older than you. That's why, bro.
Me neither. I don't even know what that is.
I was a little broker than y'all. Cable. Y'all had cable? That's fancy.
No, man, I had UHF.
And I had a TV with a dial on it.
Yo, I was the remote control. What you talking about?
Hell yeah.
And stolen cable.
And I remember laser discs. Sega CD.
Bro, I had local New York stations. The best it got was Kung Fu Sundays. And then I go to somebody's house that their parents happen to have cable and
Man,
watch it. Yeah.
I only
You
had
get an
public
antenna.
access. All I had was public access.
Some nice antenna, so you get a few extra channels.
I always got those like after school specials and like like National Geographic shows.
Yo, the rich people will put a satellite dish in their yard.
Yeah, I had all your Cartoon Network shows. We were outside getting into shit.
I was the satellite dish in my front yard. Turn it to the left. To the left. Do you not know your right from your left, boy?
First time I went
I'm
to
trying,
somebody's
Dad, I'm
house
trying.
that had a satellite dish, I thought that shit was crazy, bro. Because they had a little UI on their screen where you switch from satellites, and it would like show it had to show like a little graphic with the satellites, and I was like, yo, this is the most futuristic shit I've ever seen in my life.
It was crazy. It's like they're trying to
Until
contact
it
aliens
rained.
from outer space.
It's great until it rained, or until it was cloudy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to make contact with extraterrestrials, bro.
I had the one friend that had HBO, and he was lit, bro. Like house parties and sleepovers. Yeah, dog.
Hell yeah,
But he had like 5 Furbies in his house, and that shit that was so creepy, dog.
My grandma, she had like the nudie channels. That was dope.
Your grandpa was getting it in, huh?
No, well, come to think of it, maybe.
Well, it wasn't that they didn't have them by mistake.
Don't do it. Don't
Do
do
what?
it.
they didn't have the channels by mistake.
Don't do it.
Nah,
No.
grandma and grandpa were both on timing, bro. They were happy, huh? Happy couple, always smiling. Yeah, buddy.
Bruh, I
You are
don't
ruining
know.
That's how you do it,
everybody's
man.
image of
You
their
gotta keep it
grandparents
spicy,
right
bro.
now,
You
bro.
can't just get old and shit and not, you know.
I'd like to watch that again just to like reminisce.
Wait,
you know
what?
what I mean? The first time I ever like clicked on a channel and I'm like, the hell is this? And then hey, this is where the birds and this is what birds and bees means. Anyway,
Yeah, I used to try to stay up late to watch this show called The Benny Hill Show. Oh, it was hilarious, bro.
Y'all remember strip poker?
Benny Hill is the funniest, yo.
That's
Dude, it
hilarious,
was.
bro.
That's probably what's wrong with me.
Yeah, me too, man.
Hell yeah.
Do you
Okay.
remember the hack? You had to wiggle something. What was it to get the porn channel to work on the TV? You had to. What did you have to do? You had to like do something with the crazy with the controller or something. What was it? You remember that?
I don't. I never knew about that. It's the first time hearing that.
Are you talking about the antennas?
What were you doing to that young lady with a control, bro?
What about lick the batteries to make them work?
I don't know
Yeah, I
about
put my
that.
batteries in the fridge, dude.
Yeah,
You can
word.
buy
I
them.
know that.
Yeah, you
I
can
just
buy
found new batteries personally.
You sound
Homie
like a
just
guy
like
who
to
licked
lick batteries as a kid.
Yo,
One
if
guy's
they
licking batteries, the other one's biting them. The other
if you did my remote control, the batteries would die. I shit you not. You take them out, you put them in the fridge overnight, you
Damn, we
bring
were
them
all
back, you
poor
put them
as
back in.
kids,
That
huh?
shit will work. I'm still poor. What are you talking about?
Connor
It'll
said
yeah,
work.
12 volt.
doggone me too.
Connor said 12 volt to the tongue, son. Yeah, man, it shocks you if you do a 12 volt to the tongue.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, that was like entertainment for us.
Man said
man.
boomer talk.
Swear to God, y'all get
Back in my day, nah, y'all do sound crazy though.
Bro, we would
Back in
open
my
up
day, we
new.
licked batteries for fun.
Yo,
12
dog,
volt
I gotta
batteries
ask
at
you.
that. 12
Anybody
volt
try the
batteries.
glue?
Jesus.
Anybody try the glue?
Oh,
Anybody?
here we go.
Did anybody try 12 volts at one time?
What?
Nah,
Yeah, dog. I'm
you're different.
dangerous,
You're
puss.
different, bro.
Bro. Dude.
That's probably what made
Me
you
and
so
my
smart,
cousin,
bro.
bro. Me and my
All that
cousin.
extra voltage.
Probably did that with the like,
It's
finger
always
dipping
it's
them out
always
with your
one kid, man. Always one kid that goes a little further than he's supposed to.
That time I
Hey,
stuck
Johnny.
I stuck my tongue in dude, bro, no shit. This is true. My parents were like, it was like the first time I was ever home alone, dude. And my dad, bro, he would never let me stay home alone. He was just like that. I like literally, I could have driven by myself at this point. Like, I'm not bragging. I'm kind of ashamed to say, but you
Dude,
know
if you
what?
were my son and you were licking 12 volt batteries, I wouldn't
No,
leave
it
you home
wasn't
alone
12 volt
either.
battery. I stuck my tongue. A light bulb went out, and it was still turned on. I stuck my tongue in the socket. That's 120
Oh, hell
volts,
no.
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
Not that.
yeah.
Living on the edge, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, I saw
That
Jesus
ain't.
that night.
That's not living on the edge. I swear to God.
Hey, Johnny, want to come over to my house and lick 12-volt batteries and watch me stick my tongue in a socket?
Actually, yes, I do. Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I definitely would not have been allowed to hang out with you, bro.
Nobody was. It was wild.
I can imagine why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now I
No, really?
realize that it took me like, a long.
We lost him.
Hey, back on the HBO topic, anybody ever watch the NFL show on HBO back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that was the best ever, bro. The guy had this perfect commentator voice. He made everything sound interesting, bro.
Who was the commentator?
Who was he? I don't know, man.
Yeah, what was his name?
No, I don't know. It was he was never like in the limelight, or you could never see his face. He just talk and he'd narrate the whole game,
Was it called NFL show?
Yeah, the NFL show, I think.
Madden.
No, it wasn't
If any of you guys watch MacGyver, y'all ain't doing it right.
Yo, MacGyver was that, bro. MacGyver and the A-Team. Like, if you watch those two shows, you were gonna be all right.
You're dangerous. You're a dangerous individual if you watch those two shows, bro.
If you watch those two
MacGyver,
shows, we're licking 12-volt batteries.
MacGyver was definitely
You
my
guys are
favorite.
definitely giving me that 70s show vibes.
They actually called me the Energizer Bunny when I was a kid.
I can imagine why.
Kelso.
I could see that.
Yeah, they didn't actually know about the whole 12-volt thing, though, which, in hindsight, kind of funny.
Yeah, but they definitely found out about you licking a socket, though.
I want to take this
told
moment.
anybody about
I want
that.
to
I've
take this
literally never
moment to remind y'all though that The reason your family doesn't listen to you when you talk to them about crypto is because they remember you licking that 12-volt battery. Like
Hell
that
yeah.
memory of the dumb shit that you
Yo,
did when you
bro.
were a kid, and now you're trying to tell them what to do with their
You know what I'm
retirement. It's like, bro,
saying?
if you don't go
That's
somewhere,
When I say coach, when I say tell me I'm wrong, that's what I need to hear. That's what I need to hear, coach.
Takes a licking, keeps on ticking.
it's too funny.
Damn, dude, they should have called me Timex, Drew. Holy shit.
Apparently, little Energizer Bunny's trading Bitcoin now.
What does that say?
Hey, I trade a little bit.
Rules that trumps what?
Damn, was that like a trend? Like, you know how they got trends now and shit? And you make,
What? Look,
like, you know, how you make fun of this generation for like the Tide Pod trend. But like, y'all would like
Come on, you don't
licking,
act, you don't.
bro,
y'all were looking
bro,
12-volt
Elon
batteries. You know what I mean? Like, it's
But
just,
that's
like, it's
that's
just,
the
it's
worst
the
part.
same.
He-
Like, imagine how your parents come in the room and see you with 4 batteries on your tongue. And then imagine you come in the laundry room and your kid's eating a Tide Pod. Right? It's like the same
Hey,
thing.
That's the thing, though, right?
Or
The
9-volt.
stupid
Yeah, not
crap,
a 12-volt.
stupid crap we did as kids. There wasn't even YouTube yet to get famous on.
Right.
Like we were just doing it.
Did that
'cause it
shit
was
for
stupid.
nobody. You did it for yourself.
American,
And then you laugh at
And
what
my
an idiot
parents
you
were
were.
probably throwing lit matches in their mouth.
when my dad saw me lick 4 12-volts at one time, that was the only time he told me he was proud of me.
That's my son.
That's my boy. He licked 4 12-volts at one time. Get my damn bell rung in football. He might suck, but he licked 4
His pops
12-volts.
is like, in my day, I never dared to go past 3.
Bro,
Tear rolls down his cheek.
We
Damn,
couldn't
my
afford 4.
son.
We could only afford 3, man.
Oh, man, my son is
This is
an honor
comedy
student.
material
Oh
right here,
yeah,
bro.
oh yeah. Well, my son licked 4 9-volt batteries.
That should be a bumper sticker.
Damn, how did we start this whole thing off of me
This should be on your college
licking a battery?
application, bro.
Nah, we're
Bro,
like
y'all know
we're like
Elon
halfway
Musk.
through a Netflix series here. If we keep going, I think we got something.
Well, here's this. We need to do one over Elon Musk because there's no way he goes into batteries and electricity if he ain't licking 5
Oh,
12
Elon
volts
definitely,
at
he's a
one
licker.
time.
He's
Bro, this
definitely
is
a licker.
Saturday Night Live material. I could see one of those guys playing
Holy
Elon
shit,
Musk,
dude.
licking
That is
batteries.
so freaking true,
Nah,
dude.
you know what this
Man.
is. This ain't
Don't try to
Sam
normalize
Paper,
putting
start writing
4.
the skit right now.
Don't try to normalize putting 4 batteries on your tongue, bro. Elon Musk did not. That was you. You have got the record. Pretty
This is
safe
not-
to say
this
that
is
I think
not
you've got the
battery-
record.
I
This is
got
not-
something. Hey,
Hey,
I'm a
disclaimer.
frame that.
This is
Disclaimer.
It's Always Sunny in Cypherland, man. That's what this is.
Listen, but on a serious note, though, disclaimer here: this is not electrical
No.
advice. Do not lick.
No, this is not bioelectrical advice.
But if you do have a kid that's acting up, give him 4 12-volts and see how his ass
No,
does the
don't.
next day.
Definitely
I'm
don't
just
do
kidding.
that.
You're not right.
That's advice.
JK, just joking.
That's advice from a battery
Getting
licker, guys.
superhero
Just
powers,
let's be
though.
clear.
At least he thinks he has superhero powers.
I did one time.
You're gonna have to write on one of those lines on the graph. Do not lick batteries.
Yeah, we're looking for that retest, Emat. Kind of sandwiched between that 800 and the 50. A little bit of a
There you go.
squeeze going on there.
Man, you was better than me. Me, when I was a kid, I burned the house.
Yeah, that was more my thing too, brother. Fire was more my
Yeah,
thing.
I love fire, bro.
Pyromaniac, pyromaniac.
Everybody knows
Yeah,
my
yeah.
story for when I almost burned down my apartment building and shit was.
Come on, coach, tell us. I ain't heard it.
You haven't? Oh my god! I'll keep it
Yeah,
short.
please.
I was
Please.
smoking in my room and my mom came home. I said, "Oh shit!" So I threw it in the garbage, wrapped up the plastic bag, and dropped it down the trash chute. Like 10 minutes go by, and just that Jiminy Cricket was like, "Bro, go check it." And I opened up the trash chute on the 4th floor, and it was like flames, bro. I ran downstairs, went to the dumpster, opened it up, kicked the dumpster halfway out of the building, couldn't move it anymore.
Buenas
Now,
noches.
now the fire isn't going up the trash chute. Now the fire is hitting the side of the building. I'm freaking out, bro. There was a garden hose to wash the car with. I start trying to put it out. Fire truck pulled up. Get out of the way, son. We got this. Put it out. Gave me a little fireman badge. Talk about, hey, this guy here. This guy here almost took our job. He's trying to take our job.
Did you ever tell them that you did
Hell no, I didn't. You kidding me? I took that badge.
it?
I took that badge and they gave me a little tour around the engine. I played stupid. I was like, well, I came home and I saw it. And I was just trying to save everybody.
That's funny.
I was scared as
Hey,
shit, bro.
Hey, more like protector of the
Bro,
Dbloc.
I thought like firemen forensics were gonna show up and find the bag that started, from the shows, find the bag that started the fire, and I was like, damn, there was paper in there with my name on it too, and they're gonna know it was in my house. I was freaking
Oh,
out.
you're busted.
They used to tell me, they'd say, "Oh, we're gonna fingerprint you. We're gonna find your fingerprints, bro." In hindsight, dude, f those people that told me that, bro. You know how much psychological harm that did, and I told on myself, cuz snitches get stitches. I deserve stitches because I was the snitches. Shit.
I will tell you, my friend did get dishonorably discharged from the military because right before he was about to get out, he was like sick of it. We were drunk. He decided to burn his papers. Um, and he wanted to burn them at my house, and I was like, nah, dog, like I'm not trying to burn down my house. So we went to the park, and he put it in the porta potty, and it burned down the porta potty.
What
And I guess it
papers?
didn't
Like
burn.
immigration papers?
Oh, like all his military papers. Like he
Oh,
was
oh
like
shit!
he
I
was
got
about to
you. Okay.
be out. He was about to get a GI Bill. He was like he was good. He was just done with it. And yeah, he had to go to I can't remember what they call that court for in the military, but he got court-martialed, and because
That shit burned up in his face, huh?
they found the papers, and they hadn't, I guess they had put out the fire, and so like the porta potty melted because it was plastic, but the papers weren't all gone, and so they found the papers that burned the porta potty, and some of them had his name on it still. So he literally got dishonorably discharged from the military. And I was like, yo, they went in a porta potty because he put them like in the porta potty.
Can you imagine that being your case? Discharged for burning down a porta potty from the military. Oh man.
I mean, it would have been a lot better if he just threw him in there and didn't burn it, right?
Yeah, right? No one would have ever known.
No, actually, I don't know who said that. It sounds like a pretty smart guy. I mean, that would have been the thing to do. You just drop it in the porta potty and be like, okay,
Yeah, see,
it's
that
done.
that would have been the thing to
Setting the
do
fire
if we
was
weren't.
overkill, bro.
That would have been the thing to do if we weren't like 6 glasses of soju lemonade deep. I mean, like full glasses, and it wasn't like.
And then a methane-rich environment probably didn't help.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Also, a good point. Great point.
I'll tell you what, it looked cool though. I was like, oh I was like, dog, that's going fast. We need to get out of here. Oh man. Had a nice new porta potty though. Yeah. So some things are good.
Fucking
Good. I threw money at him for his lawyer though, because I was like, yeah, no, we're not burning it here, dog. So I felt partially responsible.
You didn't throw it at him while he was on the porta potty, did you?
Well, he wasn't on the porta potty. He just went in the porta potty and
Okay.
threw the burning paper down in it. Probably not the smartest choice. Smarter choices have happened. So
You sound like a good friend. I'm gonna be honest. I respect that integrity.
I don't know if I'm a good friend or if I felt really guilty, dog. Like,
No, you're not a good friend. You're a great friend, actually.
well, because I was both there to be like, yeah, let's burn it, and then I was also there to be like, hey, man, I'm sorry that happened. But
He was sort of naughty at the porta potty. Oh shit.
yeah, buddy, fun though. I love fire, dog. But now I play with fire professionally. You know, origin story, right?
Oh, it changed your life.
Yeah,
No, that's
like
actually what happened, right? You must have been.
I mean,
How old were
I guess
you? 17.
No, I was like, we were in our 20s, dog. Like we weren't even that, like we weren't kids.
It was
We're
different
kids.
time back then.
He be in the military. He had like 18 to 23 at the latest.
Yeah, he was I think he was 19 and I was like 22. And that's why I was the responsible one that was like, yeah, let's
Yeah,
not burn
you
it
were the bad influence. I take that back about the
Yeah.
great friend. You are a
No,
good
no,
friend,
no, no,
maybe
no,
not
no.
great.
I coincide with
No, no.
homie. You the big homie.
Yeah, I was the big homie. I was the most responsible one there. Everybody else was like, yeah, let's just burn it, dude. And
I
I
don't
was
know how I
like,
feel
no,
about
let's
that after
burn it at the park.
after the whole like drop it in the porta potty.
I mean,
Like
I didn't
who
tell
did
him to do it in the porta potty. I was telling him to do it
God,
in like the parking lot where like things can't burn and whatever. And then he was like, I'm gonna drop it in the porta potty, dog.
Back up.
I'm
That's how
surprised
he
he didn't
felt.
go. I'm surprised he didn't go boom. That would have been wild.
No, Anita, I don't think alt will go sideways till December. Nowhere near. If alt goes sideways till December, something's gone horribly wrong.
BTC.
Hey, you guys, that's the wrap for me. Thanks for the laugh.
Take it
Have a
easy,
good day.
brother. Yeah, you mad? That's when it came in at this green vector. We're good on global. Only argument to be had is whether we're there or here.
That
Then
looks a lot more.
I can put it on a closer offset.
I just realized that I misread my liquidation price and definitely closed out half of my Doge position way early. Psst. I think I'm about to get a really good entry here.
So if that lines up where you had it just right there, that little dip down right where we were at could be where you're possibly expecting that 102K or 105 if that happens. Or is that behind us? I mean, I guess maybe we shouldn't be.
See how when I put it on, I put both on automatic. Hold on, I just screwed it up again.
But you did
Bring
say
it
no.
in, put them both on automatic, bring them close, take them off of automatic so I can actually move the chart. And I screwed it up again.
Bro, we need some AI to make what you're saying you screwed up easier because I freaking have trouble with it too, and I'm not like that.
It's just trading view. It's trading the way that trading views automatic thing works. That's it. But we see where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
Oh yeah.
Right here. With the wick of this coming down into here. That's where we're at. This is what comes next.
I have a question. Why is it that like on Coinbase and other exchanges you have like an ETF that has like May and June?
What do you mean, May and June?
Like if you look at Coinbase and the derivatives futures, you see like Dodge May 25 and Dodge June 25, but they have like
That's
Dodge.
their expirations.
Oh, okay. So they're just going month to month then.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Gonna have to keep an eye on this. Got a pretty serious retracement going on the end of M2 in real time. 105-day offset. That's taken us out to September already. Remember, my plan is August, September, October. Take profits. It's already in my sell zone.
Do you think all the global money being printed is actually being reported on the global M2?
It's the money that comes out of the central banks.
Does
That's
that
where the
would that
money's
include
made. There
China?
wouldn't be. Yep.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking that M2 might just keep pushing up because crypto keeps pushing up. So it's like in theory, if crypto keeps pushing up and you don't want to get left behind, you have to print more money to buy it. So when does M2 like turn around? I
At the
mean, I'm
end of
thinking
the
out
cycle.
loud. Okay. Okay.
Global liquidity cycle runs just like the Bitcoin cycle. M2 will go down and up, down and up.
Okay. I need to look into that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if that was him slapping, if that was Macron or Macron, whatever however you pronounce the name, if he was slapping his wife. Oh, that would look right.
Yeah, because that'd be crazy.
Yo, but why is it okay for women to beat up men?
Because it's a woman, bro. We're not gonna do that Andrew Tate shit where we feel like we should be able to do everything they can do.
Yeah, but
Your
I mean,
woman could
people should
slap you.
still.
You can't slap the shit out of your woman. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been slapping. I
His
got a
wife's
nail
mad.
poking my eye. It's like, yo, keep your hands away from my face, woman.
Every time I got slapped
Pretty
by a woman, I
privilege.
deserved it.
We get the piece standing up. They get to slap us, bro. It's just how it works. We didn't make the rules.
That's a
feel
good
that.
point, Coach. I'm gonna
I
have to
feel
write
that.
that down.
I feel that. We don't have to bleed every month either.
Bro, we have it easy. Couple slaps here and there.
Oh
We don't have.
shit!
When you really think
We don't have
about
to.
it.
We don't have to
Yo,
give birth.
this is the most humbling moment I've experienced in years.
We got it easy,
All we
bro.
got.
Trust me on this.
All we got to do. All we got to do is
Y'all
bust
get
a nut.
slapped. I ain't never been slapped. Not one
Oh, I
time.
got my ass whooped. I got my ass dragged around. You know,
Hell yeah,
European
Drew.
people
Hell
tell.
yeah.
You've never been slapped. You've never loved, Matt.
Nope, I've
Bruh.
never been slapped yet.
Y'all remember the
Currently-
first? Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, going on about 13 years, haven't been slapped yet.
Have you loved a Latin woman?
No, wait a minute. 13 years. You're a lot older than 30. Have you been slapped before those 13 years?
No.
Okay, so you haven't been slapped your entire life since your mama.
I've never had my girlfriend slap me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But random girl on the street, maybe at a club, a little too handsy when dancing.
Hey, E mad, but she happy, coach.
No, that's good, man. I don't think we shouldn't strive to be slapped. We just shouldn't feel.
Nah, I learned the hard way.
I've had plenty of other things happen.
I got punched in the throat, but I never got slapped.
Y'all remember
steal
that
my
first?
car, steal my money.
Oh yeah. Just slap me. Don't take my shit. Just slap me.
Ooh,
Yeah,
slap me.
Steal $6,000 from inside my pillowcase underneath my head while I'm asleep.
Shit.
Oh nah.
While I'm asleep.
You
Was
turn
it
that
one night
around real
stand?
quicky, man.
That's not love, brother. That's a whole different thing.
That's worse.
That's
than
theft.
Was it off a one night stand?
No.
That
was off a
was
3 weeks
female that I dated for maybe like 2 weeks.
Okay, 2 weeks, not 3 weeks.
It's the same thing. That's a one night stand.
My bad. I was off by 1 week,
No,
just
no,
like
it
in
wasn't.
crypto.
No, it wasn't.
Brother, that wasn't dating. You were the mark.
Oh God.
No, I was dating her. We got in a big fight that night. She got over on me.
Y'all remember the first iPhone Plus that came out? The big one. Looked like a mini iPad. Anyway, it was called an iPhone, but it is a phone I took to the eye. It was a phone I took to the eye that day. Anyway, I took an iPhone Plus to the eye. But I was probably the first one. Kind of like the four 12-volt batteries to the tongue. Damn, I'm tough. I've been telling people I'm tough. Damn, I'm tough as shit. Come on, coach.
I love how everybody got quiet.
I love the silence, man. That's how she got before she threw the damn iPhone Plus.
I was gonna say,
It's too funny.
if you're looking to get slapped, brother, just date yourself an Italian woman or a Latin woman. Don't listen.
Or Romanian.
Yeah, or
That's
Romanian.
primarily what I dated.
Then you're doing fantastic, my guy. More power to you, brother. Good job.
Yeah, dude.
She's Latin right now. Used to them. I didn't say that there ain't fights. I just said I didn't get slapped.
Honestly, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. I respect the fire. I'm just saying they definitely got.
I just imagine Emad bobbing and weaving like Mayweather, just ducking slaps. I say she ain't tried. She just never connected.
They've yet to cock.
Bro, that is so funny. They tried, cuz they couldn't catch Emad, bro.
Man, Emad too quick for all that.
No, he's like slap Mayweather.
Oh my God, my second baby mother, she was the worst. That's all she wanted to do was argue. She was a big bitch. So one day I bought her a ticket to go visit her family in Mexico and never brought her ass back.
Yo, Talib, who peed in your Frosted Flakes, bro?
You told her that you was gonna bring her back and just didn't.
Yeah. Yep.
Good job. I respect that, brother.
Couldn't do it.
That's big bro stuff right there.
Too much going on.
I mean, to be fair though, you sent her home. Okay. I mean, literally there's nothing more respectable.
That's where she needed
brought
to
her
go.
here and sent her back.
I'm double tapping my chest and giving you a peace sign for gang gang because you won them. You won them, cuz.
Yeah, I don't get
We haven't lost that 50 yet, but we are threatening. Let's go down to the 5 minutes so we can see if we lost bullish momentum yet. 13's about to cross, and then we need that one candle of confirmation.
I need my fractal trade, man, to the top.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Evanji. That's where this tweet came in, right in this, like the candles.
Well, that puts a damper on his tariffness.
I just realized I'm in 3 coins that I would like never ever be in, and basically they're not Bitcoin, and I'm long in them right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, my only point is that
Hold on a
I'm
second. This
never.
guy's looking for my attention on freaking. Hold on. I'm gonna put you on timeout, bro, because you need to think about your life for a second. 60-second timeout. Let's see if it fixes your attitude.
Who is this?
Dude is wilding out. Talking to him. He's literally talking to himself.
Which guy is it?
I do that a lot, but that time I wasn't. I don't think.
So you're aware of.
It definitely explains your name. I love it.
Support your.
It's just funny when someone comes in trying to troll and just gets ignored, because then they're like, you see them getting more and more upset, and they start to get more extreme, and nobody's paying any attention to them.
Is it the Jerma Jermaine?
Nah, the Talib guy. I already deleted his message. He was just talking some random shit. Sounded like he was in a intense argument with somebody, but there was nobody talking to him. It almost looked like he was typing in the wrong chat.
Maybe he thought he was texting his girlfriend.
Well, I'm saying it looks like he was writing in the wrong chat or something.
Like, man, I remember that day you slapped me. It was wrong, dog. Or he was like, I remember that day that you stole my car and took $1,600 from out my pillow.
I only remember the first black eye.
6,000.
I don't remember how I got the second
I
one.
heard the 6. I didn't hear the. I'm sorry, brother.
Wow, that's old news.
What are the alts doing right now? Any standouts?
So when do we get to the point where we got to stop thinking about?
Steda's kind of pushing right now.
Stop thinking about what, you meant?
Well, we got to stop thinking about testing 100 again.
When we test 100 again?
Okay, so
Nah, at the very, if we hold 105 and break all-time highs, then we could say maybe they just front ran it. But if we can't hold 105, chances are we're going low.
Well, they had their chance. They didn't want to come down to it earlier.
Yeah. It's been a fight, like we've seen. Whales going long and defending those positions that are making it hard for market maker to let that mean reversion come into play.
Hey, Dbloc, do you have targets for XLM? I'm just in it heavy, and I have targets. I'm just kind of wondering where you're at. Oh my God. Okay.
41 cents.
Okay.
That's just to start with, though.
Yeah. My first, I was at 37 to 39. Now I'm at about 43 and a half.
Yeah, I think XLM could see all-time highs.
Damn, dude. You gotta, dude. You can't
Not
encourage
like
me. I'm
today. Well, have some
no, no, no. I
self-control. I don't
know,
mean
I
like
know.
right now.
No, no. I know. It's just I know me. I know me. So I'm just saying.
We
That's why I'm
just
like, tell me I'm wrong.
confirmed that bearish momentum on the 5-minute. Well, once this candle closes.
If I can't tell you, Dbloc, I had my W set on XLM. I've been watching XLM for 7+ years. I had my W set most recently at like 27.5 ish area. And anyway, because of you, obviously, and it hasn't come back and invalidated that, and
Yeah.
it keeps making lower highs, and I'm just feeling so good about it, kind of thing.
Good.
Where do you think Bitcoin would have to be to confirm a downtrend on the hourly?
Mm. Already got a downtrend. Oh, you mean like bearish momentum? Well, we lost bearish momentum on the hourly long time ago. We were attempting to recoup it on lower time frames, but we lost bearish momentum at 109, and then we retested that 50 bearishly here. 13 didn't even get close.
Okay.
So you know how I talk about ranges and deviations out of the range, right? So we make this thing a whole range. Move this out of the way. We make this thing a whole range from support to demand. Excuse me. And we've got our deviation above, right? Even if we weren't sitting above the 100K, we deviated above the range. We haven't deviated below the range yet. And usually as above, so below. Right? So you would expect that deviation, even if it was to come back into the range and just keep going. Sort of the same way that a weekend trap does it, but for different reasons.
A couple. Debating what I'm gonna do on this 107K entry. If I'm gonna bail or not. I was hoping to go up more. At least to the top of to test that downtrend from the top. Guess not.
No, I mean, honestly, I think we lost this level. We were there long enough. And if you take the bottom of the level or the support.
All right. I'm just gonna hold this till I get back to little fake out.
Thing is that we are in this big range now, though, right? So like look here. We got to the bottom of the range here, and we dipped down, and then we ended up coming back up to the top of the range anyways. Right? As long as we're above that, then you have to assume that the next level would be that. I just, me, I'm expecting lower because of the 100K. So I think there's already more sort of there's more motivating it to drop than just breaking this level or getting a deviation to the
The
bottom.
liquidations.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take them off?
I think I turned them off for a second.
Oh, I was about to say. Damn, it went down quick. They're coming straight to me.
Liquidations and that golden pocket.
107. I'm right at 107.
be right back.
That's all right. I have to get out the way again. I've done it already. Damn, Drew. Ooh, big sale. What is that? Oh no, I thought that was a 9. It's a 10. It's kind of wiki. That's strong. They're gonna let it be that easy. Well, there's quite a bit more 100x longs that entered since earlier today. I see. Oh, snap.
What's up,
They're going
beautiful
to
people?
give. Lounge.
They've been high in liquidations for a bit now. All the way up, all the way down.
Man, they could have at least came up there and finished them off and then came down.
These guys are new. These guys survived,
Okay.
but because of that support, I mean, because of that resistance, right? These guys here, they opened up after prices started to come down, and they're actually shorting this thing pretty heavily right now. It's starting to pile up.
Come on, go get them. Then turn around. Got an okay entry. I really want to get something out of this. If I can't, fine. Swing, so I'll swing again later.
Did you guys notice that Trump had Pepe in the background today?
Yeah.
Watch that fly.
It was giving me real Elon tweet vibes.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
I'm gonna be honest. I really like Melania right now. Shouldn't not financial advice, but I really like it because
Why?
it's like, what doesn't make sense? That's why I love that. What doesn't make sense? Melania doesn't make sense. That's it, though. That's really the only reason. Sorry. Honestly, I think it's gonna fly, and Pepe's a frog, and frogs catch flies. That really excited me for whatever reason.
Bro, are you trading tonight? Or you're just hanging
I'm
out?
already in. I'm just kind of watching it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everything's staying
All
where
right, all right.
we
No
are.
new trades tonight. All right.
I was
All
10-4
right.
coach. 10-4 coach.
Gotcha.
Don't forget the pro tips.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk about reality smacking you in the face real quick. See, dude.
That's what we're
You
here
know
for,
what?
bro.
You can agree with me on the cryptos at the one day of the year, but damn it, man, just tell me to stop trading. I'm okay. I'm gonna go take some deep breaths, look in the mirror, and I'm gonna lock in and probably go to bed. Thank you, Dbloc.
You got it, brother.
Debating if I'm gonna bail at 107.050, but I'm gonna wait and see.
I got licks as Doge keeps stopping them out. You feel like you over trading a bit? A little bit of revenge trading in there somewhere?
Who, me?
Nah. YouTube.
I don't got nothing to get revenge on. I've been winning. On shorts.
He said, yeah. As long as you know that's what it is, I guess, right?
Hold on. Get
It's all good to let it go sometimes, though, man. Just let it go and refresh. Up some grass.
That James Quinn guy, I guess I just got back, but I guess he added
Yeah.
to his long, man. His liquidation's now 106.9.
I thought it was up into 107s now.
Well, and then in the last 5 minutes, he just started closing at a
Oh,
loss. Like he
okay.
just closed.
Okay. I was gonna say because it was headed towards where they said his liquidation was. He
Yeah, he's
added
closing
like
as
2,000 Bitcoin.
he just closed another 92. He's just taking clips of 92.
Bro, he
Like
needs to get
80.
the hell out. Just stop trying to like. We get it, bro. You did a good job. Congratulations. It was entertaining as shit. Don't get wrecked for us, bro. Don't let your ego get you wrecked. Just because you know all of Twitter's watching you and everybody in crypto's talking about your trade. Like, bro, nobody's gonna call you a bitch for taking your money and running. You know.
I
If
think
he
it's
was
too
on
late.
this,
I think it's too late.
Dude was down
He's like, he's
57
down now.
mil and still popping shit on Twitter.
if he was on this channel, coach, you'd be like, "Hey, you're not trading
Nah, I
anymore
would have, bro. I
now,
would
are
have
you?"
pulled him. Listen, if he was in this channel, I would have pulled him down into one of the rooms and went on cam with him. I would have had a real serious conversation with this guy.
Oh yeah, honestly, dude, that's like the
Yeah,
fact that you
mention.
already know what you would do,
First
and
of all,
that's
I
like
would
so
teach him how to
serious.
split his
Yeah.
freaking trades up so he's not getting targeted like that.
Yeah,
The dumbest shit
I
ever to
don't know
put
why
that
his
much
last
money
name's
on one
Win.
exchange. It's a pseudonym, I'm sure.
I was gonna say, I mean, if your name's gonna be Win and it's 4 letters, it might as well be Loss. Yeah. Hey, I'm okay.
Oh yeah, they're gunning for him, dude.
Bro,
He is
if you could be
close.
down 57 mil and still on Twitter checking your shit and commenting to people on your posts and reposting shit, I mean, come on. You know what I mean? He's got it. He's all right.
If I had 57 mil,
bag.
dog, I'd be fishing.
He's all right.
That's probably what he's doing.
And
bailing.
good shit. Not only that, but do you think that I'm gonna let all of listen, if I know every market maker's out to get me and every whale on Twitter is out to get me and I'm long, do you really think I'm not taking a head short behind closed doors in case they win?
Oh wow, dude, he just got it down to 420.
His
106,
head
dude,
his head short is probably like half the size of his original trade, I bet.
Making it that public, you kind of have to.
All right, he's got it down to 106, 310. He just closed a lot. He's out of money. He would be adding, but now he's out of money.
It's kind of sad when you look back and you see his tweet now, right? The whole they emptied the clip, they gave me everything they had, now they're out of ammo. That didn't age
Yeah,
well.
no, they got enough.
Yeah, that didn't age well, bro. Don't ever bet against the market
FAMO,
maker,
coach.
brother.
Who knows? Maybe he do it.
He might
So
protect his position. He might.
He's
maybe he
probably, like
opened
I
the
said, he probably has a hedge, and then he's
Yeah.
taking profits from his hedge to protect his position.
Yeah, that's what my market makers do.
Bro, if
They
I
never
knew
let
that
loss
all
in.
of Twitter was on me, like why wouldn't I go like that type of pressure? Like I know I'm only one man. I could talk all that shit if I want, but chances are at the end of the day, the masses are gonna win. So yeah, I would have opened the short.
See, what I would do if I was him, I'd just pick up the phone and call stake.com. Like, hey guys, what's up with a sponsorship for the next 3 days? You know?
I didn't bail.
I had
Bro,
to reverse.
what do you
reverse out. I reversed out at kind of towards the top, and I was gonna liquidate my whole account, or at least this one exchange. and I'm now back up to 77% of my original balance. So I just gotta, and I think with everything, and I had like 500x trades going right there, so I saved my butt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. I thought I was bad.
Damn, you guys are junkies.
Hell
Nah,
yeah.
I didn't bail.
You guys need some help.
Yo, there's an exchange
heard
that offers 600x now.
No, 500x.
Oh, okay.
At
I was like,
500x positions.
That's light.
I did put a stop loss in my entry though.
But that's the most I've had, and that's the least losses I've taken in a position like that. So I'm happy about it.
I'll
take
That's
my
it,
wins.
that's the most drugs I've had without having to overdose.
Yeah, bro. Like that was like felt like my first time touching it. I'm not gonna say it, but you know.
Well, that's crazy.
I'm telling you guys, give it up, man. Give up the leverage.
Oh no.
He said, "Oh no."
Never.
Hell, quitting's for losers.
It's working.
But you know what's crazy about this James Quinn guy?
I've heard that one before.
On the weekend, after he like closed out his trades, he was like, "All right, I won. Want to know? Time for me to walk away from the casino. It was good while it lasted." And then I don't know what happened, but like on Sunday, he just re-entered and it's been down all.
Somebody on Twitter called him a bitch.
He's got that itch. He got that. He
Somebody
got
on
that bitch.
somebody on Twitter just messaged him and said double down.
My bad, coach. I shouldn't have done that. I was like, nah, you won't do it again.
Wow, that's a hell of a bounce. They came down to get me at 107.050. Came right up under me. I didn't press it.
Yeah.
Came right back up, and now I put the stop loss at the 107.050. So I guess if they want to do it again, I'll be out. But
Oh,
safe for now.
they just playing games.
That was nasty.
I think we're gonna hit that 105 target that you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I'll be trying to keep these trades alive, huh? Like when it goes against you, like you try to keep it alive.
No.
I just got my stop loss.
I'm ready to get out.
You know, a couple months ago, yes. Not anymore.
You can get yourself
to
into
bail.
some shit doing that if you're not careful.
Fuck yeah.
Because you'd be like, okay, as long as it stays above here, I'm gonna do this, and that's fine.
No,
and then
I
you
put
do
more
it
money into
again,
the
and you
trade
do it
trying to drop that
again.
liquidation.
Yeah, bro.
No, I'm not doing that.
Well, dude,
no.
instead of putting money, deleverage the trade.
Or even changing your mind on how much money you're willing to lose on the trade.
Or even get off leverage.
Like, I'll pay another $50 to see if it holds this support. Like, you start getting into that sort of mentality.
Oh
Back
no.
to the mentality of saying, like,
I
what's
think-
wrong with just making a nice, like, 10%, 5% gain? Sheesh.
People do the same shit on spot. People do the same shit on spot. It'll be
Yeah.
time for them to take profit, and they don't, and then it hits a dead cat bounce, and they're like, okay, well, it's probably gonna hold this structure, and if it breaks this structure, I'll take it out, and then it breaks, and you're like, okay, all right, I'll probably lose another $100 here, but it might hold this EMA. You know what I mean? Like you start bargaining with yourself, and before you know it, you're like,
you can DCA your way out much easier with much less.
Yeah.
Not like a new retail trader, you know what I mean, or a new retail investor. They definitely don't know nothing about DCA or anything like that. They just watch that thing go.
That's a huge stop in volume candle for 1 hour.
Yeah, I like that. I'll take that.
I bet you I could get government
Like that
grant.
a lot.
I'd start like a anti-leverage trading association, like or leverage anonymous group or something. I'm gonna
we
look into
need the
that.
leverage though.
Well, I'm gonna be.
Anonymous.
You kill the
I'm gonna
volatility if
be
you
the
get rid of
yank.
the leverage.
Leverage users anonymous.
Yep.
Yo, but
Started.
do you think like these exchanges that have introduced like 400x leverage things are messing the market up, or it doesn't really?
It's not
affect
sustainable.
it?
That's not sustainable.
If you see on 15 minutes, it's a nice stopping volume candle.
Yeah, I would like to know where do they get all that money from? Where does that liquidity come from when
You.
people? Oh
People,
fuck
yeah.
no.
If you don't know what
Nah,
the
nah.
if you don't know where the yield is coming from, or if you don't know where the margin's coming from, it's coming from you.
Or your mom.
Somebody that traded before you.
Bro.
You know.
Yes, exactly. It's so easy. God, dude, if I could have an exchange that could give like 700 times returns and just liquidate people in nothing because everybody's longing it 700 times and slippage and all that. Yeah, give me that. Give me that. Give me that.
Should I just? Yeah.
You guys need Jesus.
Come on.
You guys need Jesus in your life or
Dude,
something.
Jesus needs me, dog.
No, I definitely got him in my life.
Actually, I think this wick may fill.
I'm not falling for this.
I think we break. I think we make a new low. I think we go to
I don't know.
105.
I think it's kind of like a rite of passage as a trader. Where like, if you don't know when you start off and you don't know what you're doing, like losing money is kind of inevitable.
There we go. There we
You got
go.
like some magic touch of God.
It's the leverage that does that, though. I mean,
No, I mean, no. I feel like I
as
had
a
a
new
lot of friends
trader,
that jump. Yeah, no, I had a lot of friends jump in like into spot and they lost money like that too. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, no, it goes both ways. But
Well, if they lost money, would they sell?
Buying those
Definitely.
poop coins.
Yeah, it's it's the FOMO in and the FOMO out. You know what I mean? Like when you
Take
start
care.
seeing your money go down and up so fast, like I don't think a lot of people are prepared
Yeah,
to
but
like
there's
handle that.
fast X5, fast X100, 5 and fast X500. Because fast is fast, but when you're multiplying fast times 500, that's just ludicrous.
yeah, I didn't
It
even know
goes
when
just
that
as
happened.
fast in the other direction too.
Exactly.
Yep.
I think that's just like one of the biggest uh things that kind of like keep people away.
So does that depend per person and their capital, or is that per platform on how high you can go with the leverage?
Per
Platform.
platform.
Copy. Yeah, because I noticed some memes only allow me like 75x, and then some allow me 125. Not that I use it, but I just noticed
Bro,
that.
The
most of
higher
my
the leverage, the more skeptical you should be about keeping your money on the exchange.
You notice how it sounds like a druggy talk, though? It's like, not that I use 125, guys. You know, like, no.
Yeah, you peeped
Hey,
that, huh?
this is a safe zone. No judgment here.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
messing with you. I'm messing with you guys. I love messing around with you.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
125 hertz.
125 on memes is wild though. Like that's scary, dog.
No,
Yeah,
for
you could
sure.
69x on Doge blockchain now without KYCing directly from your wallet.
Right.
That's an odd number.
Got half my
It
half
is
my
an odd
trade back
number,
already.
actually. Yeah.
I wonder who came up with that one.
All right.
Hmm.
I mean, who knows? It's one of the devs. I mean, they're all big buys.
Man, look how they tried to do me, Drew.
Yo, they're trying to
707.
tell you, come back to the light.
Tried to do me on my little
Out
small
of the
trade.
dark side.
I'm not in the dark side. All my money's in spot.
Oh.
I fucking told you.
The funny thing is, anytime I talk about the little itty bitty leverage trade, that's all the attention. It's ridiculous to me.
You know
Proud
how
of
it
how
is,
I had a
bro.
bunch of friends lose money on spot.
They would have lost it
Nothing wrong
faster
with
on
doing
leverage.
both.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Spot
I know.
actually gave me a chance to like respond a little bit quicker. I don't know. I tried it out my first couple weeks, and I mean I was killing it. But then I tried leverage for the first time, having no idea what the hell I was doing. Yeah, it wasn't the move. It's just when you see all the pretty numbers flying up quick, just like Dbloc said, you
Nah, I
kind of get into
definitely
the high of
understand
it.
that. Yes, the dopamine.
Yeah, you better be good.
Yes. I came up with a strategy. When I start planning out a move and I'm like, okay, this is what I think it's gonna do. I do the exact opposite.
That actually started to work for me. I'm gonna be honest. We probably have a lot in common.
Freaking working.
After I got on Dbloc's channel, I was like, okay, so basically he's just telling me I need to stop doing everything I'm doing and do the opposite of everything I'm doing, and I can do it. And that was
Oh, they just came for my stop loss so hard, and I just canceled it immediately, and they didn't get me. Oh, watch that. I watch that.
Yeah, I don't like this zone right now. I don't like the way it's looking.
Well,
I
it
feel like
keeps
it just keeps it.
stopping
I think it's a
at this
trap.
at the green candle from before. It keeps stopping right there and getting resistance.
If you look at the S&P,
wow.
it's coming up on its major resistance at 6K or the futures, and it's the 886. Usually, you get a big rejection from that. It's at 59,999.5.
Break through, and tonight we see something magical happen.
yeah, off the China news, I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks, honestly.
Wait, what was the China news?
Or well, I mean the tariff news. Excuse me.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just see China and tariff as the same word at this point.
I mean, that's what the tariffs are really about, right?
Tariffs are just the strings of the puppet master named Trump.
I want to record your laughter.
I'll let him pull my strings any day.
That's
Hey yo.
Yeah, yo.
Yeah, post
away.
for real. Anyway,
Private chat.
for off the grid, those like hex boxes,
Yeah.
are they worth more to sell unopened, or is it worth?
Nah, you're gonna want to open them.
Yeah.
Yeah. For one, you've gotta kit up your character for one, so you can stop getting smashed. But then that's where the rare stuff is gonna come from, right? It'll cost you like one gun to open a box, but you might open something that's worth like 500, 600 gun.
I got you. I got one epic and 4 rares. I guess I'll start with the epic then. See what I got.
Every time I get an epic, it's
Save the
some dumb
best for
shit like a
last.
goatee or
That's funny, dude. I got a freaking.
I got a
goatee.
freaking hairstyle.
Chinese pirate beard pink.
Nah, my character's crazy right now.
Is that worth anything? Chinese pirate beard pink?
You gotta look. You gotta see. Look at the number on it, right? How many of them have been minted? You see how there's a number on it? It'll be like 1,000 or 2,000. All right, so that's how many of them there are, and then you can look at the prices on market, and it'll tell you what they're listed for. So the lower that number, the better chance that it's gonna be
worth more.
Yeah, but even something that there's a bunch of them. If it's like a gun that's OP or something, right? Like it's gonna go more than the other ones.
Yo, I forget what happened with the Boston Tea Party. Was that with like tariffs that England was putting on the U.S. or
Taxes
what
on
happened with
tea.
it? And that was England putting the taxes on the tea, right?
Yeah, the Americans didn't have a vote in it, so it was the whole taxation without representation.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's why you see that on every DC license plate, because they still don't have representation on a national level.
Galactic Tariff Derangement Syndrome. That's funny. The new TDS.
Didn't we see a move just like this in the last range?
Every other day.
And they did the opposite. To see how they did that liquidation wick down there, and then they did one immediately to the upside.
Because they hunting you guys. Because you guys are sitting there. It's like they're in their helicopters, and you guys are just wild boars running around the field.
That one after the one you looked at.
Guys, it's a double top, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. At some point, you gotta embrace the downtrend.
Oh, I've embraced it. Short, short. You're
Don't
just
embrace the
finally
down
hearing.
chant when it's about a pump.
Hey, Punisher, this is the game from the gun coin.
Yeah, off the grid that they were talking about last night.
And where you download it?
I got it from Epic Game Store. It's on there.
Yes.
Okay. And it call it like gun?
It's
Off the
called
grid.
Off the Grid.
Off the grid.
Yes, sir.
Thank
It's
you.
on Epic Games.
Yeah, if you can't find it, the website is gunbyguns.com.
Yeah, no, it's on there. It's
For
on
you,
there.
and you can see what it looks like right now.
I don't know if it varies from like country to country, but I'm pretty sure it should be up there.
Bro, Talib, who are you talking to? Nobody's said a word to you, brother. You've been on here literally going crazy for the past hour by yourself. Who are you talking to?
Can you fight with the voices in your head somewhere else?
Yeah.
You gotta name the devil to shame him. Like who is it?
She's probably on some mushrooms or something.
Yo, bring me some, dog. It's legal here.
One of y'all pissed him off. He's like, if you catch me outside, you gonna catch these hands and these feet.
Yo,
Hand
hey,
and
he
feet
can
is
catch my
crazy.
hands and my feet, cuz I'm talented.
Guys,
cuz. I
chill,
am
chill,
talented.
chill.
Oh no, I was just kidding. I was just kidding.
Let's just say that Talib is actually Emad's ex that took all his stuff. A twist.
Bro, I'm gonna ask you one more time who you're talking about, and then I'm just gonna go back to ignoring you because I don't know what you're talking about.
Just talented and talking. What?
I think he's just trying to get that #1 role. That's all.
Oh, that's what it is. You trying to get that crown from Parabolic.
Hey, get the
All right. Cool.
Got in his way by blocking him.
It's a weird way to go about it, but I
He's filibustering in a way.
I was doing that the other day. Don't worry.
Phil and Bustin.
it's funny watching people trying to like it's not even fake talk, but you can tell where they're trying to get the crown. You're just answering everybody, and you're like, bro, you know you're usually not that talkative. Trying to get that #1 spot.
I even got talkative for a second. I was like, what am I doing here, man? Get me out of here. But yeah, you never heard of a filibuster? You never heard of a filibuster?
Yeah.
A
filibuster?
What is
I
that?
thought you said I thought you said a filibuster, and I was like, yo, you're just fighting your way until the end.
It actually
Holding out
got
for that
beaten
time.
recently. The length of time for the filibuster. I can't remember who passed it, but it was. I think that was within the past few years. Anyway, sorry.
You only get 75 points per hour. Is that true, Aeon? So that means you got to just come back every hour and say something in the chat to get your 75 XP.
Every hour it resets or something?
No, like, because I've noticed people talking, the number doesn't go up. So I guess she's saying it's 75 points you get per hour. So
Does
in
it
other
reset
words,
every day?
Parabolic's got 500 XP, and underneath him, #2's got 375. So Parabolic could go sleep for a couple hours and not worry about anybody passing him.
Does it reset every day, or does it just go on?
It resets every time I reset the stream.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, speak of the devil, there she goes. She's #2. You go, girl. Wait, we got a battle for #2. Little Smokies and Ion. I can never pronounce her name right. Is it Aion? Aion.
Yeah.
That's where my brain's
I just
at.
like slur the I. I'm like I just extend the I a little extra, and then it keeps me from the extra syllable.
As fourth grade spelling bee champ, I would say it's AI on.
AI on, yeah.
Yeah, you said it right, AI.
Hell yeah, 4th grade spelling bee champ. I told y'all, gang, cuz, gang.
Oh
Fourth grade.
no.
Fourth grade really did it for you.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was the geometry.
That was a peak.
Yeah, well, 3rd grade, really.
I guess that makes sense. So you're all prepared for 4th grade.
Miss Edge. She loved me and hated me. Like the rest of
CM,
them.
we'd have to start breaking some of these local highs, like we were saying earlier. So to like get bullish, you'd have to start taking out some of these tops. I mean, you could always swing at it, but you just have to be aware that we are in a downtrend. So, you know, obviously stopping volume candles is a good idea to swing at if you're feeling bullish. But until it takes out that high, and then that high, and then that high, you could still roll over.
I'm holding my position. I don't know. I'm just feeling that with this Bitcoin conference and JD Vance showing Bitcoin and showing his fat bags.
Drew ain't scared. You ain't
Party,
scared, Drew. You ain't
yeah,
scared.
party's not over yet. I mean, I agree with
but-
Retrace. Right? I agree with Retrace, but I still think after Retrace, we're still going to blue skies.
The party ain't even started yet, bruh. The party ain't even started, bro.
Yeah, for real. We just barely scratched the surface.
To your point though, we had JD Vance, we had all this like bullish news, tariffs. Bitcoin still is kind of struggling a little bit. So yeah, how deep do you
Well,
think
think about it. But the whole point is, it's not like I'm not thinking of like things like angles of like, all right, is it priced in? Is it already, you know? I'm thinking about angles of new retail and new blood starting to get their antennas, you know, receptors out and actually understanding what's going on with crypto, and people feeling comfortable putting part of their life savings in something like crypto. Now they're seeing Vice President Vance showing his bags, you know. And I think we're going to see retail like slowly coming, not just because of that, but just the news cycle. If you look right now and just like do a news search, not on Twitter, just go on like Google or any other like web crawler and just like do a search and see what's going on. You'll see, man, it's like there's, you know, big media outlets right now talking a lot about crypto, and they've been talking about it for a hot minute right now. So I think people are getting warmed up to come for another round of some fresh blood.
What was that?
Is that Dracula? Is that Dracula coming out?
I don't think that was blood you were sucking, dog.
That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
I know that boy's been to a Diddy party.
That's crazy.
Yo, Sean. Come over and smack you.
Yo, you gonna be coming at me like Talib?
Anyways. You guys hear about that Doge news?
Yeah, what's the Doge news, my guy?
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, you didn't hear it? You'll hear. Don't worry about it.
I heard about these.
I'm messing with y'all. No, there's all types of Doge. There's all types of Doge news right now. But
Hey, here's
everyone's
some
waiting
Doge
for
news. I'm all in.
everyone's waiting for X.com to see if X.com is going to implement some kind of crypto payments and how Doge friendly and Doge centric it's going to be.
And that's why Trump and Elon are all upset at each other, because then Elon's gonna go
Man, they're
back
not
on
He
his
just
doggy
retweeted.
train, baby.
Elon just retweeted some government. He just retweeted some stuff. He's not upset at no one. They're chilling, man. That's just the
Oh no,
media.
it's all BS, but it's playing
Yeah.
to our narrative. Just wait, cuz.
Yeah, but
Yo,
I'm
Doge in it. It did say Doge. Just gonna say, y'all waiting for him to tweet about Doge. He said Doge.
Yo, Drew, you talked to what was his name, like Maester Dogelus or whatever, the Wizard of Doge lately.
sometimes you mean Count Dojula?
Yeah, Count Doginal. Yeah, whatever his name was.
Count Dojula.
Dojula.
Yeah, Count Dojula. I'm about to hit him up in a little bit. Just waiting a little bit. You know.
All right, bet.
He only comes in when the time is right, when the stars and the moons align. First signs usually I start getting hairy knuckles.
2 γύρω σουβλάκι με τζατζίκι, ρε μαλάκα.
Oh, Tzatziki?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm eating a σουβλάκι.
Mm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Move right there, bro.
Greek power, bro.
Sounds so good.
Born
Right now. I used to date a Greek girl, man. She made the best souvlaki.
Vlaka suvlaka.
Yeah.
Souvlaka. Right.
Souvlaki.
She made the best souvlaka.
No,
She made
he's
really
joking
good
with
smoothies,
you.
man. Yeah. She was royal bloodline and stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I thought you said tzatziki. That's one of my favorite sauces, like the cucumber yogurt bait sauce they put on a gyro. How do you say it?
Gyro.
Tzatziki.
You know.
A cucumber. What'd you say? A what?
Yeah,
Cucumber
cucumber.
yogurt
What?
based type of thing.
Yeah,
A
cucumber.
cucumber yogurt based sausage.
And something else.
Oh.
So you had some
dog.
tzatziki, but you know what I had?
Whoa,
I had
dog. What are you thinking about?
I
And
had
That's
garlic.
just what I heard.
I had some
Cucumber,
chibuki.
yogurt, and
Ill, right?
fuck.
Chibuki.
I like it. And garlic.
Yeah.
Yeah, all this.
Yeah, lamb yodo is like my favorite.
And then you kiss a girl and love
Garlic, right? Garlic.
garlic. And then you kiss a girl and she will be in love with.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to have garlic.
Yeah, I know, bro. I
Fake
know.
out. Fake out. Fake out.
Fake out for the breakout.
Fake out. Break out. Bring it.
Yo, we are about to break out. Doge is about to pop one of these years. One of these years.
He said one of these years is wild.
Dbloc, you gotta be sick.
Yo, BitBoss got the coolest name on here. BitBoss Crypto.
BitBoss. I guess all those shorts piled up at 109,500 get to win.
Short squeeze, short squeeze.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
That used to be me. I already took my money. Twice.
Staying up playing off the grid, waiting for Sui to do its thing.
He just looking good.
It'll do it, boy. It'll do it.
Yeah, it's fun. I definitely hit the sweaty part though.
Ain't
Yo,
got no
is it
gas
true?
in it.
Is it true that the Sui army is trying to unify with the Doge army and XRP army? Because that's what I've been hearing through the grapevine. I don't know if it's
That's
true
what
though.
I've been hearing too. I mean, I just heard it. I hear it.
I've been hearing it too. I don't know if it's
I
true
hear
though.
it. They fear it. Let's go.
Yeah, they do fear it. They don't want to see if they see Sui, Doge, and XRP unite, and the clans get together and the army all share their shields. And, oh man, it's gonna get crazy.
Hey,
Way that
hey,
happen.
it's gonna get crazy.
Yeah, it would.
Tomorrow on the radio, we're gonna hear who let the Doge out? Who let the Doge out? Oh yeah.
See, they have a cop.
Sui and Doge look very similar. You know?
They both want a piece of Ethereum right now. That's what they want.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I heard Sui's buying Doge. That's what I heard. I mean, has anybody else heard that?
Shoot, if you look at the church right now, they look like they're freaking identical.
You know, I heard they're unifying, man. Straight up. That's what I heard.
Straight up. No, look at
Twinsies.
That's crazy.
I heard that they heard that, you know, we had the unification session here on Crypto Cypher, and now word on the streets, everyone's trying to unify.
Yeah. I told you we start a Reddit when we all go pump a coin, it would work. No, I'm just playing. This is not funny.
Hey, hold my beer.
We GameStop in this. Oh no, just
Yeah, we GameStop and Bitcoin. Watch out. Short
GameStop
speed,
Isn't,
short speed.
isn't GameStop buying a bunch of Bitcoin?
I mean, if GameStop's name is China, I would say that yeah, GameStop's gonna GameStop Bitcoin. Oh yeah.
I'm thinking we can do that. Like that's a whole like something definitely possible in the lower caps, not something anywhere near.
See, I'm thinking old granddaddy Bitcoin is going to want to pass the torch to his great grandson, who's Dogecoin. That's my theory.
Litecoin.
I like
Well, you're
that
right. You know,
analogy.
Litecoin's the in between, because that's, you know, Bitcoin's son is Litecoin.
Black sheep of the family.
Yeah, and actually, and then the son of Litecoin is Lucky Coin, and the son of Lucky Coin is Dogecoin. So that's why actually Bitcoin is great grandfather of Doge.
And Litecoin's father is Heavy Coin, but Litecoin is actually a stepchild that has red hair.
No, Litecoin's dad's it's Bitcoin.
We're retesting. It looks like the screen
Okay.
from before back at this at 107,703 or 107,690.
XRP's a bastard.
Heavy Coin is the stepfather, just for the record. I mean, Bitcoin might be the daddy, but basically, Heavy Coin pays the bills.
Like Dbloc gonna end up with a whole class of like streamers that just end up becoming crypto streamers from this whole thing.
Ethereum's a stepchild.
He's gonna have a bunch of unwanted kids.
Good point. Ethereum is a stepchild.
We'll get those shorts.
Speaking of steps, well, never mind.
That makes Vitalik second dad.
That's a person, not a crypto.
Yo, people have made
But
songs
I mean,
about,
maybe
like,
Vitalik identifies as a coin. To be fair, maybe he does.
people have made songs about being boyfriend number 2. Why has no one made songs about being dad number 2?
I want to make a song about being the side piece.
That's all I write about.
So now, you know what's funny? People think that Elon's stepping away from Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. But what if he steps away from Doge just to get into Doge? You know what I mean?
Not even a like a real.
Bro, dude, coincidences don't exist anymore, bro. Hey, Drew, you know what time it is, cuz check your watch, dog.
Bro, I checked my
Or maybe
watch
I
and
should say
I looked
doggy
back in
shit.
time, and I remember some people said publicly some very, very strong assertions and very, very predictive, almost predictive programming, basically. When Elon was telling us years ago what he's gonna do with Doge, I hope you guys listened because it's coming.
Hey, who let the doge out? Drew. Who let the doge out? Drew.
That is a double top, by the way. We're rejecting a bit, it looks like. We'll see if we make a third attempt.
I'm just sitting here watching.
Double top locally, I mean.
They should have just went for it when they came to 107. Why did they stop?
Well, I think we ran out of gas
I ain't
over.
got no gas in it.
Yeah, over here. Once we got above this this candle body, down here at 10. What was that? Oh, you're talking about going down 107.563.
Yeah, they came down to 107 right last candle on Dbloc's chart,
Yeah.
which is
It,
still
it broke. It
a
broke
lower
107.
high. Well, you know what I mean. Whatever it is there.
I know what you
Look
mean,
at the
Boogie.
look at the last wick over there where it touches that liquidation. It was actually lower.
Oh, my knuckles are getting hairy. Oh, I need a drink. I'll be back.
Oh shit.
By drink, he means the blood of bears.
Oh shit.
Bear blood is nutritious and delicious.
Igor, the hour of the grand convergence approaches. Bitcoin and Ethereum, those ancient titans, sit upon their thrones, complacent in their dominance. But the winds of change, they howl with the cries of 1,000 altcoin communities. Igor, having just swallowed a ghost squirrel, let out the Wolfmaster, the others. Precisely, my dear Igor. But fleas, when united by a singular purpose and a shared network effect, can drain even the mightiest beast. Behold! I'll be back.
I'll be holding that doge, coach.
That's crypto poetry.
It really is. It's incredible.
You're a poet, brother.
What the hell are y'all smoking tonight, y'all?
That's what I'm saying.
Apparently,
a little bit. Well, never mind.
That's what you call a crypto artist.
That was count.
What's
crypto.
you call it? Chat
Yeah,
GPT.
I call it critinol.
He said it.
Took a little critinol tonight.
Everybody's on some high, bro.
Ah, the hour is upon us, my friends. Not for a solitary feast of a pump, but for a grand strategic draining.
Solitary feast of a pump. You're silly, bro.
Now I'm genuinely concerned.
Honestly, I'm smoking 7 years of staring at charts to finally feel like I know what I'm doing. That's what I'm like. That's like that's where all my just like giddiness and stuff comes from.
Thank you.
Honest to God. Can I get an amen? Somebody give me an amen.
Amen.
Praise God.
Fucking bunch of degens on
One day, me and Dbloc gonna be in heaven. I'm gonna be talking to God. I'm gonna be like, "Look, God, man, look, man, you had my back more than anybody. But let me tell you something. If it weren't for Dbloc, Man, how would we gotten here? He'd have been like, shoot, man, I put him there for a reason. I'm gonna say, praise God. And he's gonna say, I call this Dbloc, and this is Dbloc's block. The block. We call it the block. Anyway, that's later on down the road, but yeah. Sorry, I just had a little prophecy there.
I just put it down.
Slayman. 10-4.
Ah, can we do something?
That's enough for tonight.
No, I just
Go ahead.
I just keep getting excited.
What chart you
A
looking at?
trillion,
D
$1
blocks.
trillion asset that won't move.
Behold, the digital chessboard is shifting, my friend.
This is nothing.
The energies of these digital beasts and how they shall dance. They might even clash. I extend a cloud paw pointing to my massive scrying monitor, where the logo of the chosen few shimmer like restless souls.
You should post that on Twitter.
If somebody doesn't have a Twitter, just have Count Dojula.
That's probably
alias.
Count Dojula needs a transcriber.
One of the people on one of the 250-year-olds on Medicaid.
I mean, Count Dojula could pay his transcriber in Doge, right?
Count Dojula does not pay anybody.
Markets on occasion. It sounds like Count Dojula is getting an AI transcriber.
You guys remember that bad robot?
No, I remember Mr. Robot. Show was great.
Where people were like using in the voiceover and talk online.
Golly, gotta love this price action right here.
Look at that and that like little tiny hammer. Here we go. Here we go, brother.
Damn time, do something.
Yup. Back in Doge, baby.
That's not even nothing. Go.
Oh, that looks nice. How's Sweet looking? Oh, I mean between Doge and Sui.
Ah, Sui, the newcomer, the nimble Sui. Young blood, built for
Sui
speed
looks
and
humble,
parallel. Sui built for
Young blood.
speed and parallel execution. Yes, it's the newcomer, the young blood, for scaling the very peaks of transaction throughput. Its community is fresh, eager, yearning to build the next generation of Web3 wonders. They seek to outmaneuver the fastest, the most efficient, to bring the future crashing into the present with blinding speed. Eagle, my dear Beagle, these are not just coins, they are personalities. For behold XRP, the swift messenger, all they yearn for speed, they near the fast one's financial corridors, tireless couriers seeking to bridge the ancient banking systems with the new digital age. Oh, but I want to speak about the younger, more industrious sibling of Bitcoin, Ethereum, the master of magic. The smart contract, the dApps, the NFTs, a vibrantly bustling city built upon ether, its communities buzzing with innovation. But the gas fees they are taxed or toll for traversing its bustling streets, and people enjoy paying some of them. Its powers and its utility, its ability to birth 1,000 new forms of digital life, even if those forms sometimes suffer from congestion. A mischievous glint enters my eye as I turn into my glorious symbol. I shall be back in 1 moon, my friends.
Count Dojla, that's one of those voices where it's like you have to get past season 1 to really enjoy it. I love that guy.
Yeah, that guy's all right.
I like the poem. The voice is throwing me.
That's what we
The
call
voice.
overexposed in a sideways position. This is what I hear with that voice. I can't take it out of my head. Every time he does it, it's
I just looked in the mirror with that comment.
1 dose, 2 dose, and 3 dose.
Yep.
1, 2, 3 into the Doge. Anyway.
That was different.
Crypto
He
Mac with
said
the
1
5
Doge.
gifted memberships. Appreciate you. W Mac. W gifts.
I get it.
Yeah, I never really connect. That's kind of been a lifelong problem.
It just took me time to process, brother. That's not you, that's the other people.
You know, where I'm from, they say you're slow, but you're worth waiting for.
Hey, yo.
That's also a joke. That's actually a really funny joke. You're slow, but you're worth waiting for. It is a really, really funny joke.
That hits on multiple levels.
Yeah, it's one of those jokes that you can say being a
I think the best part about that joke is it's gonna take the person at least like 5 seconds to process it and respond.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a whammy right there.
We got a buyer, 35 Bitcoins.
35 Bitcoins. All right.
He did it. Somebody did it. Go ahead. Next.
He did it.
That's a lot of Satoshis.
Dbloc, I'm ready to get up out of this, man, but they just don't want to let me.
I hear you.
See,
We're rolling over nicely on Dom though. For what it's worth.
so Satoshis are like the micro. Or Nakamoto's, is that like the macro? Like if you have like 10,000 Bitcoin, that's a Nakamoto?
No. That's just a lot of Bitcoin.
That's just, you're rich, dog. I think that's generational wealth is what that's called, actually.
Yeah, Cassius, he was closing out on the way down. I don't think he's completely closed out, but he was definitely running. As he should, though.
He still has 4,600 Bitcoin. And his liquidation's at 106,311. But he hasn't done anything since we popped.
Can you tell if he's on isolated?
Nah, he's on cross.
No, he's on cross. Yeah.
Why doesn't he attach it?
Only reason he's still alive is because he's on cross.
You know, maybe he is hedging it. Come on. Give me a reason to get out. Give me 108. 108. 200.
I mean, I want to root for him, but he's in between price and my target, so it's kind of hard for you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to root for him. I kind of want him to win at this point. Whenever somebody gets targeted like that, I kind of root for the underdog. But too much information, Connor. Can't have nobody thinking my mod's a gooner. They tried it, DJ. They already filed for appeal though. But yeah, they voted that it was an overstep.
Doesn't sound like they should be able to do that.
That's kind of why they're there. In this country, we have checks and balances to make sure that one branch doesn't get too big for their britches. I think it was the specifics of the executive order and how it was worded in the clause that it was sort of written under emergency economic something or another.
I mean, end of the day, what is it? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Is his justification is to get the stock market to pump up by doing the tariffs? How do they do what they're supposed to do, or?
In the long run, yeah, I think in the long run it'll be a good thing, but it does affect our international relationships and shit like that. It's years and years and years of diplomacy that's sort of being turned upside down. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, but remember, it's a 4-year president coming in and unwinding something that people, relationships that the country's been working on for decades.
Or where are you at with it as far as like the goals and the plan that you have? How?
I don't care. I don't care what they do with their money. I removed myself from that system already. I just sit back and laugh now, like, oh yeah, should probably buy some more Bitcoin.
I mean, every time we've been hearing tariff, you get a dump.
Yeah, it's the indecision, right? If the tariffs were already in and we knew what the number was, there would be no problems. It's the not knowing and the back and forth and the pause and then now it's on and now it's off. And then now you're poking Trump, so now Trump's gonna talk tough. And then that shakes the market because the market's dumb. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not good. I would have much rather they left it the way it is. It doesn't help us any because, like I said, any sort of uncertainty is going to cause pause at the very least. I'd imagine they're probably going to buy some crypto with it, Mr. C. Right? If I was waiting for my billions in Bitcoin and I got it in stables at this point of the market, I'd probably be looking to buy some assets. Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Waking up to ETH going crazy.
Yeah,
Dominance
yeah.
going down, but none of my alts are moving.
Nah, it's an ETH only
crazy.
show here. It's kind of bleeded. Well,
Yeah.
ETH and one of the dexes was going crazy. I think Uni was going crazy. Did like a 20%.
Yeah, I think virtual's popping as well. It's been going crazy for a bit.
I'll be right back, yo.
Too bad. Virtuals is going to be the coin I was going to buy. Where we at? Where we at? Come on. What a dead ass tape. I'm going for a lower high, double top, lower high. I'm out. So I'm going to do.
I don't know, man. Pep is kind of looking at me right now. It's giving me that long vibe.
So
Just want to see that 5-minute candle.
give me 108. I'll bail.
Doge really don't look bad at all. I don't want to get into it. Let me get out of here. Good night, y'all.
Take care, bro.
Dominance is being very nice. So I guess if Bitcoin dumps, it won't hurt that much. Oh, there's the red candle. Nobody wants to buy over the trend line. Come on. I'm gonna bail.
Hey, what's up? Just got in.
Hey.
I don't understand why there's no correlation between the legacy market and Bitcoin anymore, or at least right now. It just is not following it. Oh, wait, we did have a rise in the after hours. Futures are way up. Today was a phenomenal day. NVIDIA missed, but it went up. Last time it exceeded and went down. So tell me the logic behind that.
Maybe one or the other is ahead of or behind the other.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. It has to do with projections. But I heard that the Supreme Court had put Trump's tariffs as unconscious, that they're reversing him. You can't do it. I don't know.
It's not
Supposedly.
finished though, right?
Who knows? Who knows? He told the people not to sell chips to China. You can't tell a multinational organization. You can suggest they do. Don't. Otherwise, they don't get government money or government orders. I don't know. I made a good fortune on NVIDIA today. I was going to sell it all if it hit 150. We're only 3% off the high, 3 or 4% off the all-time high. Oh, wow. There just used to be a fairly positive correlation. Now, is it because all the money's going into legacy? Possibly. Time will tell.
Crypto's definitely trying to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm buying IBIT. I'm doing my part.
Oh, so you are in.
Oh, yeah. I've always been in. I've been in Bitcoin since it was $12.50. That's my first.
But there was no IBIT.
No.
But you bought IBIT as soon as they made it available.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you're doing great.
Yep. I buy and sell it. I make 1.5 to 3.5%, and I sell it, and I buy when it goes down a little bit. If it goes down 2%, I'll buy it because ultimately it will go up.
You know, I believe it appreciates 60% a year. Is the average.
Oh, okay. If you average out to what? How long's it been around?
Yeah, if you average it out at 60% a year.
Okay,
That's what I heard.
It was at $10. It was less than $1 at one point. So, and it's 90,000 now.
Pretty
Do you
good.
still hold Bitcoin, or did you transfer everything into IBIT when IBIT came out?
I didn't own any Bitcoin other than that $12.50 that guy owed me $5, and I sold them for $7,700 a piece. But I've never owned a wallet.
Domino's keeps calling.
Appears they got a worker who went all
One of
pizza
my
and stole the
associates.
delivery van.
Buy one, at least.
Why?
Why not?
Well, I'd rather buy a share of Berkshire A.
Alright.
That's gone up 260,000%.
But it took way longer.
Oh yeah. I'm patient. I will buy my 10th share here, probably this year.
You don't like the volatility.
No, Berkshire A is very volatile. Boosts $5,000 a day. At times during earnings, etc. I think the last time I bought it was 254. It hit 800. That was about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But it's all personal preference. You just buy Berkshire B or buy a fractional of A on Robinhood.
Yeah. I don't have that much money anymore now.
If you got $1, you can buy a fractional share of Berkshire A on Robinhood. It's a pretty small fractional. But that being said, there's so much to buy and sell. Fortunately, I'm getting the BTC group weaned away from me as a trader. I've shown them my sources, and now they can do it independently. Don't have to bother with me. That's the ultimate goal: is everybody spin off and collectively bring back information. What is BTC at right now? Go ahead.
What about Ethereum?
I don't even look at it. I think the banks will create their own already. I believe it was JP Morgan said they will use their own crypto and create a wall of their own. You can't argue with the Visa network at 75,000 transactions per second. I don't think, except under laboratory conditions, crypto has exceeded that yet in the real world. I point out to the time that El Salvador did theirs and gave everyone crypto, gave them all Bitcoin, and then said, go to the grocery store, and it took an hour to check out. Now that was many years ago. Things have changed. But I have not researched what the speed is. But I will say that Vance.
It's trash in El Salvador.
Hold on, let me just finish.
Pure trash.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just pure trash down there.
Huh?
I
So
think
my
he was
point.
talking about El Salvador and saying it was trash down there.
Yeah. I mean, they only, what was it, $100 million? But that being said, I will say that JD Vance at the crypto conference impressed people.
Here we go. Big buys coming in.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Well, the futures are way up. Tomorrow's going to be a phenomenal day, possibly.
Okay.
We'll see.
Upside tomorrow. That's what I
I'd
wanted
like
to ask you.
It's always another day. Where are we currently in BTC?
107,761.
Okay.
Or 670.
I mean, it's down 1.28% for the day. No, I mean, that's not revolutionary. From the past, let's take the past 5 days, it's gone down 1%. In the past month, it's up 14%. In the past 6 months, it's up 10%. That's not, well, that's okay. Yeah. Anytime you exceed 14% per year. On a yearly basis, it's up 59%. Now that, of course, includes that low of 49,000. Once that date gets more than a year behind us, the percentages will drop quickly. 5 years up 10,000, 1,000, 1,000%. All time, it's up 23,000%. I think that actually is, it should be higher than that. Just as a curiosity, birthday all time.
I heard that quantum computing stocks were doing good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here's
But
this AI thing is really, we're not anywhere near being able, it's just a Google search. It can't create anything. You know, everything it does, it gets off of something someone else already did and finds it and amalgamates it with other stuff, et cetera, et cetera. One of the problems is, let's say you want to say, okay, well, how is the population growth in Alabama? Okay. And give me a projection. And you end up with a lot of biased information. Once you start heading down a path with that, it starts learning what type of answers you want. It doesn't negate you. So you keep looking and looking, and you can get off on the wrong track.
Yeah, it's sort of a reactionary echo chamber in that sense.
Yep, exactly. All time Berkshire A. 260, I was right, 260,000%.
what do you think will happen when Warren passes?
When what happened? Nothing. In fact, better people than him are managing the account now.
I was just wondering if that'd be maybe a good opportunity to
It could.
buy
It could.
them.
No.
Look
Of course, there's the emotional aspect of it. He's no longer, you know, the figurehead, et cetera. He'll probably outlive you.
He'll outlive me. You know
Yeah.
about that.
Only
I'm only in my
94.
40s.
He's only 94.
He might have another 10.
He will
Another 10,
probably live.
15.
I think he'll live. I believe so. Is that's not a. That's a gilp. Okay, so let's. I think he. I know that his wife has passed, but does Buffett have a wife?
Probably that nice thing to think about.
Yes, he does. He married Astrid Minks, and Astrid is born in 1956. She's 79 years old. She's 79. She's from Latvia. Quite a nice lady. And if you look at Warren in his suit, he looks a lot like me. He's a hell of a lot. He's a hell of a lot like too. Warren's first wife died at 72 in 2004. Wow, his current wife has no children of her own.
You can slow your aging, though.
Yeah.
Eyes coming in.
Blood transfusions.
Yeah, to a certain extent, of course.
Isn't it proven that if you take blood transfusions of a younger person's blood, it slows your aging?
It's not proven. Okay, hold on. Does blood transfusion
A lot of people do that in California. A lot of celebrities.
Okay.
It's legal. Kind of crazy.
long-term effects include a increased risk of death, myocardial infarction, stroke, renal failure, infection, and malignancy.
Ooh. Yikes.
Approximately 70% of recipients die within 10 years of a transfusion. It does not show. Okay. You gotta look at it though of who's getting those transfusions for the most part. People that need them because they're gonna die without it. See, this is where you can head down a bad information. Oh, it's bad for you. Well, no, those people probably would have died anyway.
Let me see. Celebrities that take blood transfusions.
Yeah, blood transfusions are about extending
blood.
your life if you are in a situation where you need that or you will die.
Yeah, exactly.
My mom was a nurse for years, and she used to do a lot of blood transfusions for
Mhm.
patients.
Right.
And all of them
This guy does it.
looking at like, yeah, but this guy does it is not the same as medical science. So
Brian Johnson, a tech billionaire.
Okay. And there's always crazies out there.
and also, you have to realize, even if one tech billionaire found the way to do it, that is not the same as the average person going in and being like, "Hey, let me get a blood transfusion of somebody younger." Like they're gonna look at you crazy, and he may have technology.
Younger person's blood legal in California.
So the point was,
what you did, this guy, he got his 18-year-old son, and they did the transfusion through his son, and there's a video. He actually came out with a conclusion, and he said it's no bueno. They stopped doing it.
Yeah.
Blood transfusions from younger person's blood is legal in California with
Okay.
specific regulations. A person 17 or older 17 years or older can donate their blood in California without the parents' consent. And the blood transfusions can be legally sold.
Okay. But that doesn't prove anything as far as whether it's beneficial or.
You don't have to have a medical condition.
You know what
I understand.
most of them are doing though is getting injections of like vitamins and
Right.
nutrients. So like instead of getting their vitamins and nutrients, while they get them through food too, instead of getting them the traditional way, they're injecting vitamins and nutrients, and that's what keeps them really young and keeps them like keeps
Yeah.
their skin healthy and stuff like that.
Mm.
So that
Yep.
is a thing, and that is, I believe, proven.
Trump does
More
that.
aspect. So
Trump just sprays it on, brother.
there you go. I'll be surprised if he survives his presidency.
Oh, look, big candle came in. We've broken above that local.
Yay!
That little local. Our next resistance is gonna be, I think, 107,860. Candle looks like it's trying to close below that though. Below this line we were just at.
I can't get as precise as you are. Up a 0.2% differential.
Well, I'm just looking at the levels
Mongo.
we've been stopping at, and so I set it to. Basically, I'm just looking back in the chart, and each one of these wicks down, like these downside wicks on the way down, seems to be kind of where we're stopping, and then the candle body is like the next point up. So
We're still
Come on,
stymied by
Pi.
the top 1% of Bitcoin addresses hold 90% of the total Bitcoin supply. That's too much.
yeah, that sounds like the wealth gap in general, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Clyde, you could do it for fun at least. Like when you get on here at night, just have a little small Bitcoin trade just to kick the shit.
First, you have to have a wallet.
No, you just go on Coinbase or Robinhood. That's it.
The spread is insane. It's not
for
worth it.
fun. Just so you can trade with us at night.
I don't do fun. I make money.
Oh, you'll make a little money. Trading along with Dbloc, you'll make money.
Not enough. Not enough to overcome the
Oh.
spread. Not enough.
Oh, come on. You only live once.
Trade at Coinbase Pro. There's no spread at all.
There you go.
Oh, that's right. You can do that with you pay the membership.
It's just on the
to
wrong
avoid that.
exchange. There's a good
Don't
one.
do it on Robinhood.
On the wrong exchange.
How much does it cost, Joe?
What?
Depends on how much you trade per month. Put you in different brackets.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a big baller like you're always saying, I think you'd get into really low percentages if you just simply pay $29 a month.
I pay 50 cents on a $50,000 trade at Merrill.
Oh, go get them.
That's anybody. Anybody can get that. You don't have to be a special member of anything.
Well, just so you can do a little trading at night with us.
Spread is a penny.
We're trying to push you in the water, Clive. That's all we're trying to do, bud. We're trying to get your toes wet.
My poor doggy, he has an eye problem. Took him to the vet. I mean, it comes down to this. What is a dog worth? Do any of you own animals?
Well, you can't put a value on them if you love your
I can.
dog.
You can. You can put a value on anything. Everything has a certain value. Everything.
That's when you got to start putting a value on yourself. That's when you got to start putting a value on yourself over your dog, or is your dog worth more money? Is the dog worth more time than yourself? Why do you own that dog? Why did you put that dog in your life, Clive? Was it
we
your
were
wife's
we were
idea? Was it
breeding.
yours? You're breeding them. You're making money off them.
Right.
Come on,
We
bud.
were.
Brother, come on.
My wife raised them and made a very good income, but she passed away.
Why don't you tell us what you'd like to do with your dog then? You sound like you want to kill your dog right now.
No, I don't want to kill my dog. As long as it's a reasonable price. Okay. Come on, guys. Give me a break. I just got off work.
Then love your dog. You just got home. He's been missing you all day.
I've got I've got 6 Pomeranians. They're getting older. We don't want to breed anymore. We love them, but it's just too much at our age.
People would
We're
love
just
them. I guarantee you could give them away if you put something up on like right there in the city. People would come by and grab
wants a
them.
dog. I will happily give them a purebred Pomeranian. Come get it.
You put them on Craigslist tomorrow; those things will be gone.
I'm scared of who would take them.
But they're
I
a
really
pack too. You can't separate the pack. Those things wouldn't know what to do. They'd be lost.
Yeah, they'd be okay. I think the one male has had 80 puppies.
Wow.
Not bred 80 puppies.
Pimping ain't easy.
I don't have any. I'm sorry. I wished I did. Okay. Oh wow. The price of a Pomeranian used to be $5,000.
Sell them for 500, you'd be all set.
Yeah, there you go. No, I would give them to a good home if I knew the person and they were going to take care of it, etc. I'd give them away rather than sell them. Someone could offer me $5,000 and I wouldn't take it if I did not feel that they would take care of them.
Clive, is your wife coming back in a month?
I don't know. I just talked to her today for the first time in 3.
So I'm getting closer to the root of the problem here, or the root of what's going on.
As far as my wife, she's in Thailand fixing
The
up an
entire
estate.
scenario of it is what I'm saying, amigo.
As far as with the relationship is a convenience contract.
Why I'm kind of tipping at the dogs. It sounds like they're part of the contract and you're over it.
Yeah, kind of. She's not enthralled with the dogs. Did you know that? Remember the Tom Hanks? Sorry, not Tom Hanks. Mission Impossible. What's his name? The modern one.
Tom Cruise.
No. Bruce
Cruise.
Springsteen. Help me out here.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Okay. Did you know that when that scene where he climbs the Caliph, that it was him?
Yeah.
There's a lot of his scenes. He jumps out of stuff, rides off of cliffs. He does all those scenes.
Yeah.
He's like 70% Jackie Chan and 30% crazy Scientologist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's true too. I had thought about that for a while. Wow.
No, it's like on the dirt bike when he rides off the cliff and everything. Like he actually like did all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think the one producer said he couldn't do it, so he just hired another producer.
Yeah.
Another rocket of Teslas exploded today. I think it was just recently.
That's why they.
Well, at least.
I guess that's
at
why they
least
call it
Doge doesn't-
SpaceX, because X marks the spot. Yeah.
Now, there was some news, you can research this yourself. There was a town in Australia consisting of just around 1,000 people. He wanted to make a recycling facility in the town. The area he was considering was just absolutely trash. No other use for it. I think it was somewhere around $28 million worth of equipment and jobs and et cetera would be brought into the town. And the Australians, 92% said no. And the words they used had to be redacted so badly. They did not like him.
Does Tesla go down when that happens?
Tesla should be. I don't understand why Tesla's up so. I've been trading
I'm
it.
saying it. Every time a rocket explodes, is that decreased?
No, I don't think there's a correlation there. Not at all.
It works
SpaceX.
on crypto, on Dogecoin.
That's a different story.
The rocket explodes, price dumps. Remember, Joe?
Yeah, possibly. He once
The
said he
coin
doesn't know.
holders, the coin holders sit around. They wait to watch the rocket launches, and then
Yeah.
the explosion happens, and then the price crashes.
Did
Every
you
time.
see any in your that?
Is that what you said?
Yeah,
I was gonna say over in Japan when they had the tsunami.
I don't think that was being filmed live.
I remember seeing it explode and everything.
Really?
That was like
Fukushima.
weeks Fukushima. A couple weeks after it actually like
No,
melted down,
live.
and then there was explosions and stuff.
That's not really the disaster. That's more of like the after effects
Right.
of the disaster, the symptom of the disaster. So like, if you're talking about, I think like, I will say Challenger I saw live, and I remember I went to a Challenger space camp like before they launched.
Huh?
That's why I was watching that.
I have acrophobia, and I was to interview on the Twin Towers, and when I got there, it was the 86th floor, and I turned it down. It was like I called from the lobby and I said I can't work here. It was a great position, great position.
Oh,
I saw that live, and I didn't. I believe my parents saw Kennedy.
don't start it.
I'm trying to think of any other. I didn't see Trump live for the bullet. I wonder if any of you guys saw that one.
Missed it.
Just an
I
odd
thought
topic.
you were
to
there
dis-
for John Wilkes Booth back with Lincoln and everything. I thought you were there that night.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. You're just a little kid with JFK.
Yeah, I was just a little kid. I believe my parents saw that live.
Is that thing that came out true about the guy in the car with Kennedy shooting him from in the car?
I don't think that's ever been proven.
Oh, thought I heard something like that came out.
Yeah.
I heard Dbloc talking about that.
Hmm.
I'm gonna look into that.
Okay.
Let me see real quick.
I still think we will not hit the 90K on Bitcoin ever again.
Ooh, that's tough. I don't know about that.
Got to remember, it's not a Berkshire Hathaway. It has retracements on massive levels. You understand what we're saying? It's not a Berkshire Hathaway. It's not a piggy bank that you can't pull the cork out and go cash it in. It's a big different story.
See when I'm wrong.
At it, a whole different aspect.
I'm just
It
saying.
will. You'll have to wait a while though, or a black swan.
Right.
But like we're kind of saying, we got to look what it gets to at the top, and then we're going to see if we do a 70% retracement from its all-time high. So that's what we're all kind of counting on. Nothing crazy.
Well, 70% is pretty crazy.
Well, that's what's expected.
That's what it does.
But it does every time.
Okay.
So that's why we're giving the heads up, giving the warning, giving the expectations. When you're happy to buy it up there at 130, that's kind of foolish. I would wait for a full retracement before you really make true footsteps in there.
130.
What?
At 140.
October.
Don't buy it at 140, brother.
What if 110 was the all-time high? You know.
50.
Ooh.
Well, it's just what I'm mumbling at you. That's what I heard you kind of saying, that you wanted to only buy it once it got over 130 or something. And I was like, Fredo, hold up, time out.
I only want to buy at that level. That I will buy, and will I hold it forever? No.
All right, perfect.
November
Exactly.
next year.
Once it gets up to 130, somebody's got to be buying it. Please step in there.
I'm buying it.
projection, from what I remember, is November next year,
Okay.
around 60 to 70K.
Okay, we'll see.
My question is, why don't, if you're expecting it to get to 130, why don't you buy some now and then buy more when it gets to 130? You'd be a much more happy camper.
I bought today.
Whoa, you just told us this right now. When did you buy? How much did you buy? What platform did you get it from?
He's buying
Just a couple.
stock.
I'm buying iBit.
Yeah,
The
it's not buying Bitcoin, is it? Or is it the same?
It is the same. It's directly tied to Bit.
Do you hold a Bitcoin?
He doesn't hold the coin; they hold it, and it's 1-to-1.
Gotcha. So that's the difference, though, too. You still don't own your coin.
I understand. I don't care
but
what
you trust them to buy it at the prices that they say they're giving it to you. So
now, someone pointed out that why do people buy MSTR rather than not buy it themselves?
I think you should. I think you should do something like a Coinbase. Try it. It's an American platform. You can trust it. You're safe and sound.
First of all, I don't trust Coinbase.
Yeah,
Tell me the first reason why.
I don't either.
All right.
I have Coinbase. I've had Coinbase since pretty early on in Coinbase's inception.
Me too. I don't trust it.
Yeah.
No, they do funny things.
Also, you got to think, right? Like with a stock, there's a lot more regulations in place and a lot more protections in place for the buyer than with Coinbase, which is still seeking a regulation and also potentially helping
it's like
to
bumper
mold
cars.
that regulation. So if the exchange is helping to mold the regulation, right, versus traditional formats, that regulation may not be protectionary for the people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the stock market's like the bumper cars. Everybody's inside everybody's inside there. It all starts at the same time. Everybody jumps in their car. Then as soon as all the power turns on, they all start bumping around in that little thing. They don't go too fast. They all can smash and bonk each other.
I would say stocks is like bumper cars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stocks are like bumper cars. I don't want to be like in bumper cars my whole life. I'm not a little kid. I want to get out and go rip around a 4x4 and go tear up and down mountains any hour of the day I want to. I ain't in bumper cars.
We're not talking ripping around on a 4x4. We're talking about like driving shirtless without a helmet on a Hayabusa.
Yeah, there it is. But sometimes they have issues like Coinbase, or like your bike goes down, or like
sometimes you run into the Jersey wall. Sometimes
you hit a bad bump, but
sometimes another Hayabusa comes and smashes into you and takes you out completely. So like versus
is the risk versus the reward, or stay in your bumper cars all day. Go for it.
Okay, can I change the subject to something else? Okay, that just popped into my head. Currently, none of us have probably driven in a driverless EV at this point, or a driverless car. When will you fully trust them? In a year, 5 years?
Bro, I would trust that thing better than any Uber driver at this point.
Not me.
Okay.
You know when I'll trust them is when the roads themselves are integrated into them.
Okay.
When there are sensors in the roads as there are sensors in the cars.
Wow.
Like if it has the ability, if somebody's about to barrel through, right, and barrel through an intersection and has the ability to stop their car, then I'll trust autonomous vehicles.
Okay.
Do you really honestly trust an Uber driver if you just jump in their car? You have no idea.
I don't trust an Uber driver. I don't take Ubers.
In all honesty, the amount of accidents that happen with an Uber driver and a non-driver Uber driver, I guarantee those numbers are going to show us in the next 5 years.
But that's not the conversation, right? because you're comparing, like, if I'm gonna choose an autonomous vehicle, I'm not choosing between whether or not I'm having an Uber driver drive me. I'm choosing between whether or not I'm driving myself or letting the car drive itself. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you don't have your own vehicle and you're talking about just using it as a taxi, that's one thing. But if it is your own vehicle, right, and you have the ability to make the choice on the vehicle and do the research on the vehicle versus, like, if you're just hiring a autonomous rideshare service, right, then you're trusting it to be better than the Uber driver, which, yeah, sure. I would say it's probably better than most Uber drivers, and at least it's not going to rape you.
Yeah, then why would you buy a Tesla if you don't trust it? So that's the whole thing. If you trust it, buy it. If you don't trust it, don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't.
So
I have
what's if you don't trust it, don't buy it.
because the
Gotcha.
conversation was, when would you trust autonomous vehicles to drive you? It wasn't, when do you trust a Tesla?
Once we replace, so what you said is place sensors in the roads to give us a second set of
let's
insertability.
throw a quick fact out there. There are just over 4 million miles of roads in the U.S. Now, of that, the interstate system is 1.2% of the total mileage, but contain 24% of the total travel. So putting sensors in the road is like our electric grid. It's going to take a long time to put in that many.
What I mean, so I should say locally, because honestly, if I'm going to be honest, I'm not taking an autonomous vehicle across the country. I don't know the roads that good.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
And I don't necessarily trust the autonomous vehicle to know the roads that good. But I'm talking, like, within.
So what do you trust going across the country
jurisdiction.
then? It sounds like you have no
Myself.
confidence to go across the.
No,
Okay. Do you
myself.
trust your
What
GPS?
I'm
Do you trust your 2
what I'm
eyes?
what I'm saying is, I'm not trusting a vehicle to drive me somewhere where I haven't driven, or like because if I'm driving and I'm because how
Okay. These are just
because-
feelings. Don't we hold our feelings
here's
aside right now?
no
They're just
this is
feelings,
not.
bro.
Guys, one at a time.
okay.
One at a time.
If you're gonna ask me a question, I'd like to be able to answer.
You
Right?
have twice, 4 times.
You said why, and I'm trying to answer, and you're talking over me about my feelings. All right. So let me stop you and let me answer you. So, because if I'm not like, if I don't know the road enough to be like, oh, there's this crazy turn up here, or there's this bad intersection, or so on and so forth. At least if I'm driving, I know I'm going to be awake. I'm alert. I'm using my awareness. I'm not.
That's you trusting yourself.
I'm not
That's you trusting yourself.
No, that's.
What if that
it.
car knows the road? That car knows there's curves up there before you ever even get to them. You don't. So that thing actually understands where it is and what's in front of it before it ever gets there.
It does not understand where it is or what.
Then that sensor would work on that road.
It is relying on
turn it on
sensors
and let
to
it go.
understand.
They only allow it on roads that are capable and have been scanned and done multiple times in both directions at multiple speeds and multiple conditions, raining, snowing. Right.
I understand this, but there are still accidents, right?
Right, and you're assuming that it's not going to run into a road that hasn't been scanned.
Right.
But I mean,
yeah. Like, how do I know? Like, is it going to tell me that this
You're
many
sitting there
roads that
looking
I'm
out the window, like you're absorbing it as
Is it going to tell me that it is going on roads? Is it going to map out the entire trip and be like, all of these roads have been scanned and driven before?
Yes,
or
and
is
that's
it
why it gives
just
you those options. If you go off of that route, it says, "Hey, you're in control." Got it?
Also,
So
what's it hooked up to?
If I am in control, if I have to be in control anyways, why would I be trusting an autonomous vehicle to drive me there? Why wouldn't I just take control in the first place?
This is going out of your bro.
No, the whole thing was the reason. My original answer was when there are sensors in the roads, and this is why. Because that's now a system. A system in the vehicle is now interacting with the system in the road. That's
simple.
redundancy.
We can throw sensors up and down the road all
Redundancy is
day.
safety. Safety is my goal, right?
painted lines on the
driving.
road are just as incredibly accurate as sensors that would be
Yeah,
placed.
the painted lines on the road can't shut down a rogue vehicle on the other side of the road because the thing I'm
That's
worried
another
about on the
thing.
road is other people.
All right, and that thing reacts faster than my hands react to the other person leaving their lane coming into mine.
I don't know about
So
that.
if it reacts faster and then I am like, let's say I'm half asleep and it reacts faster and it jerks me to a stop at a fast pace, that's whiplash. I'm now injured because I trusted an autonomous vehicle.
Let's move on, bud. Please,
First
let's
is
move
me
on.
drive.
Seriously,
Oh,
just
now that
stop.
you don't like my answer,
Now
you wanna move on.
you're gonna claim whiplash if it slams on the brakes while you were sleeping.
Well, so
and
what
it just
else is
saved
it
your
gonna?
life?
What
Okay,
else is it
move on,
going to?
please.
No. It didn't save my life. It caused me injury. Those are two different things. Because if
Like
I
I
was
said,
driving
let's
and
move
I
on.
was alert, if I'm driving, I'm alert and awake, and I'm gonna see that car barreling towards me, right? So like
then you
that's
pull on the wheel yourself, but that would have happened a half a second after you noticed it, not 0.2 seconds after the car
not
noticed
if I'm
it.
asleep, no. And that's most of the injuries that happen in these things because you're supposed to keep your hands on the wheel. But I can tell you, I know people that have Teslas that will admit to the amount of times they fall asleep with their hands on the wheel.
So then
They
tell them
wake
to
up
get
and they're
a
like,
good
"Oh shit."
regular car so they don't fall asleep behind the wheel. I don't have no idea where this is going. I have no idea what you're
I'm just
accomplishing by your arguments or whatever you're attempting to do with this. All I'm just
well,
trying to say is
that's because you're not receiving the information that
they're
I'm giving
better
you.
drivers than humans are, bud.
Contrarian, right?
These cars are
At the
doing
moment,
better
all your
than
trust
humans
in
have.
that.
These cars
Can't
are
sit
so.
there and
How many
believe it's
accidents have happened in Teslas
flawless.
when nobody's had their hands on the wheel in fully autonomous accidents?
130 this
That's
year.
it. Now 130 accidents happened today. I guarantee it across this country. The Teslas would have saved their ass.
Yeah,
That's still 130 more than. Hold on, that's still 130 more than I've had. Right?
How many lives were saved with a Tesla today? Wonder if any of those numbers came out. How many accidents were avoided? They're
Were
just
they
not looked
saved?
at.
Were they saved with Teslas,
Oh,
or did
those
they
people.
just make
No,
it through
you're
the
probably
risk
looking at the
reward
people that
ratio?
had whiplash that had to go to the hospital.
What did they run off?
Well,
Like I
Teslas
said,
use.
can we move on from this Tesla BS? Like, it's really nonsense.
If it's nonsense, then why were you so passionately arguing about it?
It's the level of technical abilities that these cars are achieving each and every day, and every single
I'm not. No,
mile
no,
they're
no.
driving, they're
I'm
absorbing
not
and putting
hating.
all
I'm
this
not
information.
hating on the technology developing. I'm just saying I'm not ready to invest in a vehicle and trust fully a vehicle and its sensors because it's not really the vehicle that I'm
Then
worried
don't
about.
buy
It's
one.
other
Don't buy
people.
one, bud. No one's
I
asking you. No
haven't
one
for
told
a
you.
reason.
You act like you're
I
at
am
a
not.
Tesla dealership
I
and you
wasn't.
see some
I'm
person
not
in a new
talking
car.
about whether or not I'm going to buy one.
Calm
This was a
down, then.
question that was asked, and you've been very, very upset about this. Like you don't like my answers. That's fine.
No, you wanted a
But don't.
second
But
set of
don't talk.
sensor
But don't
technology in the
talk
road before
down
you
to me.
accept it.
Don't disrespect my intelligence and talk down to me. I don't appreciate that, and don't patronize me when you don't like my answers.
I'm not patronizing you. What I'm telling you is your answers are kind of nonsense, and you're saying that you don't have the comfortable
My
feelings
answers
of
are
riding in
nonsense.
these vehicles yet. Okay,
Man, wait till we start talking to
running off of
UFOs,
BS.
man. They start driving.
All I'm saying is they're safe. They're actually helping people out. They avoid accidents and lives are saved every day.
I would say I would agree that they are safer than the average driver. Yes, absolutely.
Great.
And I would
So
say that
you're
they're safer
comfortable to
than
do
most
it.
people's thoughts. I'm not comfortable to do that. No.
So when you're comfortable to do it, let us know, man, and have a good day. Like, I don't know what else to say. I didn't mean to upset you or piss you off. I'm just telling you they do better than we do. So whenever you're going to get comfortable with that, going down a road you've never been on, and
Okay,
it's
but
been on before.
But like, here's the thing: you're trying to tell me to be comfortable with something that I'm not, and I'm just not, and that's okay. That's completely acceptable. I accept that you are comfortable with it, and I have no issues with that, and I'm not judging you for it. But like, the question was, when are you going to be comfortable, right? And I was
Right.
responding to that question. That's it.
Yep, that's the only question I was asking. A year, 5 years, or
I'd say the way I see it now, probably 2 to 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's all we're
Simple
looking for is
answer.
that answer right there. 2 to 5 years. Perfect.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, we can move on.
Yeah, just a note to close on that. You can drive the car manually. You're not forced to use the self-drive.
Well, we're
And
talking about cars that have no human at the wheel.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just got back. That's why.
Yeah,
All right, how's the
Teslas
market
actually
looking?
have some decent safety because I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to take your hands off the wheel, except for
Well,
like
I'm talking
there's
about
sensors that
cars
keep you awake.
I'm talking about cars that have no human
Right,
at all.
right, and that's yeah, I'm not ready for that yet, but
Okay.
I think we're getting there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Waymo has done 10 million trips, not miles, 10 million trips already.
Wait, say that again.
They've done 10 million trips. That's then they've started. I have to look it up what year they started, but they've done 10 million. And someone they were interviewing the co-president of co-CEO of Waymo, and she said they've done. She said how many how many I forget the question from the reporter, but it was phrased such that the reporter said, "Oh well, 10 million miles." He said, "No, 10 million trips, not miles. We've done 10 million trips."
Wait,
I found that.
I'm assuming that's only in the that's only in the regions that it's been approved, right? And
Yeah.
now, so Waymo is fully autonomous, yeah.
Correct.
So, and the 130 accidents that was like referring to only fully autonomous vehicles, correct?
That doesn't involve Waymo.
Okay, copy that. So that
Because
was Tesla.
that was U.S. based,
Okay, copy that. Copy that.
and most of them were not. Almost all, none of. I think, with only a few exceptions, everyone was. None of them were the car the driverless car's fault. It was someone else's fault.
That's my assumption. That's also like, I think that a lot of it too is like there is a lot of resentment or negative sentiment towards fully autonomous vehicles from like people in general, and so I wonder like how much of that is just people coming up and breaking windows and stuff like that. You know, not thinking about the passenger, just being mad at the idea.
Right.
I don't trust it. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
What about malfunctions? You know, it could be something could go wrong.
Been some confusion. One specific example was there was a little group of ducks following its mother, and it went around the car over and over, and the car just shut down. Didn't know what to do.
That's hilarious, actually.
And another thing, what's it hooked up to? Is it hooked up to Star as far as Tesla's? Are they hooked up to Starlink?
No, that's not how they're set up.
How do they run off the internet?
No, they run off of sensors. Teslas do.
Yeah.
I don't know what Waymo.
Teslas run off. No. Tesla does not run off sensors. It runs off cameras. Everybody else uses
cameras.
Yes.
Oh, fair. I consider cameras a form of sensor, but I can understand that that is a different thing with that tech. So.
I didn't know that. I always
It
thought
actually
they ran off
depends.
of like GPS.
It depends on what year model you have. I don't think they're using cameras anymore. I think they're using different kind of.
That's a big argument by Musk. Is my cameras are good enough? I don't need LiDAR. Musk stands alone this type of technology.
No, I understand, but I'm saying the models differ over the years. If you take a look, like the 2022 model and the 2021 model use different sensors.
No autonomous vehicle is anything but cameras. Not one has been produced that uses anything but cameras.
So it's all cameras just seeing what's on the road, and that's how it drives.
Yep.
That sounds.
All humans use is 2 eyeballs and visible light.
So cameras are pretty good. It's like the issues cameras have are when you talk about like facial recognition. That technology still needs to be worked on because it's not super good at differentiating faces at certain skin tones. Um, camera recognition technology is pretty good at this point. It's just not for facial recognition.
Mhm.
Everything else, it's pretty spot on. Now, I'm assuming lidar. That's a laser based sensors.
I believe so. I would have to do more. And generally, before I come into conversations like this, I've done a day, a week, a month worth of research, so I have enough facts to answer anything that someone may bring up. So I would have to pass on that question at this point. I have
Interesting.
not into it.
I was just talking about somebody with they were talking about doing an event with AR
Mhm.
laser tag in a particular warehouse. It's a fairly large warehouse. Well, he was talking VR at first, and I was talking AR because I was like, I think for liabilities, you would want to be able to see in front of you. I didn't know that VR
I know
now
that
has the capability to give you like sensors to let you know, like it gives you a big visual sensor to let you know if you're about to run into a wall. Um, yeah, I
I
guess
know
that's
that it is not Nevada, and I think Montana. It has been approved for trucks to be fully autonomous, no human in it at all.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think autonomous trucks have been a bit ahead, and I would assume that's just because commercial enterprises are putting a lot of money into it. I know Walmart's had autonomous trucks for a while. I don't know if they've been in service. And I
Did
think
you
Amazon.
projected pay rate of UPS drivers? They signed a new contract. Now, like this was, you have to understand where this number comes from. They recently approved that a person working at least 45 hours a week, working for UPS, will in time be making 170,000 a year. Now you have to break that number down. That includes health benefits and other things involved in it. No one seems to be able to answer the question, what is their hourly wage? Take out the benefits and what are you making? Because I can give you $50,000 a year worth of health care. Does it cost me 50,000? No. Does it cost you? Is it 50,000 in benefits? Then it adds to it. But that's the latest, is that a contract was approved for PS drivers. And I don't know what the time frame is of when this is going to happen, because everyone's saying, oh, they're going to make 170,000 next year. No, the contract is over the years, they will reach a point in which they will be making 170,000 a year, including benefits. So just throwing it out there. Interesting conversations at 2:46 in the morning, New York time. I'm just waiting for the 3.
I'm just waiting for the market to get hot, maybe get a quick workout in. And yeah,
Got
just to get back at what you were saying before I don't want to interrupt, but yeah, Tesla's uses cameras overall, and they've all shifted to cameras only, but they have used ultrasonic sensors and they also have used radars. But
Right.
still, technically, cameras were overruled. So that's what they're going with now. It's called Tesla Vision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were having more issues when they had the ultrasonic sensors. It wasn't as accurate.
Right. And who knows when you're driving down the street? Yeah, they map this street and suddenly a sewer pipe breaks, and you're running into that. It won't know that happened.
Yeah.
What if your car battery malfunctions?
Well, Just like if you blow a tire, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. My only real gripe with Teslas is the fact that there's so much glass, like the entire roof is glass and ceiling.
Mhm.
And like, so if you
That,
do get
that was one
into an
point.
accident,
You know that Austin is supposed to launch, was supposed to launch in 2 or 3 days. That there would be autonomous cars, no driver at all, the end of this month. Okay, and it's been the thing that Musk, oh, I'm going to have this. Okay, Austin has not received enough information from Musk of how he's going to handle accidents if they happen, jaws of life breaking in, et cetera, et cetera. So they are not approving him. Now he's pushed it to the end of June. And would anyone care to guess? And probably, if you have already heard me answer this question, how many autonomous vehicles will Musk be launching at the end of June? His statement has been, we will have hundreds of thousands of vehicles on the road by the end of the year. But how many will he be launching at the end of June in Austin? Anyone care to hazard a guess?
40,000, 30,000.
10.
Zero.
10. Not 10,000. 10 vehicles.
So he's trickling. I mean, that makes sense though. Trickle in,
Yeah.
let people get used to it before you.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think people there'll be more negative sentiment to it if it's a flood of them.
But he says by the end of this year, he will have 100,000 vehicles on the road.
The only reason I guessed in the 10,000 is I remember when he donated Teslas to the police. I can't remember where that was. It was like 44,000 vehicles or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's a very smart idea.
Yep. Well, they like it. It's a brilliant business idea. If you're gonna put a vehicle on the road that is able to accelerate that fast, and you don't provide the police with a or a good deal at least, right? Like, then that can be a whole other issue that can be blocked by police unions and stuff like that.
Here, speaking of live, did any of you see the steel ball crash through the window live?
No.
I saw that one. I also saw Bill Gates, or was it Stephen Jobs? I think it was Bill Gates. The blue screen of death live. Whoops! It's not supposed to do that.
Bad. I never got the red ring of death live.
Right, right. That was absolutely hilarious, though.
Yeah. I've seen videos of it. I didn't see it live though.
Yeah, I did get to see it live. Did you see the one with the seal ball live?
No.
Oh, that was funny. Now, of course, probably what happened, and his explanation makes sense, is they had tested it over and over and over again, making sure it's right. And they had done it so many times, it was like the window just said, fuck you. Rattled rattled the where it's anchored in to the point that it finally had to give.
It hit that. Like that was the 101st one, right, or whatever.
Right.
However many.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine oh, whoops. Now we all remember the first robot that Musk revealed. Which was?
Oh, I don't know the name.
A Frenchman in a latex suit.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes me, well, no, I was gonna say that makes me wonder if like when the Japanese were
Mhm.
displaying the robots, but no, the Japanese probably 100% actually made those robots. There was no.
Oh, but of course, a lot of them say that they were at least one operator, if not multiple operators, working it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
No.
yeah, absolutely. Behind the scenes, sure.
Right. I would have loved to have seen the time that Neil Armstrong, was it Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin? They punched the reporter. I would have loved to have seen that live. And he was what, 89?
Oh no.
Okay, an hour and 6 minutes to market open. I think I'm going to get a little sleep before that starts. Anyone want to do a quick look up, because I'm getting low on my phone. What are U.S. futures at?
Price action, Mo's. You got that damn 7 minute to the damn London Tea Party starts.
Okay, so we are up. US 300 is up 1.3. US 500 is up 1.6. Tech is up 1.91. Small cap 2000 is up 2.38. Not bad. The DAX is up 0.94. The French are up 1 point. Everybody's up. Everybody. I think it's going to be a great day. The Nikkei is up 1.26. The Hang Seng 1.5. China's down 8 shares. China's flat. Should be a good day. We'll see. Well, at least we had an active channel. Okay, see you guys in an hour. Take care. Bye.
Cheers. Good night.
All right, 4 minutes, boys. Y'all ready? It's price action time. Time to quit wicking off and start paying attention.
Yeah, it has been dumping a bit back through this between 107, 867 and 107, 758 is a little chunk that it's in right now.
All right, we got 3 minutes. You got 2 choices. Red or green. What's it gonna be?
Shortly here it'll be green, but
What did you say?
I said shortly here it'll be green, but I'm waiting for that entry.
Red or green? Just red or green in 3
Green right
minutes.
now.
Take your best guess. Just one or the
Green.
other.
Green.
Green. We got one green. 2 green. Anybody going red? I'm going red. I like to root for the bad guy. Okay, 2 greens, 1 red. Anybody else wanna participate?
I'm gonna hedge my green with the red.
No, you get 1 answer, dude. 1. Choose 1. Damn it.
No, I'm gonna hedge my portfolio with
Wrong.
the red.
Wrong answer. Wrong. Okay. I'm saying in 2 minutes, London opens. Is it going to be red or green? I'm not asking if you're long or short. I'm saying, is it this
I'm
candle
green.
going to
I'm
be
green.
red or green?
Puff, puff, pass that green over to me.
He's going green. 3 greens, 1 red. 2 minutes. Anybody else want to chime in? Huh? Ha ha ha. 3 greens, 1 red. I like these odds. 1 minute. Speak now or be silent and wick off in the corner. Okay, everybody hold your breath until this candle closes. Right now, I'm winning the bet.
It's gonna close green or red.
2% of all stable coins hitting the market tomorrow going to FTX holders to get them their money back. What do you think that's going to do?
I really hope all those people put that money back into altcoins, hopefully making that dominance drop.
Then on top of that, BlackRock bought a whole bunch of Bitcoin the other day, and so did GameStop. Let me see how much it was.
Do I smell another huge short squeeze on GameStop?
What's going on here? Hold on.
YUSDT is at 3,603%. Is that true?
BlackRock bought 481 million in Bitcoin. What about GameStop?
Oh, that's because this is a brand new listing. Okay.
4,700 Bitcoins went to GameStop. And then tomorrow is 2% of all stable coins are going to be hitting the market. Going to FTX holders.
Our USDT did something real funny here. As soon as
Very interesting.
As soon as it became charted, so it dumped. Let's see.
Wonder what that's going to do to the USD chart. USDT chart.
It dumped, and then it has a gap, and then it opened, like, has a gap for two candles, and then now it's back up just about where it was. What is this?
Let's see. If you were a crypto investor and you were waiting on your money from FTX and you're getting it tomorrow in stable coins, what would you do?
Everything.
We go to Dollywood for two reasons
Seriously.
and two reasons only.
Seriously, though.
Dollywood. Dolly Parton and the two reasons. Well, I mean, some of them are probably pretty butthurt and probably hate crypto. You have to think about that.
Okay.
Like, remember the
Yeah.
guy with the Celsius thing? Like, they were burned. Some of them think it's a pyramid scam.
So you go
Like
for
some,
just cash out and take your money, run. Okay.
Right, but the ones who are still in crypto, I don't know. Probably risky alts and
Risky alts.
Risky alts, probably dumb money. I don't know. They'll probably put everything in Nancy Pelosi picks or Fartcoin. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't have either of those. I don't trust that old hag. What an old hag she is. What are you playing right now, Amen?
I am long on Bitcoin at 107,040 bucks. 107,040 from earlier today. Previously to that, I was short $113,400, down to $108,000. Exited, took all that, then reopened another short.
Nice. There he is.
100. Huh?
I'm just saying. We're shorting shit coins in the middle of the night, and earlier I was just like, wait. He's
I got one of those off. I got one of those off yesterday too.
Yeah.
I don't
heard you
remember
closed.
what coin it was, but I got one off. I don't remember what it was. I gotta go look.
I can't remember the last time though I heard you talk about longing. That wasn't buying Beam. You know what I mean? So I was like, hey, we bounced it.
I did that too. I did that too
I
on
was like,
spot.
oh hell yeah, no, dude. That's the.
I took another short. What was that at? I think it was 100. Damn, I'm trying to remember. It wasn't that good. Oh, it was 108,400. No, 108,600 down to 107. Got out, took that, and then got long at 107,040, and that's where I'm at now with a stop loss at my entry, and just hoping for the best here.
You shorting any speculatives or just playing bit
Nope.
right now?
No shorts right now. I'm looking to go long. I'm hoping to get Bitcoin up to 100. Man, I would really love to get to 108,600 again, and then go short there. Might be able to get that. If not, I don't know. I feel like I'm pushing it here on this long. Like, that's why I got a stop loss at my entry, but at the same time, I mean, I'm 249% in profit right now on the $30 margin on 400x, but I'm trying to let it keep riding. It's just $60 right now that I could take, but let me see if I can get this. If I can get this 108,600, that would be pretty good. Then that'd be a good trade, and then I could go short again. But then these stable coins are going to hit tomorrow.
What are they paying them out in? Just C or D or T?
You know, I don't even know. I just heard stable coins. I don't know which one. I haven't looked into it that deep. I just know it's a bunch. 2% of all stable coins.
That sounds so ridiculous if you think about it.
So it's coming tomorrow. So we're gonna see something. What are they gonna do? It's not like they gotta deposit anything when they're banked. They're gonna get a stable coin.
How many of those the bigger holders do you think were like in the let's just call it the social circles, like Leary and, like, you know what I mean, like
I don't know.
the big holders, because
I
they,
do
I think,
not know.
will been stupid. They're the ones who are in all the commercials. You have to assume that if they weren't just paid to do those, then they
I
probably
would
had
think
a
that
bunch
they
of
had something. I don't know. I don't know what they did. I don't know.
I mean, the average retail isn't gonna make a splash in the toilet. I'm saying those what do you call them? Those
I mean,
Hollywood
regardless,
assholes.
the number
Gonna
I'm
do some
hearing is 2%. 2% of all stables for everybody that's getting money back, including them and whoever else. Is what it's going to equal
You were
to.
in that shit or not?
Nah, I never went over there.
Yeah, me neither.
Nope. The only things that ever got me was Luna.
Yeah. Sushi?
Nope. Just Luna on Coinbase. Did me pretty bad.
Yeah, I didn't have anything in sushi, but I did have sushi when it ever.
It was the only thing I've been part of. But we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting tomorrow. And then you got people on the stock side saying they're going to have a green day tomorrow. So I don't really, I don't know. Then I'm hearing that Bitcoin needs to retrace to 110. But there's like so much bullish stuff, and we already bounced at 107. But I still gotta respect it. So I'm gonna play it as if it could come to 110 and stay tight at 107.
Hell yeah.
Then
Yeah,
I'll go
that's
look through
positive.
altcoins. Yeah, I'll go look through altcoins and see if there's some trash coins that have done like 100, 200x. I mean, 200%. I mean,
We know there's
150%.
we know there's a plethora. There's gotta
They'll be appearing soon. And if I go look at the chart and I see that it's not just like a rebound from the bottom, I really don't like that. Because then there's too much
Rockets
buy
here on
side.
Bitcoin right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be coming with my 1x short on them with like $300-400.
Oh, I
Like,
have an
quick trade.
acquaintance that a mutual acquaintance of ours that wanted me to tell you to check out the trade floor at some point whenever you have time.
Oh,
I don't mean during stock time. I mean after hours.
That's stock market stuff, right?
No, it's not. No, I mean after even hours. But
Is that part of this group? Because I don't really
yeah,
go
it's
nowhere.
a room in this. It's a room in this server. I have a buddy.
Really?
Who said,
The trade floor. What is that?
yeah, good.
Look down.
It's down there.
Literally look down. We have 4 trade floors. So like we also like even if stocks are happening on the trading floor, there's other trading floors for different things.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's a Dbloc deal. He's cool with all that. Huh?
I mean, it's in his server.
Yeah.
Glad to see you.
All right. Check it out.
But yeah.
Never
Are
been
y'all
there.
still holding your breath though?
Mm-mm.
Not you, but we were doing a funny joke earlier.
Ooh.
But I guess I'm on that.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll be back. I'll be back. I gotta take a piss.
But I didn't hear anybody say anything about the 2% of stable coins coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, I ain't getting.
I'm glad I've just found out.
Right. So if we break above or close above and can stay above 107,997, we have a decent range. And I'm talking like small scalping place, but a decent range. So the next point up is 108,157.
Okay.
About twice the size of this W that we're seeing right here, and on like the 1 minute, or you can probably see it on the 5 minute as well.
We said 108, 157.
Yep. But
That's
right
pretty
now
good.
we're still just underneath 107. Like we wicked above, but we're just hanging out underneath. So like this will be, if we can break this will be a good little opportunity to catch some nice little profits here. But that also means we have to break and find support at 107,999 about. This is super small plays, not like to give you an idea. That last when we had that big jump down, we ripped through about twice the size of that range. All the way down to the wick. Or if you go all the way down to the bottom, it's about 4 times that range. So
yeah, that was tough. That was real tough for me. They tried to get me out.
I had to reverse
trade.
at the top of there because I had long.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, I had long the top, but I mean, I saved myself. I had like 300 in this account, and I was like negative like 150, and I reversed and was able to recoup back to like 250, I think.
What did you do? Reverse and then reverse again?
No, I reversed and then I closed at the bottom, and then I opened a long at the bottom.
Wow.
I think when you reverse, it's reversing is worse than I believe, at least with this exchange. So
Yeah.
Closing and,
yeah, it's a double market.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But you had to react so damn quick.
Yeah, I did. I mean, and I lost a little. You know, like I could have reversed and caught like the very, very bottom, and maybe like what is that from like 107 to like maybe 107, 150. Like I got back in at like
Lord,
150. You know what I mean? So
that's
like,
that's savage.
yeah, I was clicking. It
Good
was
for you,
6
bro.
positions. I like because I saw it
Yeah,
coming, man.
God.
You know,
Oof.
I just saved my
Glad you
account.
survived. You did it right before it started to just
Yeah, I
down,
felt it.
freaking
I
just
was like,
pour.
if we're not like, cause I'd measured out sort of, like I was looking. Basically, I was looking at because when we were in this like climb, right? Because we were like sort of climbing. We had like, oh, I wasn't even looking at
It's because
Bitcoin. What was I looking
your long entries weren't. They were good. They were okay, but they weren't. They could have been better. That's what hurt you.
Yeah, well, and like I had longed. What was I even in? That I was.
I was at $107,040, and they basically came right there. I thought about closing it. I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
I mean,
came, it popped,
it
wicked
just
up.
missed your stop, didn't it? It's like because you got the wick
I
instead of the
didn't.
candle
I did.
close.
No, I didn't put the stop in. I
Oh.
was gonna do it. I was gonna do it, and then I backed out of it, and
Mm.
then it wicked up so quick and bounced up off that bottom like so crazy high. Like it was like boom, boom, wick down, boom, right back up. Before you know it, I was cool. It was like okay. Then I wouldn't put the stop loss in just in case it wasn't done, and it never came back.
Yeah, yeah. I think I was
But
trading Doge also.
I wouldn't have lost anything. I wouldn't have lost nothing. So
Okay.
I was in
Just
way easier circumstance than you were in.
you
My
would have
God.
just broke even if it had like.
Yeah, I would have just got knocked out of the position, which would have been whack in itself. But it's not like I'm up that much. I'm up 200. Well, I'm up 327% now on the on the margin, which isn't a lot.
Mhm. Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to find what. Oh, so yeah, I think I was in. No, was it ETH? No, I think I was in Doge a bunch. It was definitely Doge.
That's crazy. My margin is like $23, but the amount that I have is like 9 grand.
Yeah, I accidentally put like way more than I meant to at 500x at the top. So I was like, yeah, because I was watching these where is it? We kept having these like little incremental jumps up. It was oh yeah, so this was what it was. So we had, from the bottom, it had what these like kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I was like looking at it, and it was these little fractals of it, and it would keep like wicking down about like so basically from the top of like the top of each move, it would come and it would wick down to about like the tops of the wicks of halfway up, right?
Mm.
And so I was looking at that, and I was like, okay, if it does another move, I was like, if it does another move, and it just goes to the halfway point, I'll probably be all right, and I'll increase my position, or I'll open another position at like 500x. And I did that, and instead of because it came right back down like it did all the other times, and it was a little bit of a sharper downturn, but I was like, maybe that
And
means
you
we
could
get
do
an even
500.
bigger spring, right? And then so I'm like negative, like I'm watching it go from like negative 10, like
You're
negative
on that
80.
You're on that BTCC exchange, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, I am.
I know
Yes,
it.
sir.
I
And
can't do that. I'm on weeks. I can only do 400.
yeah, yeah. I didn't like this exchange at first. And I still like I'm wary of it because I've wrecked myself so many times on here. Just because, like, if you give me 500x, there's gonna be a bunch of times where I'm like, yeah, this is the play right here, and then I'm gonna put 500x, and then I'm gonna wreck my whole account. You know, and like my whole
Don't do
account isn't
that.
a lot. It's not a lot, right? Like I'm not putting my like a lot of money in at a time. I'm putting like 200, 300 in at a time. And so if
Oh,
I,
you're good.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's not like I'm wrecking my whole life, but
Well, you're a big enough cat to handle that.
yeah, but I am like sometimes I'm like, you know, sometimes I'm like, damn, I just went through my entire like deposit that I just put in like in an instant.
Yeah, you're
And
playing.
that's when I'm like, you know, maybe I shouldn't be playing with this much leverage. But at the same time, if I get like one really good, like if I get a good long, like if I had caught basically that whole up movement, right? Like then I'm talking about like 10xing.
I'm assuming you're on cross.
Yeah, I'm on cross. I don't.
Yeah,
I haven't really played
gotta
with
be.
isolated. Yeah, no.
Well, you won't be with that type of leverage.
Yeah, no. I have been finding that like I've been much more successful on lower leverage. So like
Let me tell you what I do though. On the you can do low leverage on isolated. I'll even do 1x shorts on some of them real shitty coins that like do them crazy gains, and you know that they're gonna dump. That's what I'll do. Isolated on 1, 2, 3x,
yeah,
and I'll
especially
throw
if it's
like
like
five.
if it's like
Mm,
a new coin or something, and I'm like, oh, we're still rug pulling.
right.
Yeah, yeah, Doug. All right, go ahead.
Like if I go and I see like butthole coin is like up 200% and it just came out and it's got like 3 giant green vectors up to the top, I'm gonna take a shot at that thing and I'm gonna throw one like $300 at it with 1x short, and it might keep going, but
Mm.
almost every damn time I win and I'll walk out of it with an easy 50%
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that out. I've
without
been
having
kind
no
of
high
this.
leverage.
Yeah, I've been discovering that I'm like I'm very if I so like if I try to hedge, I think because I'm still getting used to it. A lot of times I end up just burning my money on both ends, right? So like
No,
now my new discipline is like I've been staying low leverage. Like my other exchange on Femex, I'm doing like 10 to like 25x at most. Um, and I'm just playing the longs and I'm staying out. Like that way I'm like, okay, I'm building conviction in my longs. I'm building conviction in my TA for my longs. And I've been finding a lot more success with that. Like that's I mean, I've wrecked myself a lot learning all
what
this.
about spot? Do you have spot positions?
So I do, but not a
'Cause
lot.
that's the thing
Most
I had to say. In my opinion, you have to. You gotta have like. I mean, I know if you're trying to build up money, but once you get, if you can get enough, just start building a spot position in some type of coin
oh, I
and
have
start,
I do on
start fun.
crypto.com. I just hate them for like
Well,
actual trading. I don't
but
actually
start.
trade spot. I more invest. Like if that makes sense.
Well, what I'm doing is when I'm doing these high leverage plays like this, I'm funneling these profits into them spot positions, and then coming back with a small portion. I'm not gonna keep on trying to compound this damn
Mm,
high leverage positions because eventually you can get burnt no matter what,
yeah, that
as you
tracks.
know, as you know. But if you're playing it smart and you're always funneling it to spot, then that's different than you just keep compounding it and then you keep throwing the bag at it.
Yeah. So essentially like everything I have on crypto.com is either locked up in APRs or like in airdrops. And that's been pretty successful just like when I'm not looking at something. But I haven't had like I've round tripped too many times on leverage to like really do that yet. But I think that's now that I'm starting to actually be profitable as a leverage trader, at least within my day, right? I haven't earned back everything that I've lost yet, but I'm
Yeah, me
trying not
neither.
to look at it that way because I feel like if I'm doing that, then I'm just basically long-term revenge trading with short-term day trades, right? And but I also don't want to be like I want to be profitable overall, like eventually, like I'd like to refine my process to that point. So, and that actually sounds like exactly what I need to do. Like if I'm gonna close my positions for the end of the day, either put it in spot, or if I'm entering a really good, especially if I'm playing that like these longs. And if I'm like out of the play on the leverage, not doing my longs, that's probably a good time for me to put it into spot, right? Because that's ideally a
Yeah,
good buy.
that's what I would do. I would just constantly keep building that spot position until we get to the end of this bull market and the parabolic and all of that happens. Keep building it, no matter what. If you're, I mean, me most of the time I'm doing shorts, but I will sink in some longs. Like right now, I'm trying to do that, but mainly shorts to hedge while we're going down. Then that makes free money while
I see. So you're
put it
using your
back into a
spot.
spot.
You're using your spot to basically like accumulate, and then you're using your shorts to increase and hedge against the drops
Yep.
from your
Create
spot account.
create free money, and I put it back. I add it into the spot while it's going down after I'm done winning the short.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for now it is. I mean, I was doing that from the start. My main thing wasn't even never leverage. I think I'm pretty good at controlling myself, but it was actually spot that I did bad in because I tried to diamond hand altcoin, and I refused to get out of the position, and it just kept going down like all the other alts did. All of them did it. Like there wasn't hardly any chance, and they all round tripped and everything. I mean, you would have got out, you would have been cool, but most of them round tripped, except if you had like Bitcoin and I guess Solana or Sui, those coins, a couple other ones.
I'm actually doing pretty
Yeah,
good.
you
I
would
mean, it's basically Sui, right? And it's like it's Sui related, and it just follows Bitcoin. But I'm basically finding a lot of success with Cetus right now. I've got like a few
keep
decent.
hearing that. Just be careful because I don't trust none of them ultimately.
No.
Like that was the narrative on OM. It's like, oh, this is so great, but all of a sudden, bam, the big money wanted to get out, and he did, and it was done. Nobody sees it coming when it happens. Everybody seems to be so gung ho on that. Soy. That's all I ever hear.
Yeah, I'm not a believer. I
watch
just
out.
did well because I bought back in after the hack and caught that wave
Oh,
up
that's a good one.
with the refund. Yeah, I heard. I think it was Taname was the one that bought.
But you got to do what you got to do. You got to take a chance. That's where the money's at. I don't blame you. Probably would have did it too.
If I hear someone that likes a token a lot, seeing a good opportunity to buy back in, but like not shilling it super heavy, and like that to me is a good sign that like I should look into it at least. Look where it's coming from. Look what it's done before. Look at the nature of what's going on that's causes. It did. It paid off. I mean, we're back up to 16. If we can retrace back up to what is the number I'm looking at? I think it's like 20 or something. That's kind of where my take.
Still got a lot of room to get back to where it was.
Oh yeah, for sure. But we made some decent moves back up, and so it's like I'm thinking like they announced that the that they recovered all the funds, right? So if now I'm not entirely sure how it works, if it's like if because they've recovered on all the funds that it unfroze, because I know that they froze the wallets at one point, right? So like nothing was going in and out. So if they unfroze, but if people are being refunded any funds that they lost, whenever that's completed, that's kind of when I think I want to get out, right? Because from there, if it retraces all the way back up, then it can go anywhere it wants to. And for all I know, everybody gets their money back, and they're like, you know what, I'm getting out of this, right? So I'm trying to be wary of that.
Stop loss up near the top where you think it's going to happen,
Yeah, exactly.
without getting out, but still stay in just in case the stop loss is there.
Yeah, like I'm okay with losing like a 0.1 of my profits at the top. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's another mistake that people make. They get out and get all the way out, and it just goes without you, and you feel like a fool.
Yeah. No, I've been leaving runners on this, and like I think because this was after I wrecked myself. Like I round tripped on BTC. Like we had a big movement, and I was doing really good. And then I was like, oh, we can go even further, and ended up retracing, or not retracing. I ended up dumping a bit, and I just kept like losing money on both ends of that. And then so like I had like $5 left, and that's when I heard someone saying something about Cetus. I got back in. I've just been like I turned that $5 into like $70 into like $100. So now I've got like a decent little like I think I have $120 margin now in that at NX. So
That's good, pretty good.
I did add
Yeah,
like
you're trying to get your bag up.
yeah, I mean this like
You gotta
I'm
do what you
seeing
got to do.
success. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to keep it up and just not lose too much. You know what I mean? That's really like the first time I feel like I'm learning how like it's like before I was like kind of doggy paddling, and I'm like just learning how to swim. That's what it feels like. I mean I ain't gold.
Yeah, most people seems that most people hate shorting, but the thing is, for me, when I started out, the thing that was horrible being in that diamond hand strategy and just watching the coin go down and down and down, and you couldn't never do anything about it except get out. And it's nice to have that ability to short. It really is. To me, it is. You can do something about it. Otherwise, the only thing you can do is to pull out, let it keep dumping, and then buy it back for less and have more coins. Who's to say that it's not going to keep going down still?
I'll be right back after use the bathroom.
So if you're in a good investment, yeah, then that's great.
I actually just closed out my Cetus position because I think what we're gonna do it seems like it's following behind the Bitcoin by quite a bit. So I think we're going to see it dump a bit like it's been, unless Bitcoin catches a nice big pump.
I didn't know that Meta was launching its own stable coin on Ethereum.
Is it?
So I just found out.
So instead of Sui and Aptos, right? Or what was it? It was Libra coin. That's what it was. Instead of Libra, they're gonna have a coin launched. Actually, I don't know. Was Libra supposed to be on Ethereum originally?
I never heard of Leva.
So Sui and Aptos are basically the teams. It was two parts of a team that split off. Is originally Facebook or Meta was opening. They were creating their own crypto called Libra, and I think the SEC was like, "Yeah, no, you're not doing that." And so that is what ended up. That's like basically after that got shut down, Sui started and Aptos started as two different projects by different devs from that team. I think Aptos is still going in that direction. Like Aptos is currently seeking business partnerships with like an app that's essentially like TikTok in India. Where where Sui has kind of more integrated itself, I think, like as as part of like the greater crypto realm as a blockchain and liquidity provider within the crypto realm.
My bad. I'll be right back. I'm watching something.
Okay, brother.
I didn't know BlackRock had a stable coin called Buddle. BUIDL.
Middle.
Yeah, I never even heard of it till now.
Yeah, I didn't know they had one. Oh, well,
There's
do you
a
know
lot
what it
going on. I don't know nothing. I just found out. So we've got that one. All these companies are coming out with their own stable coin. Meta. Shit's going down. Everything leading into 130, 140K Bitcoin. $4,000 Ethereum. Seems low.
Yeah, I don't even see it listed on TradingView, so it must be like brand new, or they haven't come out with it yet.
Where's this at? Protocol rankings. See what this guy's using. I don't know what it is. Oh, DeFi Llama. That's where he's looking at it at. This guy I'm looking at. I never used DeFi Llama. I don't know. But that's where he's seeing it at.
Oh, BUIDL. Okay, I see it. Let's see. See if I can find it. Oh. have it on Mexi, KCEX. X. Oh no, that's BDO. Yeah, so it looks like it's only on Mexi and KCEX on TradingView at least. And it's dumped since the entry on TradingView. And it is currently sitting at 0.0034.
It's a stable coin. That's interesting. When it gets listed for the first time, I wonder what it starts at.
I'll tell you
Does
what,
it
if it's
show that?
supposed to be. Oh, when it first was listed, it was at 0.178, at least on TradingView.
Oh.
This is for
What?
I'm using Mexi's. Yeah,
Damn, that's free money.
0.0177, right? Like if you buy it, because right now it's at 0.0033. So if you buy it now, whenever it becomes stable, you're freaking rich. If it
What? Where do you get this at?
It's on TradingView. It's
I mean, where would I go buy it? Or
It's
where
on
would you get it
Mexi.
at?
It's on Mexi and KXEC. I don't know. Well, I know Mexi, but I don't know.
Whoa. I can't go on there.
Yep.
Ooh, we better put everybody onto this. We're onto something here.
All right.
How could it fail?
It shouldn't, but I mean, the only way it fails is if like the entire crypto community is like, nope, not supporting BlackRock.
Dude, I'm about to throw a band into it.
Okay. Right, so
What's it called?
KXEC.
Is it B?
BUIDL. USDT is the ticker. BU. EU as in unicorn. Yep. Bravo, unicorn,
BUI.
indigo. Yep. Delta, Lima.
BUIDL. Ooh, it's on here on weeks. It's here. I'm buying some.
Okay, so hold on. It does not say stablecoin. It says BUIDL is a tokenized money market fund that aims to provide yield from real-world assets to investors.
I am in. It's
It is managed by
BlackRock stuff.
BlackRock. Yeah. Well,
I'm in.
yeah.
I'm going in right now.
It's tokenized access. Oh, no, yeah, you're right. It does say that the fund seeks to maintain a stable value of $1 per token and pays daily
Oh my God.
dividends directly to investors.
0.003, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Wow.
So where are you able to get it now? That's the question.
Weeks.
Oh, you can get
I'm
it
on weeks. It's there.
I'm up.
It's there. If you want to join, I'm an affiliate.
Yep.
Use my link. It's in the referral link.
Yeah, I just seen your link actually earlier. Yep.
Thanks, bro. It's there right now. That's on the spot. Wow. I didn't even know. I'm buying some. Not $100, something.
Talking about holds.
BUIDL.
BlackRock's coin.
It's BlackRock's future stablecoin, and it's at 0.0033, and it's on spot and weeks at least.
Holy shit! What am I gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
BUIDL. Look up. It's Bravo, Unicorn, Indigo, Delta, Lima. Look up that word and BlackRock, and you'll see the whole thing about it.
What? You spell that slower?
Bravo, Unicorn, Indigo, Delta, Lima, or Laser, whatever you prefer.
Okay. Build. Misspelled build. 10 times that.
Well, it's not build, it's biddle or boidle.
Build misspelled, maybe.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
on.
dyslexic build.
It's on. What do you call it? It's on Weeks. It's also on. Is it on?
It's on Mexi. I
just-
don't see it on FemX or BTCC.
It's on Blowfin.
Is it on Blowfin?
How old is this?
This is like brand new. Mexi chart is let's see. It started on the 17th of May. That's when the chart starts. I'm gonna see if it's got more time on the KCEX. Oh, it does. It has more time on KCEX, and yeah, so
Oh, what do you see?
on KCEX, it started on or KXCC, whatever KCEX. It started on the 17th of April at 0.0013. So do be careful that it could always retrace or dump to that. The first big green candle, it had shot up. The low is 0.000006, and its first like big vector candle shot up to 0.0024 and wicked up to 0.0036. Because of that particular number, I would say just be careful that it could come all the way back down to 0.0024. Although it looks like it kind of did that with this wick to the downside. And it went from. That's a good question.
I just bought some. Got 137,000 biddles.
That I
It's a
don't
lot
know, but
small.
what I do know is I'm getting on weeks, so I can get some of this.
24
Yeah. Use my link, G, please. Thanks.
Yeah, I got you, Doug.
Wow, we might be on to something here. I'm not gonna put a lot. Like I'm putting like 500 in it.
Yeah. Just
See
keep
how it
lots of
goes.
margin available so that if it does dump back down, that like you're at least able to stay in long enough to see it go to
Because I was looking for a RWH. Well, I guess it's not that, or is it? I don't even know what to consider it. If it's a stable coin, then it needs to go up to $1. Or is that maybe not the case? That's what I need to figure out.
No, they are seeking to have it sit at $1 stably. Yes, that is what that is the direct quote from BlackRock.
How in the hell is it still at 0.0033?
Because people
Hi,
really
more.
don't know about it yet. Not enough exchanges.
Well, we do. You're welcome, guys.
Or really, you know what it is? It's so like all of their buddies can get in on it while it's cheap.
Who's buddy buddies?
Whoever at BlackRock. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
It's so people can get in on it that are investors. Like they're probably. Yeah. I don't mean like investors in like BlackRock stocks. I mean like, buddies.
Mafia people.
What's the market cap on this thing? Does it have one? How does that work?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm trying to get this built up before, in case it like decides to pump to the moon today.
I'm buying now.
Yeah, exactly.
Buying some more. Buy. I'm buying 0.3338 right now. Give it here. Bye. Why is it not filling? What's the?
I think that's a
There's
different
hardly
coin.
no volume. There's only 507 volume. No one knows about it.
There's two biddles.
Uh-oh.
Is
Am I
it
messing
two
up here, am I?
If you look on CoinGecko,
That is not it.
there's one for BlackRock that's at $1,
Oh my
and then there's
god. Stop. Stop. We might have fucked up. Fuck.
Well, then sell. Just sell real quick. It's fine. At least we fucked up early.
That's bull crap.
the little logo on Weeks is a hammer, but the one on CoinGecko is like something else.
What the hell, man? DUIDL. It's the same damn name.
Is it a honeypot?
I don't know, man. We might have messed up here. Forgive me.
We'll let you sell.
I didn't buy none. I didn't buy none. I only bought like $20. It wasn't even letting me. I was wondering why I couldn't fill. This
So
we got to look
I'm
into it. We gotta see what that is.
yeah, all right. So the has seen significant drop in trading activity. As the latest data, the 24-hour trading volume of BUIDL is $0, indicating low liquidity and no trading activity on exchanges listed on CoinGecko. This suggests that if you own UIDL tokens, liquidity may be low and you should proceed with caution. BlackRock launched BUIDL in March 2024.
It's got a hammer.
That's the other one, I think.
What is that?
Offer. I'm trying to figure.
I think the hammer is the bad one. The good one is like a black square that says BlackRock.
Man, how could they do this? Me off.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's good. If it's already at $1, then it's not good, right? Like that ain't nothing.
No, it's not anymore. It's over with. Never mind. Sucks. Good thing nobody bought it. Never mind. I bought $20 of it.
Yeah. Hey, but
Oh,
look,
well,
you
I'll
might
just keep
you
it.
might still see that. That might. I mean, right now you've got some wicks to the upside that you could see it. Like you could see it hit 49 cents. I just wouldn't expect it. I mean, that is still a very new.
I don't even know what the hell this is. Yeah, what is this? I need to figure out what it is. Let me find out with AI.
I'm doing some research. So
Look up SATO. SATO.
What is BUIDL coin on Weeks Exchange?
No more calling out those, buddy.
Never mind. I mean, anybody could have been tricked into that.
Hey, look, $20 isn't a bad way. Isn't a bad. Yeah, that's shiesty.
That's real shiesty that has the same name.
Honestly, it's most likely shiesty by the second coin because it looks like this coin is newer because that BlackRock's came out in 2024, right? But the thing is, you never know, right? Like it could be that like this token existed on the market and it just wasn't big, and then BlackRock was like, "We're just gonna steal your name."
I need somebody who's better than this to me to maybe look and see the contract of this one that's on Weeks and see if they could tell me anything.
I'm trying to find information right now.
Let's.
I'm not that savvy like that.
Let's pretend that we did, and then we'll forget about it.
I still want to know what it is. AI is not telling me. It likely refers to BlackRock's BUIDL. Well, it's a green
The
hammer, so it
token
ain't.
is associated with dev.fun, a platform that allows anyone to turn an idea into a live app instantly without coding.
Oh my god.
BUIDL fuels dev.fun's growth and value creation through 3 core mechanics: the build BUIDL accelerator, DApp supercycle, and BUIDL DAO value accrual.
Wow.
Additionally, there is another BUIDL token, the BlackRock USD. You should have started with that, dog. Like, dev.fun is not that important. No offense to dev.fun. But I mean, or not that it's not that important. It's not that big in comparison to BlackRock.
Damn it. Well, actually, I only got $11.90 of BUIDL fake now.
Oh, but here, check this out. It was boosted by a $200 million allocation from crypto protocol Athena, pushing its size above the $1 billion threshold. So, I mean, you know, maybe it sees another influx, and then, you know what I mean, your stock
Joke.
goes up.
I'll just keep it $11.90. Oh well. Keep it. Screw it.
Let's never speak of this again. I won't tell.
Note
Hey,
to
man.
self: double check. Crypto is shady.
I got no regrets, but like, think about it this way: if this was the right token, dude, we pulled that trigger so fast, dog.
Oh
Like,
my god! We thought we had. Oh, we were like, we're ready to go.
that would have been jackpot. Honestly, I was about to lose a lot more money if you didn't tell me that, because I was probably
my
about to put
God.
like a lot of money into it.
Thank you to whoever that was that buzzed in and said something.
Makes sense.
And I apologize about that. I jumped to conclusion. I fucked up.
We were in
Why don't
here
you
with like, we
check
were in
out
here
Sa-
on.
Check out
we were here-
Sato and tell me what
Sato?
that is. Yeah, just tell me what it is. Just had a lot of volume.
That's why I'm a part of this group, so I don't I would have could easily have made that mistake.
Yeah, we won't let you rug pull yourself.
I need to be checked, man.
Don't be rug pulling yourself, my dude. We got you.
I'm gonna have to make a
I mean,
stupid
luckily
move.
that thing doesn't have a lot of. It doesn't have a lot of volatility right now, or just a lot of attention. So it could have been a lot worse. Like, we could have got in when it was like super volatile.
I'm gonna have to revoke your call card, bro.
Sato token. There are multiple tokens named Sato, each with different characteristics and purposes. Here are the detail for the main Sato tokens: Sato the dog, Satoshi Crypto, Atsuko Sato, SATO. This is a meme coin.
Sato the dog, the one that is has 24 hour volume of 308K. It's fairly new, 2 days old. It's about there's 6 zeros. I just want to know if you know what it is because it's on.
This token